Oh, what is up, one and all? Welcome back. It's time for another day packed full of Age of Empires for action. We've got a busy schedule. I figured we'd hop in and catch game number 5 of Gully and Dumu. Because it turns out, very last second, it got rescheduled to play like 2 hours earlier. So, wasn't quite available to do that from start to finish. But, kind of figured it would be done and we just go back and check. Instead, it's going game 5. So Gully has got his Giga broken Civ, right? Like, the Civ that he thinks is best. Which makes this all the more interesting. Also, what just happened there? Did I accidentally... Huh? One sec. Wait, how did I get rid of that? What? I've just got like a pop-up that's stuck. And I can't seem to get rid of it. Huh? Alright, there we go. That was very weird. I think I've seen that before. But let's get ready to go. Luckily, we're already updated and ready to roll with G number 5. So we're doing this and we're hopping across to the Louis series. There'll be series that EGC were planning to cover that we're going to cover. Get predictions up for game 5. Dimu, Gully. And then let's get ready to roll. Just double checking we're live everywhere. Yep. Looks pretty good to me. Alright. Fantástico. Alright. Nobody saw this coming. Well, apparently, actually, Voldemort gambled that this would be the case. Gully Deckle versus Dumu going to a game number 5. That's right, Benny Boy up against the ropes against the guy who a year ago would have been crushing his soul on ladder. And not just that, although Dumu has the Sengoku, Gully has got the Civ that he dubbed the King. The one that was able to slay some of the top players, at least for one game in this series, and the one that Gully, going in from the qualifiers of this event, believed was the most broken and underrated Civ in Age of Empires 4. It's the HRE. And folks, like, I'm not kidding. Like, I was in Dumu's stream a little bit earlier and I caught the words coming out of his mouth. Before this set, Voldemort offered me a bet. He said that Gully Deckle would beat me. I was going to say I'd take that bet, but I don't believe that he'd pay me. And then I was like, oh, okay. A little bit spicy. All of a sudden, when I'm getting ready to go live for the other series we plan to cover, I see this, and I knew we just had to check it out. So we are going to decide this once and for all on Gorge. Gully with the HRE is doing a Dark Age rush, which is pretty effective for HRE because of the extra movement speed they get on the infantry. It allows them to chase after the hot dog stands quite easily, allows them to get in a position to be a lot more annoying, a lot faster. And the reaction is going to be a rushed outpost from Dumu. Gully stopped at just 2. No, yeah, he didn't go for a third spin, which might make this a bit tricky to stop. And again, off to a good start. Dumu. That tower is a little bit loose, actually. Spears split their damage. Scares him off. I mean, if you just hold ground in the right position, right, you'll always hit them is the idea. But I think he wants to be active in case Shiv's turn on him. Goes in for the dive now. Has to pull back, but looks like that outpost is going to be going up. But Dumu has to waste a lot of resources very, very early on in this game. Yeah, like, you might argue down the line you want outpost anyway, as it is a 4 gold. But still, having to do it this early is frustrating because Dumu hadn't got the 3rd Yatai out. So this might shift the build order a little from 3 Yatai just to 2. Considering he already snuck one out here, you don't really want to risk sending another hot dog stand out, I'd imagine. Just because the 2 spears could slowly kill it off. Gully, is it going to be mine work? I think mine work in this matchup is pretty good, no? It's got some good uses, because your horseman can mirror enemy horsemen, right? Like, Yari are a little bit more expensive for what you get. And then obviously there's the movement speed of spears. I could see a world in which it makes sense, but it looks like he is going to be going Arhin. So a little bit more traditional of approach here for the HRE in game number 5. So I'm going to crack myself a brewski. And we're just going to lock in. How is this win rate-wise on ladder, I'm wondering? I mean, obviously ladder's not always 100% representative or accurate for many different reasons. Maps, etc. like that. But I feel like this is the matchup where HRE can be annoying, no? Let's have a look. So if we go to top ranking games, HRE versus Sengoku. Oh, there's only been one game played, and it was a loss. But that was the June 1st patch. If we go back to May 12th, we get a more accurate representation. And there, HRE has 4 games played in total, 75% win rate. So, yeah, small representation once again. But that's what I mean. Like, this matchup just doesn't, to me, feel like one that comes out often. Like, HRE wasn't really getting picked much on ladder by a few specific players from what I could tell. Ryokan's going to be coming through. We have got the wheelbarrow on the way for Dimmu. And Gully rushes the timing. 7 on the Arhan to complete it. He's going to get the juiced up gathering rate on wood. Questioning what he wants to do next. Like, could we see Spearman, Archer, Men at Arms? I think that's quite feasible with Arhan. It's quite nice as well because your Archers are able to catch up. They're basically better than Yuumi. The Men at Arms litter with Spearman to make it hard for Yuumi to kill you. And then that protects you from Horsemen too. Oh, straight up Men at Arms to begin with though. So step 1 is being ticked as expected. Yeah, it's just... I've noticed this more of HRE players just spamming up Men at Arms. It doesn't surprise me. Gully Deck will also start to do English Men at Arms spams before they even buff the cost of Men at Arms. So he's been a big believer in heavy infantry for a while. And Ryokan is like, oh, maybe I can, maybe. I love the fact Dimmu's like, maybe I can just sliver the deer. Just a tiny bit of extra food. Home Yatai is already under maximum. He got pushed off the boar on the flank, right? So yeah, he fully retreated. This was the jackpot, of course, because he would have got the 40, and then there's enough there to guarantee the extra 10, maxing you out the 60 food from a hot dog stand. Feudal Men at Arms has been OP at gold level for years. Glad to see the pros catching on. I mean, I keep saying this. You guys aren't low rank. It's like in reverse. So think about this. The lowest post in the world is what? 1 elo? In competition, 1 is first place. I think all the low rank players, they're just ahead of the meta. I say this all the time. Archer's following up. Yeah, so he is going Archer plus Men at Arms. Scaling it equally. Has he got enough food for this? 12 food isn't... 12 sheep rather isn't crazy. I wouldn't be surprised to see him start adding in just a few farms as we go along here. This is kind of scary, right? Dimmu, he gets baited into Yuumi, sees Men at Arms. Now Archers is the follow-up. Because, like, if it's just Men at Arms, you can slowly kill them. But if it's Archers as well, I'm not even exaggerating when I say you're just a worse version of HRE Archers. Yes, you cost less, 65 resources versus 80, but HRE has a buffed economy to compensate that. So if you get into an Archer challenge against them, I don't really see a world in which Yuumi ever come out ahead, bar insane out micro. This is looking good so far for Gully. Did we get anyone predicting? Nobody came in with a gambler. Shame on you. You had all these points that cost you nothing that you could have been gambling if you just tuned in to twitch.tv/KillerPigeon Live. Beated. This would be quite a big upset, to be honest, as well. Like I said, just a year ago, Gully Deckle, I think maybe 1 in like 50 games, if that, he'd win against Dimmu on the ladder. But now in a tournament, an SC tournament, where both of them are admittably... Like, neither of them getting through. Like, neither of them can qualify through. They haven't got enough points now, but it does make a difference of a few $100s, which, especially for a kid like Gully, is going to be pretty damn nice. But on top of that, it makes a statement. Like, another one is breaking through. This army's so big already. Dimmu's switching into Samurai now. Interesting idea. I don't think you have the same power there as like, Japan does, actually. Because techs aren't as good. But Archer's now diving through. He's splitting the damage. Is he going to go for the micro split? Gully, come on, take the shot. He can get another one as well. Nicely played. So loses 1 Archer, kills 4 Yuumi. Doesn't get the kill on the Yatai, but kills its value. Because now it's sharing territory. You know, this is like when the bed's big enough for 1 and 4 decide they're going to hop in. This is the bed from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Thank you. Of course, guys. I mean, I changed script a bit in my mindset. It's like, if there's tournaments on, we'll cast them here. Because for a long time, we were just like not casting tournaments to clash. But I've realized like, try and help others, but also look out for yourself. And got to get that content. Net arms count soon to be up to 8. And he is going Samurai. Now, I think the idea is that Sengoku Samurai are better in Feudal than Japan's because of the attack speed from the Daimyo. I'm not sure I'm convinced entirely by that, but I think that's what he's going for. Archers do dive in. Burns coming through. No fortifications in whatsoever. He's going to dive a little bit deeper. I mean, the Yuumi slowly sniping these guys down. The Daimyo is the real threat. And the hardened Samurai have started to spawn. Yuumi's kind of poking at this. Arislitz is now complete. Gully just needs to hard commit to finishing it off. The problem is, you know it's going to be a repair attempt. The villagers, they go for it now, but the archers, are they target firing down? They do. They force them to re-garrison, but the cost, Gully, no! It was looking so good until he dove one tower. Game switches. Unbelievable. The bodies on the floor tell the entire tale. Gully got a bit cocky. Dimu cocked his rifle and fired. Yuumi now chasing him away. Of course, the most important thing, the Daimyo able to kind of obliterate them on the retreat. Reinforcements arrive in time to allow Gully to start getting back. But the siege on Ben seems to be bent to his will. He breaks away from it now. Back onto the berries. Yatai's moving out for foods on the flanks. Gully's still in retreat. Has got melee tech also coming in to try and get an edge there. Samurai being engaged with. Daimyo just trying to stay in range to give that attack speed over to make it a bit better. Dimu is, of course, going to have to retreat. Gully is becoming more and more reliant on the men-at-arms now. Yeah, he's just kind of ham-fist sending them now. Whereas before, it felt like there was a real desire to 50-50. Okay, he goes back to it. So 4 queued up. I think it was just a difference in queue time there. Problem is, like, you can't trickle archers here to scale now. Because if you do, the Yuumi will always keep it down. Daimyo does get sniped. That's expensive for Dimu to lose. He could have healed over time just by retreating, but obviously he wants the attack speed, so immediately queues up a new one. Dimu does have number lead, but guys, it's kind of deceptive, remember. The Yuumi attack the same damage as the archers, but slightly less health. Movement speed is the same. Actually, in fairness, I was saying that like these are worse than archers. In fairness, with the hit Yuumi tech, it's not as true. In Japanese versus HRE, I think it's very hard for Japan to just spam them up. In HRE versus Sengoku is different. He does have the DPS, the extra health is there. This is cost efficient, and the concern now is we're reaching a point where the Arhan might start to not have impact for much longer. And that's when I would favor Sengoku. So Gully is on a bit of a timer here. And what's up, Horstons? Appreciate the prime sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Archer's just stepping up. Trying to get as close as possible so they don't waste A clicks on the Daimyo. That attack speed's also helping a little bit. It's so fragmented, it's so small. 0.06, but like every little counts here. In a game where the difference is only 2 HP per archer. Dimu. I think he might have him. Yeah, the problem now for Gully is he's gathering resources outside of his base. He has set up some farms, but this isn't like, 20 farms deep. This is, what, 8? 9. 9 farms. Dimu is just progressively getting bigger. He's not using Men-at-Arms as a win condition. He's using it as an absorber. Whereas Gully was trying to use it as a win condition. Problem is, it feels like he just went too quick at the start of the game. So they're getting worn down again. Daimyo decent at dealing with these. Now double up for Dimu. A few more Samurai to be on the way. He now has Men-at-Arms lead. This is looking cooked. And you can't stop fighting, by the way. Like, there's no point now where Gully can stop fighting because all these injured Yuumi will heal up. You won't. That's what just makes it worse and worse. And this time, it looks like he's parking the Daimyo. Waits for the deflective. Love that. So he gets an extra hit before he really starts taking damage. The villager's now migrating the area. He has to shuffle back to base. Has got berry gathering. No, he's going straight for ball. Going to be praying that he doesn't get noticed. He has prelates. He has 1 prelate. Let's be real. It's not the same as Ryokan. You're not going to be using your prelate to heal here. That guy is on overtime praying for a divine intervention right now because he's going to need Lord's assistance if he's going to beat the ball boy. Dimu now prepping for Rams. Also prepping for Castle. I just don't really see the way now, man. I think when Gully goes into VOD review, it's going to be very apparent where this game was lost. Because I think it was 1 for him up until then. It was the dive. It's going to be one of those, in hindsight, why did I commit that hard? Could I have just gone for a ram instead, right? Did I have to be that worried? Samurai scaling, I get why it's concerning his mind, but I think like the whole idea is H3's economy is so much fatter early on than Sengoku like this. So the idea was cool, it's just one misstep on the way. Against a player at Dumu's caliber is one mistake too many. Ram now destroying the infrastructure. Not going to waste the E-repairs on a house, it seems. Which means he's now blocked. Pop blocked. Pop, pop. Yep. Come on, more houses quicker. More houses quicker. Gully says not dead yet. He tries to prep Horseman. I mean, in fairness, is 45 Yuumi. I understand the sentiment. You need to be so fast because now Dumu can rush veterancy on them once he's teched. Probably, what, 12 on the tech up? Or is he going to go 8? 7. Ooh. 22! Oh, he knows. He has 46 Yuumi. If he gets the veterancy, they can fight against the Horsemen. That is some respect being shown right there. 22 on a Sake Brewery Rush. Almost half of his economy. And, oh, the Sam's found him. Yuumi rotating right now. Actually could cut him off. Just go south. Just go south. Good move. A little bit late on the reaction there, actually. The Yuumi are fast enough. They're going to pin him against the tree line. No! There's nowhere to run! Nowhere to hide! Army has to react. Horseman, infant stage. Barely any of them. Veterancy for Yuumi on the way. This is most definitely the GG point. Yeah, there's no fighting back against this now, right? The attack speed booster becomes real. I don't know what the meme of this is. Like 10% gives you 0.06 off, and then you upgrade it again. All of a sudden, well, actually, no, that's scale right. It should be better. Yuumi just with a ride by. Veterancy coming in 14. And +2, just half away. But man, the fact that Gully came this close to denying Ben, to take in a few $100s out of his pension fund, woo! Squeaky bum time, and it makes you think about what's going to happen in the next few months as we build up to the next S tier tournament. Because both these players are out. No pass go, no collect £200. Actually, no, one of them will collect more than £200, right? So the difference between this is going to be a difference between, I think, 16th and 12th, if I'm not mistaken. Which means in terms of money exchange, 16th gets $200, 12th, 11th, 12th gets $600. So a pretty big swing, triple the money there. Crazy how one mistake's the difference. Exactly. Well, these type of strats in particular, yeah. And props to Dumu, man, for showing actually how strong the Yuumi are. I think Japan tries to do this. It's not very good, right? The Higa Yuumi is a 20% increase to your base damage in Feudal Age. Whereas with the Bannerman now, Japan can only get 10% increase in Feudal Age. And that can be taken away from them. Whereas the cool thing about this strat is you just have +1 attached to the unit itself. And then you can diversify if you need to. A lot more options. All right, so block out on the ball. Horsemen are like, we could still bring this back. Oh, no, guys. Come on, guys, come on. Let's not delude ourselves. 3 Horsemen. Probably not going to be pulling this game back. At this point, we're just... Wait, is he going... He is. Ikko Ikki movement speed increase, which you don't... I don't feel like you see that very often. It's expensive at 300 gold, right? But he knows, like, the only really, really thin comeback opportunity for HRE would be if he got to Castle and Regnitz and got the relics. So by doing this with 3 Ikko Ikki monks, he can bum rush 5 relics before Gully can even think about it. Horseman again, just forcing it a little bit idle. Is buying time for the tech up opportunity for Gully. The problem is that Dumu is just sitting there staring. Man, that hat's awesome. And when anyone else like this, whenever I see this hat, I always think of like a magician. Like, you know, from Japanese games, that is. Like a magical unit. I don't know what the official role is that you have to wear this hat, but like I see it in games like Nioh all the time on the magician class. Uh oh. Something tells me he might know. Gully's like, it's okay. We'll build a Burgrave here, and the fear of men-at-arms coming out will scare him away forever. Okay, but... Wait. He needs to drop off the gold, guys. He still doesn't check. Alright, 07s for Gully. He won't do it this time, but my god, did he make Dumu sweat for the win. Yeah, that's two main losses on farms, right? I think he lost, what, 6 villages, possibly? We've still got 18 just not working the entire time. He's actually going to go for the Burgrave. You know what the depressing part is? He hasn't seen the Mounted Samurai yet, right? I mean, you probably expect they're coming, but... What's Dumu? Like, wait, Dumu? Why are we getting all this stone anyway? Alright, carry on as you are. What, maybe fast imp into castle drops? I don't think we need to get there. Burgrave somehow is still nowhere near complete. And, oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah! One Mad Samurai reveals it all. A valiant effort, Gully. Next time, he might just have Dumu's number. All right. That was a tight series. Tighter than I think anyone was anticipating. Now, we are going to be looking in on... Let's see if it's actually in game yet. It's not in game yet. So, we're going to be doing Lucifron. Wait, is it Lucifron versus Louis? Sorry, no, Louis versus Numidan. No, Lucifron Louis was yesterday. So, we've got Louis MT versus Numu coming in. And draft is already complete. I don't think they're in-game yet. Let me just quickly double-check. Oh, they are. Oh, wow. They're pretty deep already. All right, so we'll do a little bit of fast-forward to catch up. It's actually Lakeside Beginner. Order the Dragon versus Japan. So this one is of some import, not a crazy amount of importance. I think, is Numu now locked out? Let me double check. There might be scrambled logic where he potentially slides in. No, Numidan's at -3. Lucifron's at +4. So I'm pretty sure Numu is out. Same with MSN, if I'm not mistaken. Unless Lucifron loses to Corvinus 3-0. Even then, though, I think it's a 1-point difference that saves him. So yeah, like it be entertainment. Woo! All right. Let's speed this up. Last day of the group stage, and it looks like it's going to be 07s in chat. Both of these players, I don't think they're going to make it. But they can at least go out with a bang. Numidan, game number 1 in the red as Order the Dragon on Lakeside. Louis MT in the green as the Japanese, and both of them playing for that pond side. Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Like, only one deep water fish, and yet it seems to be the critical objective in every single game we see on this map. I don't think we've had one game. Have we had one game where someone didn't do this? Possibly there was one single game where a player didn't go for the dock straight away and went for a Dark Age Rush, but it feels quite rare, right? Especially with how deep the gold is. The only way a Dark Age Rush would work is if you're able to set up an outpost. So we'll just stick on the 4x speed to get them through into age number 2. Kura, Arhan, pretty much standard stuff. Sometimes all the Dragon players have been known to do mine work. I just think in this matchup probably doesn't make sense. Because Japan could just spam Mounted Samurai, so you're not going to get as much value out of the Gilded Men-at-Arms. So Tech Up begins, completes, and we've already got Hulks coming out. Louis, he's going to go for the defensive Arislets. Really cool idea there. Remember, with Japanese, when you gather from gold, you get stone, but he goes a different way about it. What? He dropped a second forge to gather for stone. Isn't that a little bit unusual? Yeah, that's a little bit unusual. Okay, so here's my thought on why that's unusual. Why wouldn't you just drop the forge here originally, and then you're going to drop an outpost here? Yeah, it's a little bit of a funky one. Because he's going to tap the gold so fast anyway. In fact, Louis is tapping it as quick as can be. He's going for fast castle. He has still got free fishing. I really like this strat because shoreline fish actually it competes very well now with deep water fish for fishing boats. Demo ship. Might want to cancel that, yeah, but he's just looming the threat. Burgrave timing to mirror, though. Numidan, he's actually going to be quicker. What? That's crazy. I mean, it's the idle effectivity on the fishing, right? It's like you can see Numidan, he went up to 6, whereas Louis stagnated. He couldn't go beyond 3 because he can only get the shoreline fish. So tech up first for Numu, not what I was expecting at all. He also already has a Rax down, which is interesting. Yeah, so he feels like he needs match spears, and that makes sense why. He's going to be contesting relics as quickly as possible. That's smart, actually. I don't think you'd be able to do that if you didn't have the Rax already of extra spears out, because the threat of Mount Samurai. But this is even craftier. By dropping an outpost, he can garrison it inside of the outpost. The relic can be dropped straight away, so when the monastery monk gets here, pick, drop, then move across, pick another. Very, very smart play. One we haven't seen in a while from HRE. It allows Numidan to just beat his opponent to the punchline. That's such a cool detail. It's such a rare one as well, really. All right, so we're slowing down. We'll do a little bit of 2x here or there because I know we're a few minutes out from live. I wonder, does he go for Springald placements? Like, gather a little bit of stone, maybe upgrade these? Doesn't seem interested currently. Veteran Spear is already in, and he's already approaching double-digit count, and the timing could be sick if he even realizes. He doesn't, but the pathing's actually going to make this better. Hold on a sec. Numidan, come on. Golden opportunity there to start hitting him straight away. Doesn't get it. Loses a worker instead. A second outpost now coming up. He's already pulled the other relic back, though. So he won the relic war fully. Right? It's going to be 4 relics. Oh. Spears. We'll lose the Prelate. Getting them out somewhere would make it kind of worthwhile, but unfortunately doesn't. The Villager will be protected, though. Yeah, I felt like Numidan's just a little bit slow off the mark now on small details, right? Like, there was obviously that opportunity to snatch the Knights. Then there was the situation now on the Relic. I am going to just say something here that is controversial. I think Dark Green should be banned in tournaments. What if the reason why Numidan is not seeing things is a fair one? Camouflage. You think I'm memeing, but I'm not fully memeing. It is kind of a thing and kind of a problem. Like, something I've highlighted before is it would probably be quite nice if they applied white outlines so that you could clearly see against the back color. Because, like, they have black outlines, right? And I wonder if, like, the black... I think black on green doesn't pop as much as white on green on a minimap. A little bit of pressure coming in. Gilded Spears are just going to headbutt this. I wonder if you ever pull the relic to wall low. He might actually after he clears the Yuumi. Good coverage there. Gilded crossbow. Kept alive and healed. This was sick, Micro. Numidan outplaying Louis on a single outpost. This is Sauron's White Tower right now, man. I'm sorry, Saruman. Wow, what a play. Knights are going to try to raid elsewhere because you're kind of camped here. I wonder if he tries to pull the relic. No, he goes for upgrades. Sprone replacement now on the way, so he's not going to try to pull it back. The villager over here, did he get sniped? No, he's moving him back now so he can repair the other tower. And he is capturing Sacred Sites. So he's going to lean into this, which makes sense. The way you win this map is Sacred Sites. We've seen it so often out of players. We're just going to fast forward a bit more. Because Louis is going to have to start prepping for one big punch. Yuumi plus the Mount Samurai. Wants to be careful not to wait too long, because if you wait too long, your opponent is going to set up a lot of replacements. It's already beginning. Fortification coming in the outpost. Has to pull back, though. Outnumbered. Needs to buy a little bit of time. Scares him away. That's really good. Well played. Numidan will cost him 1, maybe 2 spears, but it gets the fortification, and that makes Louis retreat. He hasn't set up extra outposts over here. Just the 1, but that's also fortified. Does need a Springald. And he also hasn't got the back relic, surprisingly enough. Yeah, so a few tricks being missed currently. Still, a lot of gold gem. Enough to allow this. Inspired Warriors is coming. And remember, deep water fishing still doesn't exist, so Louis is going to lose this eco benefit very soon. Smyrna placement is being researched. And a Men-at-Arms switch. Not the worst idea in the world. Like, yes, it's Men-at-Arms versus Knight. Seems weird, but these are very tanky Men-at-Arms. They actually have good DPS. 17 base damage and a very fast attack speed. And the Yuumi, well, they dive past it. Spears have to charge in. We'll be engaging up against the Mad Samurai now. Gets rid of the deflective armors immediately. Gilded crossbows are getting sniped down, though. Yuumi count holding steady. And Numidan, mispositioned, gets ran through. Wow, okay, Knight count is still really good. Louis MT has enough to break the tower now. So that's going to be -1 relic because he never pulled them back. Sacred Site win condition now removed. A big fat reset on your military count. And just like that, the fragility of Order of the Dragon. One fight is all it took to completely unravel his advantage. Yeah, I'm pretty worried now. Like, this looked so sick. The initial fight by Numidan over this tower was so good. But you just see how effective Yuumi Mad Samurai still is. Especially when you add the Uma Bannerman buff in there. Like, the problem I have with Spear Crossbow against this, where it sucks, is whenever you end up bracing, you end up dying. It's really weird. So, with Gilded Spears, if you do a brace, you stun yourself and your opponent. The way it works is that you get stunned, your opponent gets stunned, and then they get rooted for a little bit as well. The problem of being stunned is it means you're not actually attacking any follow-up. And that wouldn't be bad if it wasn't for deflective armor. Deflective armor makes this suck. Because of deflective armor, you just don't do any damage with that brace. So you've stunned yourself, congrats, and now your opponent's archers can just shoot you down. Yeah, it's pretty rough. I always talk about this with Gilded Spears. Like, you look at their stats and go, wow, that's broken. That number's so high. And it's true against most Knights, but it's not true against Matsu. Which one Mad Samurai slips in. We're just going to fast forward a tiny little bit because we're about a minute away from live. Quadruple your... Okay, shout out to Louis. It starts to make sense how he's been able to afford this many Knights consistently without having access to the deers, really. That's sick. I think that's the first time I've seen that in a tournament. Quadruple farmhouse. I've seen B do 3. I don't think I've seen him do 4. Usually you always Yorishiro drop the stables. New meta? I mean, it shows you how powerful it is, because remember, he was against fishing. Numidan had much better fishing. And yet it was enough to carry him through. Trap's now being set up. Louis also with the switch into Onimusha. Wants to address the Gilded Men-at-Arms faster. How much does it generate per minute? 75, right? It says 69. I'm pretty sure it's still meant to be 75, though. Or is it 70? Because I know they made the forges lower, right? They nerfed that. They never really nerfed the food. Yeah, so you basically get 2 extra Knights a minute in terms of food cost. Such a big army. Oh, man. And just such a great start at the beginning of this game for Numidan. It looked like it was going to be a clean victory, really. Order of the Dragon has been a reliable source of dubs on this map. Doesn't look like it today. Goes back towards Spimmer now. This is what I meant about the spears. Like, look at the damage. They hit like a truck, man. 15 spear base, then 46 against Cav. So you're meant to do 60 damage, but the deflective armor stops you from doing that entirely. That's the problem. And remember, you get 1 spear. That's 2/3 the cost of Mad Samurai. It's not like when it's a different civ where it's like you get 3 spears and then 1 Mad Samurai, right? Where at least there it's like, okay, I will brace him and I'll have extra units to attack him. You won't have that many excess units to attack with outside of the ones that are bracing. Now the breach. Farm's starting to get idled. Doesn't hard commit. I mean, Louis knows there's no rush. He feels the advantage. Well, Men-at-Arms is turned into a scout there. He did get a lot of information. And the info he sent back is, we're doomed. Yeah, doesn't pray. Mad Samurai could enter. Decides against it. Doesn't want to split his army up and open up an opportunity for Numidan. Trebs are now sieging. Onimusha wave is here. Only a few spears are guarding the area. Mount Samurai actually start to move in. It's going to be a hard commit, funnily enough. Yeah, he just goes for it. Starts the burn. Army's now moving up, but check the move, Louis. Is he going to break in? He might. So baits him forward and then dives on in. Torches out. He's going to break the wall. Numidan just got the bad news. He has to bail. There's no way you can stay here, right? Like, you have to give it over. Great choice. Louis, he pulls back most of the army, sends in a small group of knights to cause havoc. And Trebs continue the siege, so that's going to be another relic on the ground. Less gold gen. Farm's getting idled out. Tree line at the back is a danger point, and Numidan needs to build a house. He's pop blocked right now, trying to get transport. 16 pull. The remaining 6 go. This is actually sick play by Numidan. He dodges any losses where most people would have lost 3 or 4 at least. 3 or 4 at least. 3 or 4 at least. Someone build a house. Or something die, maybe? Oh, God. Oh, God, no. Finally, he does it just in the nick of time there. The knights won't catch him. Oh, man. But in the meantime, he has lost Relic. And he has lost the towers. And he will lose a few villagers, actually. Did he pull them? Oh, I think he selected all idle villagers to build a house, maybe. That's weird. That was meant to be the perfect dodge. He walked them back into Danger Town. Mount Samurai now dive towards the Arhan. This is over. The backstab will guarantee it. Oh my god, the work is here too? Numu looks like he's trying to play for a castle. Now he's got the crossbows fully exposed immediately. No hope in hell of surviving this. Game 1 will go to the #1 player in China. No doubt about it here. Look at these guys like... Why did they just get a buff at all times? Bannerman versus Inspired Warriors buff, right? Army wiped. He's got just Spearmen left over. Mad Samurai is still finding kills in the base. And GG will most definitely be called. Sick turnaround. That first fight looked so good for Numidan. The opening looked so good. But Louis, so powerful with this 4 farmhouse Yorishiro drop build. 300 food a minute is crazy for that samurai pump. That was pretty cool. All right, so next up, they're going to be heading into... Ooh. Golden Horde allowed Sushi sniped. Louis wants French and Macedonians. He gets Macedonians. That could just be like a Dry Arabia, right? Gorge. Okay, yeah, Gorge makes sense too. Like, Gorge or Dry Arabia are the type of maps you're thinking of with those picks, right? But, like, there's... Oh, no, I was about to say, if there's Byzantines, like, that would have been the inflection for Dry Arabia instead. Numu still has China, which I imagine he's going to pick for Dry Arabia. Oh, we can start doing predictions. 1 second. What do you think, guys? 5-game series? I think this is the type of one that could easily be 5 games. Oh, sorry, I didn't respond earlier to Trey. Am I hyped for the new AoE4 DLC? It's a step in the right direction. I do wonder if, like, the community has felt fatigue in other areas because of certain things like Jin, etc. But, like, the challenge now, I think, is you're in a trust-building exercise, and I definitely get why it'd be kind of tricky to trust them. Because now what you've done is, like, you had this variant Civ DLC that people didn't like, and then you had this other variant Civ DLC that was very light and very expensive for what people felt like they got content-wise. That's, like, big negatives. But they're now doing it right. Like, that, you've got to praise that this is a step in the right direction. They are now doing 2 new Civs. Doesn't look like mention of variant anywhere at all. But the question becomes, have they learned their lesson that, like, the community's kind of fatigued on variants? They're not going to really accept variants again. They're going to, like, even when, I think what the devs tried to do is they heard that people said they didn't like variants. And then they were like, okay, what we'll do is we'll make them really unique mechanically, but they'll still use some things from the existing. Still not happy. So then devs went, okay, we've heard you. Like, this is the point now. Variants don't seem to make you guys happy. You maybe accept 1 or 2 variants alongside new civs, but you want new civs. We'll do new civs. So we've got 2 new civs coming. I'm hoping there's going to be a Jean rework with that DLC for free as well. And then I wouldn't mind them adding 1 variant civ in there. At that point, because the thing is, you change the script at that point. Instead of variants becoming the focal point, they become a side treat, right? It's like getting, you know what it is? It's like getting bread at your table before your main meal. You might eat the bread, you might not. It is whatever it is. But you're there for the main dish, right? You're there for your tikka masala or, you know, your beautifully cooked salmon. And that is going to be the Vikings and the Celts. Oh, sorry, Scots. Actually, they call them Celts or Scots in the DLC. So yeah, step in the right direction. But like I said, the challenge now is they need to build trust again. And that is going to take multiple DLCs of doing the right thing. Give me a quick stat rep for the tournament currently. Yeah, so Marine Lords, Vortex, Wham, Anatan, they've qualified. Beastie, Poppy Paw, B, Luciferon also qualified. But series today will decide positionings when they go into playoffs. But let's go ahead and update the score. And in we go. Game number 2. Louis MT building an early lead, and he looks to extend it fast. In fact, both of them do with some giga-busted picks. Macedonians versus Golden Horde. This is, I think, the matchup that is haunting people in their brains. Not the matchup, but the civs appearing. If you talk about civs on the ladder that people are struggling with right now, these two come up a lot. Golden Horde, very frustrating to deal with. Macedonians, fast imp is where everyone's brain goes. They have a problem. And we're going to see which one is the most powerful amongst the broken. Louis MT, it's going to be a Dark Age opening. Go straight for the Akia Mathur. That's going to be the Spearman Rush. And bum rushes towards the Golden Horde's base. Really smart play here, actually, because under normal circumstances, Golden Horde doesn't really want a Dark Age fight. And I think that is amplified when you play up against Macedonians, because Macedonians are even better for a Dark Age fight, remember. Like, this is a civ that has got stat-wise better spearmen. They cost more for sure. You pay an extra 10, but you get extra health, and you also, on top of that, do get increased attack speed as you inflate the count. Like, I don't feel like this is something where Numinon wants to fight him ever. And that means the Uvu is going to take damage. Yeah, and it doesn't feel like a throwaway play for Louis. When you're thinking about this type of play with Macedonians, you can't just think, oh, the spears are great, attack speed's great. You got to think, okay, what do the spears give me in H2? And it's very obvious what they give you here. You're going to be playing against the heavy cav a lot. So denying them is pretty effective. Love the position. Yeah, like this is actually...
Oh, no.
Chat, does Stone always spawn that loose? I feel like sometimes it's a bit tighter. Is it because it's corner instead of straight? No, actually, no, that is correct. It's like, I'm just used to certain maps. Like, I think Dry Arabia spawns you a little bit tighter. So yeah, he won't be able to walk out and repair this, right? I mean, there's 2 more spearmen coming. So most definitely not. Khan and Torgud coming. So, you know, once again, kind of makes you feel a bit sucky about the opening. Yeah, because your first units out are going to be Cav. And other side of it, Louis is now governing onto the gold. Only 1 villager still, though. Is he outpost? He's not going to outpost rush, no. He hasn't got any wood income. He's switching more over now. Okay. It's getting a little bit better. All right, predictions. What do you give me? 100% for Louis. The big boy Gamba of 38,000 points. Versus none. I would point out it's a bit unfair to Numinon to rank him this low. Because actually, right now, based on group rankings going into this day, Numinon is higher than Louis, chat. Numinon is also the guy that 3-1'd Luciferon. Remember, that's Luciferon, aka the guy who 3-2'd Louis, and also 3-0'd Beastie yesterday. So, like, I would temper the steal a bit here. I don't think Numidan is that drastic. Everyone's like, it's not that. It's just, I've played ladder games, and Macedonians is OP. Okay, fair enough. So Khan Tortugud to soon complete. Imperial Hippodrome coming on the other side. Exactly what you'd expect to see. Yeah. I don't understand how Grand Winery still hasn't been changed. I think the devs are in nerf mode on Macedonians. They don't want to risk buffing them accidentally. But if we're being totally real, Grand Winery is a pile of trash. I don't think I've seen a single pro player defend it anymore, which is hilarious because when the Civ first came out, there were a few that said that this landmark was OP. It's kind of a sad one, actually, because like they said it was OP for the food gem, but actually what it should be able to be OP for is that the fact you can generate silver instead of gold by garrison inside of it. You know, you get 240 extra silver per minute by doing that. That's crazy around, 12 minutes into the game. Like, what are you usually achieving? If you're going Mass Rudari, you're maybe getting like 300, 350 silver a minute, I think, at that stage. So, you're almost doubling your silver income. We're done. Opening arches as expected. Reaction should be pretty clear for Louis. He already has the building. Gonna need the horseman. Yeah, he isn't on gold either. That's kind of interesting. Has got the Varangian Arsenal coming down, which will allow him to get the tier 1 tech. He should have enough silver for that. Moves out into the tier 2. And he begins archer skip. Now that is... Ooh. The moment I saw the icon, I'm like, why is he doing this? It's a pretty cool idea here. So the archers of the Macedonians have an ability that allows them to penetrate to armor. Those very tanky Tortugud are all of a sudden not so tanky. Right? Like, they are bulky for sure by default. But you're penetrating the majority of their armor. And that means the archers are actually contributing pretty well to the kill point on those units. Yeah, like, there's a world where now you just kind of, to a certain degree, make it raw mass archers. And remember, if you get into, like, a big fight, I think this is the other thing Louis is considering, is you're playing against a Civ that always wants to fight. And something that gets slept on with Macedonians is they kind of want that too. It's just their playstyle has been fast castles too good. What I mean is in Feudal Age, they can get these runestones that have a lot of impact. They can get them later on in the game, sure, but in the Feudal Age, they have the best value. Because in the Feudal, you're talking about +1 melee damage. That's a lot on units that early on in the game. +1 range is humongous at most stages. The movement speed is huge too. And if you keep playing this further down, what you end up with is a situation where mass archers with the Rudari Champ and runestones can kite everything. Yeah. And like when you have to stand still, which is when you unwavering focus because you're slow then, you'll have the extra range anyway. So it's either you're running away because you're scared or you're chasing. But then when you get the kind of midpoint where you don't want to run away, you want to fight, and both agree, you activate this ability and all of a sudden the fight looks a little bit sucky for Numi. Already has the damage 1 coming too. I don't think you can rush damage 2. 275 silver is already a lot. What's he going to spend the gold on? He could buy food. Right now, it's not becoming totally clear what we can do with this much gold. I mean, you won't get enough silver out of just gathering gold for the eco-techs, right? Like, that wouldn't be enough collectively. So I think tier 2 range damage is something like 500 silver. Sounds like a lot, but for good reason. You're talking about increasing the range damage of archers by another 20%. So second champion's in. We've now got, what, 3 minutes until Rudari? Yeah. 3 minutes until the Rudari champion comes through. And that's the key point. Like, once you have Rudari champion, you have the ability to kite Numidan quite easily. Stepping up, though. Spears already getting sniped. Archers, whoops. They end up body blocking the spears from getting the good brace. Louis in a bit of a pickle here, actually. Archers being hemorrhaged like this, not good. Nice strike in there. Numidan does end up losing the scout. So it might slow him down a bit just because of blindness. Nah, I doubt it. And elsewhere, what are we thinking as Louis? Okay, so he's going to keep the champions with the army. I thought maybe he'd try and sneak around. They kind of got what he expected there, right? It's like he would lose the spears. He's not scaling spearmen. Archer loss is definitely frustrating. And this is what I meant about getting that tier 2. 550 silver. It's so much more expensive to upgrade range damage. One thing that would be nice for him, though, even though he hasn't gone for it, is the defensive arrow slits. Like, that dive there, defensive arrow slits probably would have netted him, like, 2 extra archer kills. Which makes it worth the investment, right? Because you pay 150 resources to get this. And yes, champions do regen. Another Varangian stronghold. Still no arrow slits, though. Yeah, he's walking off the stone now. There we go. I like this, though. This is pretty crafty. I think if you were doing a standard melee-ish build, this wouldn't work, and Tortgood are just too tanky. But, you know, in this situation, Tortgood can get up to, what, 5 ranged armor maximum? The Varangian stronghold shot does, I think, yeah, 10 damage. He's going to be up to 11 already. He can get up to 12 damage. So you can still put over 50% of your damage through the armor of Tortgood. And there it is, keeps it up. So arrow slits 30 seconds away. Ulgmathur are a bit more tanky than archers. The problem is the armor that Numidan has balances that out. So they're kind of even Stevens when it comes to how many hits they can take. Does walk away. One risk of what Louis is doing is if his opponent does just choose to fast tech, it all fails. Because if your opponent fast techs and you've mass archered, Muscovy Yasak gives +2 ranged armor. So all of a sudden, those Tortgood are going to have, you know, 7 ranged armor, 8 ranged armor. You won't be doing anything. Louis feeling a little bit threatened, goes back to building spears. Army marching up again. There's going to be a steer around. Remember, he's got the arrow slits now. Nimue will start to dive in. Shots coming through here. It's double arrow fire. This does add up fast. They're attacking every second. Ulgmathur also coming to assist. He should have a runestone to work with here, actually. At least very soon, if not already. Apparently, he still doesn't have it, which is shocking. That's the back into the choke point. Melee's going to spread out. Champions can kind of carry this. Runestone drop's going to be there. Has the extra range and the movement speed. And this should be the overextension point for Numu. Starts to retreat. Archers can chase him quite easily now. They're faster. Retreat again. Once he does, he's going to be in range of the runestone again. Horseman champ about to go down. Rudari champion is healthy though, and the retreat gets him back towards safety. 1.58 movement speed. Damage buff does activate for Numidan. Louis has got number advantage on the archers though. Yeah, it's just the cavalry that's kind of worrisome. But you're kind of reaching that point we talked about where those cavalry are going to try to charge you, and you can just activate unwavering focus and sort of not care. The other thing that's very weird in this game is although Louis hasn't been actively gathering that much gold, he has been getting passive silver. 34 silver a minute, in fact. So he's creepy crawling his way towards range damage 2 the longer this feudal age goes on. This is actually one of the more creative solutions I've seen to Golden Horde. It's not something you immediately think of for Macedonians. Very crafty. I think the goal soon is to try and move forward, right? Like, you don't want to be idled here too long because there's always a paranoia that Numidan might be teching. So unless Louis has a scout to go check, which he does, it'd be a good idea to see what his opponent's up to, because if he's not seeing more army, he knows it's going to be an age up, and that changes your approach. You're going to have to rush out there. No other players playing? Nope. Dumu played his series early. Louis steps up. Archer mass. It looks good for him. Yeah, looks like Numidan doesn't have all of his gear yet. Retreat towards the choke points. Does the unwavering focus? You'd think this would be the moment, right? Farming up another runestone, coming very soon. Scout backs away, was absorbing as much as possible. No unwavering focus. There we go. He activates it. He's got the extra penetration to get through the Keshiks. Backs up a little bit. Scout absorbing the shots now. But Louis, he needs some sort of front line is the problem. Like maybe a few Varangians. Instead, it fails him. Unwavering focus. He should have wavered. Because now he's going to have to wave the white flag. Numadon dominating him underneath his own town center. Karash armor coming in clutch. Batukan now switching towards the workers. In fact, archers go after them anyway. Numadon has crushed the Macedonian defense strat. He'll leave through the back of the base. Happy with the outcome. Louis, though. Wait, hold on. Oh my god! No, guys. He needs a kill shot. He actually needs a kill shot. Look at the economy. I looked down and I went, how did he only kill 2? I look up and I see a very nicely camouflaged into the dark blue-green. 12 worker kills. The Radari champ is the champ. Oh my god. Louis isn't dead. Like, if it wasn't for that champion, I did kind of wonder where he was. And he calls it. Unbelievable out of Louis. One Radari champion to win the game. And they tell you Radari are not OP. I can't believe that. That was ridiculous. Like, I'm watching that fight, I'm like, okay, this looks like Breakpoint. The next wave of archers is going to come in. And then you look at the backlog queue, you're like, not many archers coming. And then you look up at the worker count, you go, hold on a second. Check across the map. Just a single Radari ending the game. And they tell you Heavy Cav is not OP in Feudal Age. Unbelievable. Numadon didn't realize it the whole time. That has got to be one of the plays of the tournament, actually. Like, legitimately, that is one of the plays of the tournament. I can't believe that. Because, like, that was the sacrifice, right? Not having that movement speed back at home is what forced that weird fight in the first place. Unbelievable. Louis a beast. That is crazy. Okay, so Louis on the verge of Frio sweeping Numadon. Let's see what he's got in mind. So game 3. Louis picks both French and John. French gets sniped. Numadon chooses China and Sengoku. China gets sniped. Boldland? This seems like Boldland. Coastal's possible too, actually. Let's find out. Oh my god, dude. What a play. Like, what a player. That was insane. I'm trying to think if there's any individual small play we've seen at all that tops that, and I don't think there has been. And we'll start predictions now. 5 minutes. Ad break. Yeah, I'm going to run 2 minutes of ads now, guys. So they don't pop up in game, okay? Subscribe. There you go. Double check. So, in terms of other series that are going to be happening today, Lucifron versus Corvinus, Vortex versus Anatan, Kiliadi versus Voldemar, BC versus B, Puppetball versus MSN, and Marine Lord versus Wham. Current state of groups. Oh no. Going on a date next weekend, taking them to a coffee shop. Any advice? Yeah, don't order drugs from the barista. Also, don't order one of those overly fancy coffees. Yeah. Like, whatever you choose says a lot about you. Firm and to the point. But maybe don't be like, you know, unless you like you really want to get one of those super serial people. Don't be that person like, just black coffee, you know? Don't be Reacher. KP speaking from experience? I mean, dude, have you seen some of the people, like, have you seen some of the people working these Starbucks these days? They look like they could probably be dispensing the drugs. I wouldn't be surprised if Starbucks America is contemplating offering that in their stores as it gets legalized across the country. That's all I'm saying. It's a smart move if you think about it. You go in for a frappe and you get yourself some kush. Combo meal. All right. Trying to think, actually, could this end up being a quite quick day? Nah. We always say that, and then it most definitely never is. So probably not. I keep getting stared at by a little mischieva. Coming in? Hello, superstar. Your hair disappears, mate. Is that you? Yeah. Say hello.
Idea.
He knows. You know what that is, don't you? Alright, you go play, buddy. I'll get your little scooter out. Bless him. Hey, how's it going, Pineri? It's been a while. How you been? Oh yeah, you chose the perfect time. Yeah, he like came in like thumping his scooter trying to get it out. I wasn't expecting him to grab the mic and actually say something into it. Adorable mother ducker. All right, so let's get ready to go. Game number 3. Could be a very quick start to the day. In we go. Game number 3. I thought this was going to go the distance, but Louis has got somewhere to be. Game 3. Jean d'Arc in the green. A Dark Age rush. The mad lad has got no time to waste at all. It's getting late in China already, and he doesn't want to stay up. Numidon trying to be the boogeyman, though. He goes to Sengoku Daimyo. An own taste of the east for him to try and stay in this. Coastal Cliffs could be the end of the road. Because this series, folks, in terms of outcome, I think this is the difference between them switching spots in the group stage outcome. So a few $100s on the line. Both of these players, they can't make it now. Right? Like, the doctors already declared them dead on arrival. They will not be getting out group stage, but they can at least finish with a statement. And man, it starts to become a statement simple as, where was this Louis MT at the start of the group stage? The way he just won game number 2 with Macedonians against Golden Horde was shocking. And he might be able to do it again. So we've already got him moving up. Yatai is going to be the target. Why do I stop the music? It's epic music. He's going to be able to scare them home. Gets him off the board. Really smart choice, because the board has spawned very close to Noomdan's base, actually. Second spear coming. It's interesting to see Spearman in general out of Jean. Not really something she often goes towards. Yeah, like, it's been growing in popularity, but I feel like that's usually against heavy cav civs. And I'm not too bad, P. I'm chilling. Just been putting in the hours of casting. I don't know. How many hours have we cast this week, chat? 8 hours, 8 hours. Probably like, I think it's been at least, it's going to end up with at least been 4 days of 8-hour casts. So we're definitely logging the hours. And then we've been smashing out some Ordinary as well. Yeah, man. Dude, people keep asking me about Ordinary competitive. They do have tournaments. It's just, I need to get in touch with the devs and try and help them on that. Because I think there is something within Ordinary that could be very broadcastable, but not in its current form. Numenon, he goes Spears too. Now that, it does make sense because you're going back against French Knights, but you'd think you'd just try and age up quicker. The problem is, if you look at the status, like, Numidan, he only was able to get that 1-year tie out with this play. So he kind of crippled his own economy a bit by doing this, instead of scaling it. Even though there were cheeky options, I think the concern he had is if Louis scales 4-5 Spearmen, he can block everything on one side of the map. Because you've got double deer out here, the boar is out here as well. Whereas if you had more of a split spawn, kind of like what you've got here for Louis, you might just get away with playing double your tie and teching. So adds in the extra hot dog stands. Remember, these generate food based on the food sources around. So the berries, the sheep, the boar, the deer, all of it. Louis now just gathering up. So he'll be teching soon. And then it should just be standard night play, right? We'll move away from the spear shenanigans. Say that. The spears are still up to no good. Hold on a second. Uh-oh, wait. The timing on this. Oh, this is nefarious. Louis, if he gets the dive in, Numidan won't be able to get the gold, right? He'd have to trade, which feels terrible. And he is moving. He waited a little bit long on this, so 1 gold drop-off successful so far. Spears moving across, but they are outnumbered. So green has the edge. Numidan has to pull back. Is he going to now buy? It's either you buy or you build more spears. He's going to build the spears. He's going to go for the outpost. Creates a little bit of a choke point here. But pins himself against his own building. That's -1 worker, surely. Yep, the spear. He gets around. Louis. No! The TC fire. He got the garrison staggered just quick enough. I cannot believe he didn't get that. A second one almost dead now. That evens it up to 3 spears on 3 spears. And now a winnable fight for Numidan. That was sick. Out of the Swede. I mean, I would have just kind of counted him out there, right? Like, you're just going to have to forfeit the outpost. You're going to have to trade across to get the gold. That sucks. Just 100 resources for like 60 of gold. Great. He gets what he needs. Outpost going up soon. Thank you, Ezra, but I don't need White Spirit Mummy. Maybe we shouldn't leave that in reach of a child. Outpost now coming up. And Koka Township on the way to. Okay, so not going to be Ryokan, which is interesting. You'd think he'd want Ryokan because Ryokan gives the ability for all units that walk near it to heal out of combat, which is great against Jean. It stops her getting XP from kills. But I think the thought process from Numidan is that this map is too thin to use the healing well because it's out of combat. Whereas Koka gives you a very strong play, especially with a forward outpost like this. So remember, you spawn Shinobi temporarily, either in a stealth forest, which this map has none of, or on one of your buildings, which he now has a forward one of. And yes, you are seeing that correctly. Pacification of the ball. It's the, you know what it is? Like I said it was the dangling of hot dogs in this food stand. It's actually just the aroma. It paralyzes him. He's like, am I going to smell that good if they cook me too? Take me. And perfect time for the first food trader to start walking home. Second one still got some ways to go. Remember, the food traders not only give you a nice little drop off of food, but they're also going to increase the gathering rate by 5% per hot dog stand. What was it, 50 food or 80? I forget. I think it's 50, right? Yeah. Was it 80 once upon a time? It might have been. And oh, nice start there. Jean with the snipe. The spears, the village. Wait, the villagers from Louis? What? He pulls the workers for a dive onto the boar. Oh my god, that's such a sick play. Because he's idling out the enemy villagers as well. Knight charges through. Numidan arrives in the feudal age. Finally. Gets shut down off of the boar. He can spawn the shinobi, but there's no units to fight with, so it's pointless. Jean just keeps diving. She's got no snipes, though. 1 worker kill so far for Louis. He's just playing such an entertaining series. Now, you want... Wait. Louis, please finish off the farmhouse. This is important. Guys, if he doesn't finish off the farmhouse, this could bite him in the butt later. Because what your opponent can do is he can prep an army, and then he can summon ninjas there to ambush you. Jean being a little bit of a nuisance. We have got a wall coming up on the backside to stop a rotation. And he will be burning it. Good choice. Yeah, seriously, like, he's already in a position where, even with textiles, like if the Shinobi ambush this and there's 6 or 7 Yuumi, you're going to lose workers. Gets the burnout. Sick game so far by Louis. Spear rush Jean into this. None of it expected. One sec. Let me check on Mummy. Yeah, bless her. She came to get Ezra out, and then he just came back in and has been trying to close the door, unable to do so for the last 3 minutes. That's coming through. Knight's just being annoying towards the gold because Numadon, there are some techs you need here, right? Like, absolute must-have Steeled Arrow on your Yuumi. And then maybe there's a potential way Numadon tries to go castle. He's going to be stepping up. That's a freebie. Jean's got some way to go, but she's off to a great start. 150 out of 500 XP already. 4 archery ranges now. That's really cool. I love the way he's expanded this idea. He came to deny the ball, so he stays to the food. And as a result, he has the ability now to build proxy base in the area. I mean, I don't know if Louis would play this way normally, is what I will say. I think part of this is, whatever, we're both already out. It's a few $100 difference, but I'm going to have some fun with it. I think that's what it is from Louis. But still, I'm glad we get it either way. More Knight's coming. Louis, mathematically, is just going to trend ahead, no? Wood income's better for Numi right now, but he should be able to, like, Louis should be able to get the food income up. And he has got consecrations coming through, which is making Knight spawning cheaper as the game goes on. Yeah, second consecration should be there soon, right? Mm-hmm. Coming in about 15 seconds by the looks of it. And he bails off the ball. Okay, so shows a lot of respect here. Numadon, he's got 25 seconds to Shinobi. That should be long enough to burn the archery range. And Louis won't contest him. In fact, he walks all the way back for the second ball. So he does forfeit the food over. He got about half of it, right? Actually, no, I think Numadon got 200, 300. So probably looking at Louis getting a quarter of the total ball value. So not wild, not crazy. That's much better, though. Knights get a freebie. They find the Yatai. Yeah, this is like worst nightmare. I actually think Sengoku suck against heavy cav civs for this reason. Is this the grand finals or just qualifier finals? This is the group stage. What? You kind of whiffed on all the options there. We'll get a worker kill. So creeping an advantage. XP wise, Jean's still got about half to go for level 3. You've been playing quite a lot of spear Yuumi here. Louis a little bit slow on getting archer count up though. Not feeling as competitive. Smart little choice there actually. Goes for a second scout because he wants one with his army as well. New outpost going up. Numadon's going for castle. Louis has to go soon then. I'm a little bit worried Numadon's maybe being greedy about this. Louis' army doesn't look very big, but the difference of 1,800 resources is a big opportunity for Jean. Especially when she's already halfway towards tearing. Forward outpost does give good protection, so you can't really stop the gold gathering. I think food income might be a problem. Numadon needs to make sure he's strong enough to hold here, because without this, food source-wise, he doesn't have anything. His corner spawn has no food behind it. He's on the berries already. He will run out of food if he gets pushed off of the board and has to tech. And he agrees. He starts to prep more. So Daimyo coming through now. More spearmen. Louis, of course, has got the deer behind this, so plenty of runway for him. Is there a get-off point for Numu where you can comfortably tech? I think at this rate, like 20 plus spears, you probably feel fairly safe. You know you're going to be feeding a decent amount of XP to Jean, but like that is the point where you can, I think you can be outrageous and get away with the castle age timing. He's going now though. Stop producing at 14 spearmen. Louis has got very defensive all of a sudden. He's walling up, so It's almost like he assumes there's already an age up occurring. As soon as I say that, Numenor reinvests again. You get Yuumi now on the way, so increasing Yuumi DPS, that's a +1 damage. Yeah, at the end of today, we'll know the final standings in the groups. But as it currently stands, I don't think any outcomes remaining will change the who goes through and who doesn't. Beastie, Poppy Paw, B, Lucifron go through. Wham, Vortex, and Marine Lord and Anasan go through. It's about to call Mana Lord. But the rankings are still up for grabs within that. Night count looking good. Undermesh timing good as well. Steel Arrow to follow up, but Louis is looking to fight before that. Trying to set up more outposts, Numenor. Hoping they'll be strong enough, but he doesn't have fortifications. So those towers die fast. And that is a lot of knights. He knows it. Has to idle the workers pulling away. Tower is low. Snipes the scout. Won't get much more, though. Will be able to get the repair, however. John wants to feed. Feast or famine for the gal. Spears get baited forward. Archers are getting sniped by the Yuumi, though. Knights, they just need a touch. The lick of it. They're getting on the charge. They go for the hit. Jean not being sniped either. She's still alive and looking good. Smite's coming through. Outpost fire's coming in, though. Now the target fire's going to be there, and Jean is down. She was 40 XP short, but the Knights will carry on her memory. They plow on in. 10 Knights alive. Only 6 spears. Numenor is dead. Jean brought back into the affair. Villagers have to run for their lives, but those lives are not going to last long. Get the entire formation. Do not retreat with it. Oh my god. The workers. He just killed them. Guys, he moved with a hot dog stand. They walked as slow as possible. He's cooked either way. Numenor dead. Louis MT. A Frio Stomper. Yeah, he's just gonna... Oh, doesn't even need it. GG gets called. Ladies and gents, a very, very fast day to the final game of the groups. And one sec, I need to deal with Ezra because Mummy keeps not playing with him, so he keeps coming back and giving me a bunch of things he probably shouldn't be able to reach. Yeah, so he was coming in, picking up like energy powder satchels and passing them to me. Because my son is very polite. He will just give you stuff. Very generous little lad. But he was also accidentally knocking chairs over and everything. But yeah, no, it's like it was funny the other day. I noticed just how much of a carrier pigeon he is. So like basically I dropped my phone accidentally. And he goes, oh! And he like bends down, picks it up, and hands it to me. I'm like, thank you. And I drop it this time intentionally and does it again. And he keeps doing it again and again. Like this morning, my phone was sitting on the couch and he picks it up and hands it to me. I'm like, thank you. I put it back there. Then he picks it up again and walks around to my side and starts pushing it into my pocket. He's an adorable little ducker. All right. So next up in the group stage, we have got... I think we said we were going to look at Lucifron Corvinus because Lucifron, if he wins this series, he will be able to lock himself in for a top 3 finish, actually, because B has Beastie as his final opponent. So B and Lucifron are basically fighting between who gets 3rd, who gets 4th in the groups. So very important. So I thought that would actually be a pretty cool one to check in on. So one sec, let me just update it. Yeah, so what we're going to do, we're going to watch Lucifron Corvinus, and then we're going to do Beastie B, and then we'll finish off, I don't know, I haven't decided between Puppy MSN, Wham, Marine Lord yet. But we will do Lucifron Corvinus into Beastie B, because Kilyadi Voldemar has no relevance left to offer. Like, it's impossible for either of them to qualify, right? So I just don't care about that set. It's the same well, it's like with this one, like Numadan and Louis, it doesn't change the outcome, right? The opening set was like neither one mattered. But let me see if the draft is now ready for Lucifron Corvinus. Yep, we got it right here. Okay, Gorge, Borderland, Dry Arabia, Lippany, Hill and Dale. Of course, Knights Templar gets picked by Corvinus. He drafts Jin as well. Game number 1 on Hill and Dale, it's going to be Abbasid versus Sengoku. In fact, there it is now. Emerson can still make it? Can he? A win is worth 1 point, no? Oh, actually, you're right. No, yeah, that's tight. MSN, if he gets a 3-0 over Puppy Paw, he can go to 0 points. No, it's not possible, right? B's at plus 4 points. I thought it was you. Oh wait, no, sorry, no, you're right. Yeah, because you lose a point. Lose point. So B. No, I am right about this. You get 1 point per victory, right? And minus 1 point per loss. So MSN's at -3, B's at +4. If B gets 3-0'd, he's at 1 point. If MSN 3-0's Puppy Paw, he's at 0. So it's impossible, no? I'm pretty sure it makes it impossible for MSN to qualify. Like, it's sad. It'll be 1 point difference. That would be an insane outcome if he somehow 3-0's Puppy Paw and then BC 3-0's B. But, like, it's a 1 point differential. All right, let's pay out anyway. Louis MC with dub. I'm going to run a 1.5 ads now so you guys don't get them in game, okay? If Corvinus wins, MSN can make it. No, once again, Lucifron has +4 points. So it'd be a 1 point differential, wouldn't it? Because MSN's -3. So if MSN's best, he can get 0. And Lucifron's worst, he can get is 1. Alright, I'm going to run ads now. Unless I'm misunderstanding their point system, which I don't think I am, but let me know if I am. I'm pretty sure it's impossible for MSN to qualify. I can't say it. Let me open the handbook, because it doesn't have the details on Liquipedia. Just remember I can check the handbook, though, can't I? I can't easily find the formatting. No, I can't find the scoring. I have to double check afterwards. You go for a direct comparison to tiebreaker, not games won first? No, but they're using a score metric that, based on what I'm seeing here, it wouldn't matter because there's a point difference still. That's what I'm saying, so it wouldn't matter, right? Alright, start predictions. Need to update Tart as well, don't I? One sec, let me switch this on. Lucifron. Give you guys 5 minutes because it's this map, lol. Alright, there we go. And we'll talk a little bit about the Bastards. Is the Abbasid buff good enough? We're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on Hillendale in tournament gameplay here. Lucifron on the Sengoku Daimyo. Corvinus on the Abbasids. Abbasids that prior to the buffs were actually capable of beating Sengoku, even when they were more powerful. Now we have a newly adjusted Abbasids with better scaling into the late game on a map that should allow for the late game and has already delivered an absolute banger of a game just the other night between Anatan and Marine Lord. Let's see if these two can achieve fireworks as well. So Lucifron with Sengoku. Nice place to start on this map, actually. Matsuri drop next to the gold. Also ends up getting you the deer. Doesn't really impact the tree line is kind of the sucky part for him, though. Yeah, he tried to inch it over, but couldn't move it more than that. Abbasids, the way we've seen them actually win this matchup, it's pretty impressive. With the raw, strong economy, they're able to just kind of blob a military force in feudal and pressure into Sengoku quite often. So, you know, from what we've seen, I remember Poppy Paul kind of led the way with this against, I think it was Vortex, he destroyed him with it. The idea of, like, playing a long feudal isn't as good for Sengoku as you think. Poppy Paul has more points than BC. BC is higher on the bracket. That's because the wind different. Is that wind? I'm just checking. That's because BC... Wait, have they played the same number of series? That's because BC has... Got 2 series? No, you're right. All right, this is just hella more confusing. And I can't find tiebreakers in their handbook, which makes it even more confusing. If someone's found tiebreakers in the handbook, let me know. But I did not see them. Points are just game 1 differential, but I assume they were going on game 1 differential after win-loss, no? Yeah, and by the way, confirmation in Gali, Dumu, Louis, Numadon's like 100% confirmed eliminated. So I think you're right. No, like the Liquipedia is being updated in the silliest way possible. They're not locking confirmed whether someone is in or out until they've played every series. Because Corvinus has been like I'm just gonna show you. It looks so stupid. Corvinus has been marked as not eliminated yet. Yet he has got 6 losses. There's no world in which this guy is not eliminated. Yeah, according to this, it's like, oh, it's still up in the air. He could still make it, guys. Corvinus like, whoa, I could? All right, I'm gonna play this like the best series of my life. So Stone Gathering begins. Corvinus is of course going Eco Wing, so 3 town centers seeming likely. Tiebreakers followed. Game difference, games 1%, and then head-to-head. Got it. So then that would mean MSN couldn't win? Am I correct in that? $15. Well, because he... Is it games 1... Yeah, games 1, games lost percentile. MSN would give 15-15. But Lucifron would be 15 wins, 14 losses. Worst case scenario, right? Which means Lucifron still goes through, I think. By literally 1 game. Yeah, game diff is priority, so unfortunately MSN won't make it out. Corvinus, let me just double check his stats to make sure. 5 wins, 18 losses. Yeah, he's definitely getting out. Lucifron, on the other hand, if he books just a single win here, and let's say it was head-to-head difference, is it consideration? Actually, no, like, it wouldn't matter that. The point is, Lucifron is parked and cozy. What matters to him now, he needs to win this series to pull away from B to likely take B's 3rd place slot in the groups. So Ryokan coming through. Lucifron probably doing a fast castle build, right? A lot of food and gold already being gathered up. All in on the underdog? You mean Lucifron? Oh my god, what a big bet. I mean, Lucifron, I think this Civ is a bit of a struggle against Abbasids, no. Especially on a map like this, where you can be blocked out of raiding easily. So it's going to be Takeda. He's definitely going fast castle. And Corv's going free TC. I mean, he's already got the stone necessary, right? I think it's 233. Yeah, 210, 280. He's dropping at the back. Would benefit from getting some walls up in the next probably 3 minutes. Actually, I'd say more like 2. Because we know fast castle's coming. And Lucifron, he is going to be adding in the Daimyo. Just makes a lot of sense here. You want to get that guy. He's a free knight, and he's going to scale well into castle anyway. But yeah, diving TCs is not going to be easy for him. And the way that this has been linked up is quite nice for Korv. Wouldn't have minded seeing him try to deer shove. Actually looks like he might have been trying and then for some reason stopped. I don't know. Or that was just the weirdest split in the world. Because if you get these deer into this choke point, that's a beautiful little wall and a safe extra amount of food. But remember, the reason why Bastards get away with this, like Nova Civ, is right there. Fresh foodstuffs means you're only spending 30 food instead of 50. So to put it a different way, you go fresh foodstuffs, you spend more on 2 TC as a normal Civ than a Bastards do on 3 TC to produce villages. It's pretty good. Oh, that was cheeky. Lucifron was waiting for him to try and wall. Not going to get an opportunity, though. Worried what happens in Game 3 if Lucy wins first 2 maps. I'm going to alleviate those concerns. He probably wins map 3. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we might get another wall art from Corvinus. A 2-minute GG like he did against Louis, right? I mean, if he had taken that game seriously, let's be real, it wouldn't have changed anything about his outcome. Sake Brewery now coming. Double stables on the way from Lucifron. He's going to be pumping Mountain Samurai non-stop. Daimyo does sneak in before the wall fully completes. Forces the full garrison. Interesting that Corvinus didn't leave anyone on sheep at all, actually. Yeah, why does he want this much wood? Probably Rax drops, right? Yep, Rax coming in. But if you stick some more people on sheep, that keeps him close enough to garrison and shoot back when the dive comes in, but it also sets you up for a faster castle age time. Probably, I imagine we're going military wing here. I know everyone wants administration wing, but, you know, I'm going to be the dad about this. I have to already say this to my 2 kids. Just because you want it doesn't mean you can have it. Military wing makes a lot more sense, I'd say, in these type of games, because it gives you 2 camel riders to debuff the knights, and that enables your spears further. And then it gets you straight into military boot camp to make your spearmen super tanky. And then here's the super sick part. Your opponent might be like, I'm going to counter with Yumi. Great. Composite bow archers, anyone? Pretty good. You watch. After I've said all that, this will be the game where, just for the memes, Corvinus chooses admin wing. He's like, well, I can't win this tournament, but I'll tell you what I can be first in. First to admin wing in pro play. Villager. Nice find. Gets a kill. Now, you might be thinking that's OP how hard he hit, but that's because the Daimyo's upgrade per age automatically. So this is a Castle Age 9 now. First Mad Samurai already across the field. Corvinus? Yeah, I was about to say, you need more Raxes, man. 1 Rax is not going to rule them all here. So he doubles up. Lucifron just kind of licking his lips, shaking his hips, getting ready to pounce. Dive towards the secondary town center. Nice split there, though. The workers will be safe. Corvinus not leaving too many out. Needs to be careful with the spears, though. Yeah, and you want to be on point with the micro. Mount Samurai pulls back at the very end to get a bit more DPS in. Daimyo almost dead, though. Yeah, so he takes some idle time. Does end up losing the Daimyo, a bit rough. Ryokan is great if people are alive. You need to actually get them away alive is the problem. How can he micro while shaking his hips? Well, if you think about it, it's actually more efficient. Because if you get good at it, right? Like, if I make this movement, there's only so quick that I can do this movement, right? Like, statistically, like, as a human, there's only so quick that I can move because I'm not a cat. So then if I move my hip as well, you see what happens there? Like, if I'm moving my whole body, but then moving my arm, I can amplify the speed of the movement. So that is how micro can be improved by shaking your hip. So if you guys just want to go try that, we can queue into some 1v1s if you want. You can be shaking your hip while playing. You know what I'll do? I'll play devil's advocate and I won't shake my hips, and we'll see which micro is better. Guys, that's how you win a debate. Because now, if I'm wrong and shaking your hips doesn't improve micro, I gain elo. But if I'm right and it does work, I lose elo, but I don't look incompetent because I lost because I wasn't doing the efficient micro. It's like walking on a train to reach your destination. Well, that is true. If you walk on a train, you will reach your destination quicker, because if you're at the back of the train and walk to the front of the train, then you will be inherently closer to the exit of the station, depending on the station you're going to. So you just kind of proved my point. This looked kind of good for Corv. Really good. He's only lost one worker so far. And Lucifron hasn't played for relics at all. My concern is the spear count is already pretty healthy. And he can afford to pump a lot more. I would like him to be pumping more. I don't know why he isn't. I think he's maybe paranoid that there's Yuumi coming. He hasn't scouted at all, right? Like, ideally, you're non-stop pumping spears the whole time. You brush your teeth by moving your head? Yeah, but like that's because it's now quicker, right? But you gotta get the motion right. So you gotta like you gotta be one of those like supersonic people that can wobble real fast. Or if the exit of the station is in the same direction from which the train came into the station, then you did not optimize your positioning on train to efficiently move quicker. And that's on you. If you're gonna be a min-maxer, you need to have all the facts. Alright? You know what this is? This is like one of those people that reads the stat sheets on like return on investment timings for 2 town center, but then proceeds to, without wheelbarrow, place the town center next to the enemy one on the other side of the map. And then they go, I don't get it. I min-maxed based on the stat sheet, and I'm 8 minutes in the game, and I still haven't ROI'd. It's probably a reason. So Cam Riders are in. That debuffs all the Mad Samurai. Military boot camp is on the way, and triple archery range, which will set them up nicely for composite bows. Alright, so here's the real plan for brushing your teeth. So you get an electric toothbrush instead, and then you get 2 reverberating bounces that knock your head back and forth. That will allow you to break the space-time continuum. That will vibrate your teeth out your gums. I don't know how Lucifron breaks this, to be honest. This feels a bit odd now. Corv's adding in cam archers. I think that's just about raiding, though. Say that. He's actually upgraded. All right. Gulam's also being added in. That's nice with the spears because it just makes it harder for Yuumi to micro. But remember, it's going to be very hard to outdo Lucifron's micro because he's shaking his hips and moving the mouse at the same time. It's overpowered, really. Lucifron really needs some relics, guys. I don't know. This is free TC versus 1, and you're getting no sort of boon to your economy, right? In fairness, he is getting all the hot dog stands returning for free, right? So he's buffing his income here. But that's not going to count for much. The gold's about to run out, and then it's, like, what, food-wise, there's maybe 3 sheep left? Oh, no. Well, props to him. He's still got 8. Okay, so pretty good situation. So he will be able to keep amplifying for a bit longer. It's kind of gambling that Corvinus has to run out of food and go farms, which has already started to happen. Numbers look good. Lucifron, he may have found the perfect time to break base. Look at the numbers. This doesn't look good for Corvinus. He's lagging behind because he had to add in, what, 10, 15 farms? Even on discount, that burns you. And he's already patrolling. He knows this guy needs more food. You've gone free TC on the high ground. You've got 86 workers. There's nothing for them to do. Go down. Tries to go for a clutch repair. That forces the action. Yuumi starts to type down those spearmen. Samurai backing off. Camel Archers to assist with the damage. Now, remember the Mount Samurai. They're losing DPS here, but they do not care. They're going for the charge. Need to be careful of the spearmen. Phalanx makes this difficult. Yuumi are getting good trades, though. You see by the body count on the ground, like, what, 1, maybe 2 Mad Samurai going down? 7, 8 Spearmen. Does get the repair, though. Renewed charge. Steal the arrow 2 coming in soon, too. Here's the south side. Spear count not really growing anymore. Meanwhile, Lucifron, that archer count is going up. And Corvinus, he's not... Wait, he's not gathering any gold, guys. He can't build crossbows. Oh, he's so short. I believe for like a second. He has a 90 to 52 worker advantage, right? He's 40 eco ahead, but it just doesn't matter because he doesn't have food or gold. Sometimes having more isn't good. If we're stuck in the middle of a wasteland, we've crashed, there's no reinforcements, there's no permanent food sources, there's like 20 food packets, it is in my best interest to kill as many of you as possible because if we all exist, we eat the food packets quicker. And that's what has happened here. Corvinus did not discover cannibalism. Therefore, it is a I say good day, sir moment. Oh, Lucifron will put Corvinus in his place. But the free TC on Hill and Dale, it looks so good. I'm afraid there's only one thing I've got to say to all you TC boomers out there. The time has not yet come. I mean, this will probably work in Gold Rank, but in Kong Plus, free TC is still not bad. And Sengoku are still OP. Put on a Reddit thread. Lucifron just too good, man. Kicks off the day the way he needs to. On course now to try and not be off of his third place finish in the groups. Let the TC die and fight another main. I think, yeah, like, the problem is he maybe thought he could gather gold, but he never snuck any in between, right? So, like, there isn't any value guard in that third TC. And now, no. Oh, the knight is having a field day. He's like, yeah. Yeah, come on. I'm gonna take you all on. He's Optimus Priming this right now. All the Decepticons are confused. They could beat him up and kill him. But just like in the movie, at least a few of you have got to die before you start fighting back. He just doesn't realize. Second TC dead. This guy is just going to force the game end on his own at this point. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Free TC is a meme. Stop doing it. Oh, God. You're like, you're not my dad. I'm going to do what I want. I just named that one Freetown Center as a meme. It can hurt you. pretty appropriate name. Playing SimCity Simulator and expect to win without making an army. Yeah, but if I just have more outposts, maybe. That was his real problem. He needed more outposts. You already did the walking through the entire train thing. You need to be a min-max if you want to make a connection when traveling to a Deutsche Bahn. There you go. So you know I'm right. Why did you, like, you tried to question against me playing devil's advocate, but you landed in my corner anyway? Rip to the person who put all their points on the underdog. That dog just got taken out back and shot. Oof. Game number 2. Let's get predictions up for that. And we've got... This is going to be a free out, guys. But, you know, he's having some fun with it. I mean, the problem here is, I think they added an incentive for game wins, didn't they? So, like, a win is worth something, right? I could have sworn they had something in there about winning gets you something. Every series a player wins in the group stage, they win $25. Corvinus is willing to do a lot for $25, but not beat Lucifron. I'm gonna run a minute and a half ads. The back part of the state, the train, it was a clear situation. There you go. But like, you just need to learn the situation. Like once again, if you're a min max, that's like a sucky argument. It's like, oh, I didn't get first in the speed run because I didn't know the layout of the course. Then learn the layout of the course before you go in to do the speed run. All right, like if you want to min max the trains, learn the layouts. Fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Anyway. Today is going quicker, right? Well, I mean, some of these series definitely. We'll probably have to switch across the other series at this rate. I mean, I wanted to check this one because this one actually had relevance because Lucifron can improve his standing in the groups. But like I said, we're going to skip Kilyadi Voldemar because Kilyadi Voldemar literally has like no relevance. Kilyadi it's impossible to qualify for him now. Same for Voldemar. I swear this headset keeps getting worse. Doors won't wait until passengers leave? On what, in China? Rip. Oh, are they just full automated? In the UK, we usually, well, underground not, but like other trains, you'll have the conductor get out and just double check. Because all the old biddies like to get hit by trains. Corvinus is full of memes and dreams. We talked about first. He wants to be the first to win with Jin in S-tier tournaments? I think that's true. I think they've only been playing a show match before. We're going to have to see. Purple Jin for Corvinus. Lucifron, on the other hand, goes to Jean d'Arc. We are going to be on none other than Dry Arabia and... I don't... How does Jin win this? Isn't this like one of the worst case scenarios being against a Night Civ? Because you're a like worst version of a Night Civ. Well, I mean, it's double-edged dagger, right? Like if you have these very tanky knights you can get, the good news is you can actually kill Jean. Right? Jean historically hates any Civ that has access to knights because it gives them something to kill her with. And your win condition when you play as Jean is quite often, as the Civ suggests, Jean herself. So that might be hope. Prediction-wise, no one has any hope of anything. No one's even gambling at all. The Corvinus probably going to be going for, what, the Great Pastures? I don't think you go Flower Pagoda, right? Unless you're going 2TC. Because Flower Pagoda... In fairness, it has been buffed. It doesn't reveal you through the map anymore. It's pretty good that your own ability doesn't snitch on you at this point. So maybe something new has been discovered because of that. Or maybe I'm too hopeful. No, he is going for it. Okay, Flower Pagoda coming through. So reminder, this has got an ability you cast that allows you to increase the gathering rate of villagers in a small aura where the flower appears. It can also increase the attack speed of your fighting forces. But that second usage... a little bit harder to justify against Night Civs. The first use, however, going to be great for rapidly gathering the flanks. And until recently, the really stupid part is that this landmark's ability showed through fog. So you'd walk out, like here, and you drop flower power, and Lucifron would see that. The same way that you can see like deer being eliminated and whatever. So, you know, within that, what I will warn is Flower Pagoda now is better. But for the uses of playing deer and berries and boar, it's no better. Because a high-level player will check for the deer. Every once in a while, he'll look over. If he sees 3 or 4 deer are missing, he knows you're there. He'll attack it. Yeah, just one building it up, by the way. He does go for the Mount of Villages. So remember, these are the much better ones. They're the 2-in-1s. You pay a lot for these guys. Mount of Villages cost 115 resources. But, you know, stat-wise, they are... good enough to justify it. They gather 120% quicker, and then they build quicker as well. So yeah, it's pretty much always worth just building these guys. One thing I will say is that this is one of the more annoying matchups, though, because you're now pulling all your resources into less entities, which means Jean isn't going to kill you as easily straight away, but will be likely to catch you later. I.e., any damage done, she'll be able to easily finish you off. In fact, should we ever reach level 3 Jean point, I think the game is basically over. If we're in Feudal. Because at that point, Rain Jean can one-hit kill the mounted village. I mean, Korv can always go textiles to fix the problem, right? It's just a weird matchup for that reason. It's like, normally, I think against French, it's actually better to have mounted villages because against French, when Jean's not there, it just stops the 2-hit kill. Charge comes in, then they have to sword, and then they'll have to sword again. Now, I think they might even need to sword again. Yeah, I think it takes 4 hits to kill. Oh, 2TC it is. I sat here acting as if anything uniquely different was going to happen than what happens every time Jin gets picked. So Corvinus is basically just picking every civ imaginable that does 2 town center. And Lucifron is just scaling it. I think this is like the comical thing to me. So Corvinus gets a lot of credit for his creativity and his off the cuff differences and whatever. But like all the strategies at the moment which are admittedly creative because no one's really doing it to this extreme, is all these TC builds. But I think I said this at the start of the tournament when Corvinus began doing this, is like, he's a bit too quick. I don't think the design has shifted enough that 2TC is fully back. From some Swift matchups, it definitely works, but I don't think it works as a catch-all. And I feel like Corvinus is trying to use it on practically every Swift. Oh, did he win with Jin against MSN? I didn't catch that one. Let me check what matchup that was. That was Kawasan. Okay, very different then. Kawasan versus Order the Dragon. I haven't seen too much of Jin with Order, so I'm curious what would have been happening in that game. Because you can't summon the defenders to attack buildings, right? I don't think they ring on buildings at all. It has to be units. So there's no play there to bait them to blow up dot speed. There's a list from rotating around. We have got Melejon. Corvinus has got nothing right now. He's going racked, which is terrible against Melejon. Yeah, she can fight back against that quite well. But the flower power's working out nicely. I love how it leaves the flowers here to let you know where they've marked their territory previously. Like, yeah, they were gathering here. You were just a little bit late. What the village is up to? Okay, so he's moving. Yeah, smart timing there. He's moving the excess off of the town center and hiding it. So he left 6 here, right? But he's going to produce more here anyway. So this is, I think, a smart approach because it means you'll always be able to garrison in time. And we do... Wait, that's kind of obnoxious now that I think about it. The grassland's giving vision around them. It's practically impossible to get around the back here without being seen. This, weirdly enough, this grassland post, not even a real building, just a potential to building, is actually quite important for Corvinus. Also, we are getting Mohe tribesmen. So remember, the Mohe tribesmen are the solution to Spearman, weirdly enough, while being a cavalry. It is an odd combo, I know. But what he's doing is he's scaling them to kill Jean. It's a 5 base damage unit. Jean only has 2 melee armor, 3 melee armor for 2 ranged armor. So you will be able to maintain over 50% of your damage. Or 50% of your damage. Not a quick kill, but you get a lot of them. There is potential. Meanwhile, Lucifron says, the hell with that, I'm only going to build knights. Which I think screws Corvinus a bit, because part of the idea of Mohe Tribesmen is they do also trade OK into enemy archers. You have got less health, but you do 1 more damage to range, as you can see on the tag. Got gathering underway. Corvinus, I feel like his win condition is somewhere in castle. I just don't know how he's getting there. All right, we got the attack speed, though. Yo, optimization. Eco buff and attack speed buff all in one location. The Giga Brain Strat. Flower Power Strong. Maybe not strong enough, though. Chivalry's on the way. Spear count to double soon. I hate the fact this is all coming out of a single racks, though. No, this is cursed. Jean diving in. We'll just leave again, but she got the XP off of that. Chivalry's coming in soon. Has also got Divine Restoration come off cooldown in 40 seconds for the heal. Can we maybe add a second Rax? This kind of looks a bit cursed. Like, he's gradually getting all the spearmen out, but you just see how much more vulnerable it makes him feel. Like, you've got 4 or 5 spearmen and double the knights diving you, you'll always die. Lucifron steers wide, though, so he's playing off the idea that now Corvinus has too many workers here. Which, once again, props to Corvinus. He has been pulling the excess workers in most cases. Yeah, there's only 1 excess. Actually, 2. He's going to march deeper. He's looking for the mounted villagers. Hello. Spear's on the way. He can get a charge in. That's short distance. Perfect. Connects onto them, brings them low. The body block. He loses 2. That's minus 4 villages. Divine Restoration Pump comes out. Full HP for the lads. Yeah, it's that painful. Every single time you lose one of those mounted villages, it's losing 2. Now the burn. He's going to deny the second TC. Corvinus, like, don't pay attention to the Roika count. That's not accurate. Corvinus is technically at 42 workers. But 42 is, I don't think that's a big enough lead to be losing your town center like this. This front just continues the siege. He's got good burn damage for it. Spear's not really strong enough to contest either. Because Jean's full HP, she can charge in and fight them all. Lucy would benefit from more of this, just splitting the sides so you can't repair. Lucy's just flexing and can kill Corv only knights. I mean, it's Jin. You can kill Jin with a plastic straw. You can kill Jin with wildlife. Like, come on. TC down. Worker lead. Evaporating. Dragon Pavilion now on the way, so he is going to be able to get that up. That can force Lucifron to have to play Castle Age. Unless he finds it. Oh, no. He knows. He's going to walk in and say, I don't see a landmark, and bypass. Cleave gets great damage in there. Clubs it all down, and we are millimeters away from revealing the landmark. He sees it now. He got a glimpse of it. And he's going to charge straight across. No! He's not even going to get it up! Level 3 Jean in. Evaporation. Decimation. Only 4 survive. He calls the GG straight away. Jin Dynasty. They are what they sound like. When you play them, you should be drinking gin, because it's the only way you're going to tolerate them. Ay, ay, ay. Well, that was a game. I don't know what else you want me to say about it. They played a game of Age of Empires 4. That's all I've got. So, with that in mind, I can now confirm Corvinus is eliminated. Shocker, I know. Lucifron, with that, will now be able to move up into 3rd place in the groups. B will have to defend himself to reclaim that by beating Beastie in the next series. That series, I don't think has started yet, though. So what we'll do instead is we'll hop across into Anatand versus Vortex. And it's going to be House of Lancaster Malian game. Let's see how many deep we are. Anno's leading. King of the Hill, though. Ugh. Malian versus Lancaster. Mali kind of have a field day usually. Like in a lot of matchups here, right? Lancaster doesn't have a conning on this side on this map. Even if they keep it compact. This is the 2nd game. Hey, that's Corvinus. He's quick. All right. Let's get ready to go. Let me flip the score too. Okay, we're going to be hopping on board for game number 2 between Vortex and Anatand. It's time for your daily dose of AoE4 action. And for the first time in this entire group stage, we are casting King of the Hill. Like, we actually haven't cast a single game of this so far. Anno's going to have House of Lancaster, Vortex the Malians, and Anatand is already going for that sweet, sweet Dark Age rush against a Civ that likes the gold a bit too much. We're going to go 4x speed just so we can move fast through the early game here. We'll slow down when it's relevant. We're just a few minutes away from live. The outpost is already coming up. It is going to be the Puppy Paw defense strat. Yeah, so sets up the mill, can club some sheep over here. Means he never has to move away from the area. And it means the Dark Age spear play not going to be very strong. But Anatand, he was baiting. You can see he only built a single spearman to force this reaction. Well played. Really like that. Racks can still be useful down the line, right? Like, you're probably going to want spearman against Sofa Mass anyway. But the whole idea now is just to scale up, start getting towards a better economy. He's already gathering the stone up. Question now is it going to be mana play or is it going to be 2 TC? I think... Oh, wait. Was that the 2nd game? Wait, you're right. That was the 2nd game. I just called... in fairness, oh my god, I don't know how I lost track. You know what it is? Nah, the next game's English, French. He's just gonna die in 10 minutes again. No, dude, we're not getting. Like, we'll check the wall art of Corvinus afterwards. I want an actual close game, please. I've watched Corv lose twice. Very quick to lose the front. I don't want to watch a retard. I'm a professional caster, but on this channel, I don't have to act like it. Whoop whoop. We're not following the flow of things. We're switching it up. So we'll slow this down a bit now. We've got some... I legit just blanked him. I was like, well, Corvinus has lost the entire series. After seeing Jin in 10 minutes die, I just didn't believe in him anymore. I actually hope, to make me look like a fool, he comes back 3-2 now. How did Mali get through the draft? A few players have been pro-banning Byzantines instead, funnily enough. Like Byzantines, Malians... China and Ottomans are the bans. Maybe one or two players think about Shushi even at this point. So we have got Sofa plus Scouts. Vortex just trying to box him in. It was 2 town center from Anatan, so actually we can just fast forward a bit more because nothing's going to happen. Is he getting for... Nah, he can't white tower drop. That's the smartness of Vortex there, right? The smart going for double Sofa makes it very hard to white tower the center. I say as he's... If he gets seen before he reaches it, Vortex is aware. The scout. No, go back. Where are you going? Where are you going? I cannot believe this. You had one job, and you were too fast at it. He's not even going to find it for a second. I mean, let's be real, right? 4 Spearman's hard to kind of break through, but, like, if you catch it early, the Surfer can be annoying. Slow it down. Buy time for Archers to maybe follow up. 2 Surfer versus 5 Spears? No, it's 2 Warrior Scouts and 2 Surfer versus 5 Spears. Be real about the numbers there. Like, it's a tough fight, but you can actually still threaten. 7 Spears? There's not 7 Spears here. That's not how we do counting. That's 5. Like if you're going to make the argument and go, well, there's 2 Archers now. At the time, there was 5 Spears versus 2 Sofa, 2 Warrior Scouts. And the Warrior Scouts can take quite a few hits before they die, right? So, like, remember, the Spear's going to do, what, 28 damage? So the Warrior Scouts can tank with the healing going in between, like, 5 hits. The 5th hit will kill. But that's enough time that Sofas can wail away at you with 17 damage. Scouts went there. No, but the Scout was here. Do you really need me to, like, get the freaking whiteboard out? The Scout was here, right? So if he sees them this early, the other Scout and Warriors, this other Scouts and Sofa were here, right? So if you get here, you're gonna get here when he begins this. So then you have like a brawl, just as the White Tower's starting. But instead, he didn't get a chance. So timer's gonna start pretty fast here. Monastery drops coming through from Mano. Yeah, he done a full. These aren't the villager you're looking for. Waves the flag, waves the hand, gets away with it. So 2 town center scaling. Vortex is about to have the Fulani boom complete. But the eco lead for Anatan is pretty good. And the other thing to keep in mind is even Mana Lords, the corner, is disgusting. He's getting 200 income. Almost 200 income off of this mana placement. Guys, he can make it better. He can mana the corner. If he manas the corner, this keeps him fully sufficient on gold and wood gathering, which is another insane boon. So wouldn't mind seeing him just creep out. The problem is he can't go for stone right now, as Vortex is camping it. Grand Fulani coming up. I think he wants more Sofa. Isn't this the way that the Mali always play this, even when it's a castle drop? They just flood Sofa. Because I think the thought is if you're able to get the numbers up quick enough, it doesn't matter what's happening at the center of the map. It matters what's happening in their base, which is you can dive there. Because it's very hard with this type of build to have enough spearmen to defend base and defend center simultaneously. Now coming up, veterancy on the spearmen for Anatan. Vortex now priming the Sofa for veterancy, holding the archers back. What do you think? 1s if you think red's going to win, 2s if you think yellow is. I think Anno's anchored quite well. My concern is, like, you've got good food income. Anno's got really bad food income. If he gets a second mana, he pads his transition into mass farms, right? Also, keep in mind, because he kept the workers out here, as you do with a white tower drop, you can Rax rush here. You can drop 2 or 3 Raxes. You can. And always remember, that's a 15 garrison slot castle. It's pretty strong. Fun fact for you, this thing used to have 20 garrison slots. At that point, you might as well have just called it a hotel. I see it there. Gets the bet so far. Yeah, type of dense you don't want to be seeing. Any damage feels like too much damage against the white tower defense. What is interesting is that Anatan is going wrong now. So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It trades well against the Sofa, 1-to-1, beats the archers. It does encourage poison arrows, though. So I wonder if Anatan will go back to something else. Like crossbows to support would be pretty sick. The reason I like crossbows here is I kind of want Anatan to lean into anything that diversifies his resource usage. Because food is the thing he'll struggle with as the time goes on. Whereas wood and gold is the thing he has plenty of, right? He's got an 8k gold here. He's got... let's just call it 100,000 wood on the map to go for, right? So there's plenty of wood, plenty of gold. It's the food, as you're seeing out here, that is the dicey part. Still too early to call? Yeah, but like, this is the point. You gotta boldly make your statement. If you wait, like, don't tell me you're one of those people that wins the game and then goes GG's. It doesn't count at that point. Like at that, if you wait until the end to type out GGEs, it's the equivalent of like looking up, seeing the sky is blue and going, the sky is blue. Like people flame those characters in Twitch chats that call GG when one villager dies at 5 minutes. They're usually wrong. They do end up looking like idiots, but I'm going to give them the credit they deserve. They at least called it. They called for something. They saw the roulette table. They had the balls to put the money down. All right, so Wolf's going up again. I know. Yeah, goodbye, one villager. Oh, he gets the right piece just in time. So -1 workup, but does get the wall up. But on the other side, Knights can block this if he breaks through, though. Yeah, Knights will win that fight. I think the goal is for the Sofa just to bypass. Sprint on placement makes this annoying. Maybe they don't win this one. Hold on a sec. They don't have poison arrows. It's coming. Sprint on placement's going to get denied. He doesn't want to fight. Yeah, so he bails because where are the Lords? Oh, they ran full east. Lords would be a pretty big difference maker because it's going to give you an extra 20% health on Knights. Look at this, 200. And he did go what we thought, crossbow plus Knights. Honestly, like Anatan's position a lot. I'm a bit worried that he's letting his opponent get pretty deep here. Time is down to 5.5 minutes. Soon to be 5.5. That is how math works. That's how counting works. He's down towards the town center now. Archers get target fired by that TC. Choke point hold here. Sofa can't break through. Bad fight. The problem with taking these type of fights is right next to Abbey of Kings, so you need to commit in a way that you definitely win. Because otherwise, trickle fights hurt you and reward Anatan. Like, watch. Ready? Oh, yeah, baby. Extra health. Now let's heal that extra health. Rejuvenation. It's fast as well. Yeah, 6 health every 1 second. So it can heal a knight to full in, what? A minute? Easily in a minute. 10 seconds gets you 60 health back. And again. Vortex just looking for that one mistake to exploit. Villagers do get caught out. Few Sofa are going to peel off and go chasing them. They actually move over and set up a lumber camp. The balls on Anno not running all the way away. Vortex still has the military lead. Like, I'm not seeing an army that beats a white tower still. He has no trebs coming. And we're approaching dangerous territory now. Nice. Another charge in. Sofas have to commit. Crossbows. Punisher immediately snipes down free Sofa. This is getting a little bit floppy. We have got the Siege Workshop, so he's setting up for the Trebs now. Remember, you don't need stone to repair the White Tower. You only need wood. Is he going for another castle? Another castle would be kind of crazy. But outposts with Sprune emplacements would be pretty strong. And he did set up another manor. Look at this thing. 120 food, 75 wood. And this one's giving him 50 wood, 80 food. Manors work. They just need the right situation. I think the only negative of what's happening right now for Anatan is these woodworkers should be over here. So he gets the mana buff. Because these ones aren't being impacted, right? They're out of range. Will the unit die if he gets the poison debuff and garrison him? I think they fixed that, right? So, like, you take damage inside TC. Or inside a building. Mana rework was just a 2 TC buff? Not really. Actually, the original mana rework was a Lords of Lancaster rush buff. If you remember, before they nerfed the Lords and the Hobilars, what was happening is the first mana was better than the next 3 mana. It was just stupid. It was like very kind of rushed change that made no sense. Because the devs thought it'd be okay, because up to that point, Lancaster never plays all in feudal, right? They just build 9 mana. Yeah, it's set us in a bit of a weird position. I do think that 2 TC is the optimum for Lancaster 9 times out of 10 now. But Siege begins. White Tower getting some nice shots in. He keeps walking in range, I think. Army's massing up. Numbers are looking good for Vortex. A double up. If he can break this, it'll be huge. I've got a Siege Workshop behind for Anatan too. Maybe Mangoes? Probably not against 39 Sofa. Or he can. So, I mean, in fairness, he can wedge it here. Because even if the White Tower goes down, they can't delete the foundation. So that's always a body blocker. Now the workers are going to be pressured. Dive comes in. Anno needs to pull more to repair. Flash underway. Trebs bringing it low, but not finishing off just yet. And the Lord's buff is going to be there for partial. It's not. I think it's hitting the whole army because the Lord's spread out a little bit weird. Sofa just trying to brute their way through. Crossbows trying to snipe them down fast enough. The archers have definitely muddied this affair. And the Lords have been sniped. Anno has been broke. Sacred Site Wincon gone. And every hope of winning this dashed alongside it. Marlium still kings of the hill. It's actually just crazy how quickly the blob gets out of control of Marlium still. And I look like the type of game where you're like, I think Vortex looks strong, but Anno should be able to scale similarly. I wonder if in hindsight there was a better option than going Knights. Was Knights the problem? No Lucy stream? I think the Lucifron one is probably over. I kind of blanked and thought it was already over. Hence why I switched over, because I wasn't paying attention. That is on me. But you want the Lucifron. Hey guys, okay. You want the Lucifron Corvinus game? I'll give you the Lucifron Corvinus game. Look at that. I predicted right. Here comes the Lucifron Corvinus game. You guys ready? It's gonna be a shocker. You're never gonna see this one coming. I'm going to 8x speed it because, you know, I just want the game to be a little bit faster because, like, obviously it's English, so it's going to be a very long game. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. Wait, we missed a key part there. Let me just restart that. You guys might not have caught it. Very important you catch that opening. If anyone hasn't seen this build order yet, this is a very different build order, but follow it through. Corvinus is a professional player. He's a top 60 in the world, so step 1, playing English versus French, is you delete all your workers. Because French Knights cannot raid you if you don't have any workers. You're safe from them entirely. It's a very smart play. Underrated play. Most Conk players wouldn't do it, but then most Conk players end up losing their English villagers to French Knights. But not Corvinus. Corvinus is a genius. And this was clearly because I imagine the admin asked him to stop writing GG with wolves. So now he cannot write GG with wolves because he has got no villagers to write GG with wolves. He's now going to go for the AoE2 Warlord strategy of going and making a cup of tea before calling GG. I'm so glad we got to catch this in the end. AXB just really capturing the full power of English. Wasn't that engaging? Very glad we caught that. All right, let's go next. All right, Vortex versus Anatan. Next game. Vortex strikes back. 1-1. Core Fine feels like it's been having a bad week. I mean, yeah, but it's just like... This is always that classic argument. It's like... You're playing an S-tier tournament. You may feel like you can't win. Doesn't matter. You chose to enter. Just play, right? Do something wacky. You know, like play off meta. But if you're just gonna delete your units and leave like at minute 2, you're basically hurting the tournament. Because you know the other series could somehow have been quicker than yours. Shouldn't be, but it could have somehow been quicker than yours. And if it is, now like we're tuning in and seeing that, and it's just a bad look for the game, really. Just do something meaningful. Like I would rather Corv was like, yep, fuck it, I'm dead. And then he just pulls 6 workers, starts building extras to gather resources, and short bow rushes. Because at least then there's like an attempt to win the game. And that way, like my feedback there is it looks stupid, but it looks entertainingly stupid. Whereas deleting all your villagers doesn't even look entertainingly stupid. It just kind of compromises the integrity of the tournament, right? So I don't know. That would be my feedback. It's just like, whatever. I get it. You don't really want to play it because you feel like you're just completely outclassed. Just ape rush him then. Just ape rush him and do an old school Donati English outpost rush. You'll have fun. The audience will have fun, even if it's only a 7-minute game. And then you move on. But remember, guys, he deletes the villagers so he can't lose them to the French Knights, as we highlighted. It's a next-level genius strat. Anyway, let's get to it. Game number 3, drawn up, Anatan versus Vortex. An important game, actually, for the group stage standings, as this will affect who gets second and who likely gets third. In fact, if Anatan gets a win here, he could put Marine Lord in a bind where he ends up finishing last in group. That is entirely possible. But he needs to plow forward here. Ottomans didn't get banned. I'm baffled. Ottomans is by far one of the most banned civs in Age of Empires 4 Pro Play right now. It is insane just how many bans it racks up. Vortex, on the other hand, has picked something that doesn't get banned. We're already seeing a difference in build. He hasn't gone for the English Corvinus build where we delete the villagers so we can't lose them. We are actually 3.5 minutes in, and Vortex has done something completely different than the Corvinus English build. He's constructed workers. So take notes. You guys can compare. Let me know which build order you think is better. The delete all workers so you can't lose any, or the build some so you can build things. Abbey of Kings is going to be coming in now. Dock Drop is going to be set up at the back. Oh, sorry. That music's perfect. It's an Abbey of Kings. Give it the royal construction it deserves. And the Dock Drops are real. Anno, that's kind of cool. Remember, when you play Ottomans, you pay less to set up your docks anyway. It's only a 90 wood cost. So he tripled dock drops. It has to because of what Vortex has done. He snuck a dock in the corner. But this is so smart, man. Like, most people would kind of struggle with the price of multi-docks to contest. 3 docks is an overwhelmer. Anatan gets efficiency on drop-off. He gets the ability to go more fishing. But now he easily can mirror the amount of boats coming out and actually exceed what Vortex has. So Tiny Trade Network now on the way. Fishing boat. Oh, going to be able to pull away. Anatan, just a little bit of repair there just in case. Safely gets embedded. The other cool thing is obviously he now has plenty of garrison spots in case things get really awkward. Vortex still has started this very annoyingly. King's now coming out. Anatan is in a weird bind because he has to react to the land king. and then deal with the Navy. Ends up losing a fishing boat as well. Wasn't paying attention. Maybe a misclick there instead of garrisoning. The shoreline fish is a good idea. Keeps you close to the docks. You just need to react very quickly. I love that we're getting Sultani Trade Network, by the way. For this map, I think it makes too much sense not to. Like, what's the point in going elsewhere? Oh, we need to do predictions. It's a little bit late for predictions. I'll remember predictions for next game. I know, we're already priming the demo ship. We have got one crept in the back by Vortex, though. And a kill shot opportunity here. Archer ship pretty far back. That means Hulk is... I'm sorry, okay, I'm just going to say it. I know he manned the sails, but you could not tell me that that was 0 damage. Can someone action replay clip that? That was close enough. You'd expect like 40% damage, right? Demo ships are so weird. I can't believe after all these years how inconsistent they still are. New demo ship is coming out. This one will do absolutely fine. Man the sails is on cooldown. Double demo. Hulk's going to be protected, though. Nicely played. Vortex continues to be a nuisance here. Nimor the King is going to get chased away by the Sipahi. And we have got additional light cav coming in from Anno. Vortex, I mean, I think he just knows he's going to die. Maybe not. He does want to run. I mean, he will lose that fight. Sipahi are always quicker, right? It's negligible. It's 0.06. If you're not going to build any more land units, sure. Demo ship. Wait, what? Hasn't finished it still. It's a 1 HP. Okay, he does notice. King is gone. Vortex has gone for his second pond. Meanwhile, Anatan is bitterly fighting over the first. Sorry, let me put that away. Vortex has gone for his third pond, while Anatan is bitterly fighting over the first. Yeah, he's setting up here now. And this is... I'm impressed. I think it's like not that easy to make it about water this way anymore. Players have gotten really good at denying this type of strat. But Vortex is just dominating. It's actually crazy how strong he is with this play. You know, like most players of equal footing would just say, nah, you get your fishing, I get my fishing, we play castle strats. He doesn't give Anatan a second to breathe. And I don't think you'd entirely expect English to do this because on a map like Holy Island, where it's all one water area, yes, lots of boats because of the Admiralty that gives more range. Here, not so much. Here, I don't think you expect it, and that was sick. He gets the fishing as well. Yeah, because like Admiralty, are you really going to spend 500 resources for this tiny pond? Hell no. Outside that, English, they do, of course, get a slight discount to boat cost. But the fact that he's playing 3 dot V1 and he's winning with 1 dock is incredible. Has to repair. A lot of injuries along the way. Maybe a bait and switch moment. Anno has to back off again. Uh-oh, the Hulks. The Archer ship could actually get the kill on the fishing now. Yeah, because if you attack the Hulk, there you go, gets the double kill. And that makes it worthwhile, because the fishing is almost the same cost as a demo, and you're taking out economy. Oh my, what a play. Double Archer ship now. Both of them heavily injured. Another Hulk coming out. Just be a little bit careful. Could easily get pinned by the demo now. Oh, he's got a demo ship coming. Hold on a second. He's getting it low. Archer ship needs to turn, though. Doesn't do it quick enough. Triple kill. Demo return fire. Goes to the injured. Gets rid of a fishing as well. Okay, so Anatan has reclaimed his pond. But the price is high. This is like one of those comedy moments with an auction where the person doesn't realize what they've actually really bid and they just keep going higher and higher. They think it's a little high score game. And then they realize they owe thousands of dollars. You can see it in the destroyed value. It's double. 2,685 to 1,365. And a lot of that was also fishing. Because Anatan has only got 3 fishing boats when the dust sells, while Vortex has dusted him completely. 18 fishing boats. This guy is a monster. So, I don't know. Is there like some comeback opportunity? He went for the Kinji point. He's got land army coming, but Vortex is anchoring. Longbow spears and enough income to go castle too. Honestly, he could do King's Palace. I actually don't think King's Palace is that greedy here. Because Anatan's economy is non-existent. If this was a game where he was allowed to inflate, I think going King's Palace probably kills you. But it's free Sipahi, one Akinji, 3 archers. It's not that scary. Final sliver of gold will be coming in. He could King's Palace here, which is great for connecting the golds. No, he's going to white tower the enemy base to end. No. Remember, these players both have something to play for in terms of like ranking, seeding, placement. For Vortex, a win here, as long as he doesn't drop one more game, could set him up to balance that up against Wham, top of the charts with points, right? And then it would come down to the Wham versus Vortex series, which... Did Wham win that, chat? Can you remember? I think he did, right? I'm just double checking. He did, yeah. So yeah, the best that Vortex can achieve is second, but a win here will lock him in with no risk of Marine Lord pipping him on that spot. Yeah, because I think where it gets weird is Marine Lord versus Vortex. We're getting back into tiebreakers again. I think Vortex legit actually might be safe now that I think about it, as long as he doesn't get stomped. He can afford a point loss. The only way that I think Vortex ends up in third is if Anatan wins the series and then Marine Lord 3-0s Wow. I think that's correct. Game 3 looking insanely good for him. Night spam now begins. Anatan can't really tech up. The pressure's already going to start mounting. Anachad looking Anno flimsy right now. Army reinforces. Sipahi reacts just in the nick of time there. What? Back rotation towards gold, probably? I mean, that's the crazy thing. Anatan got a really good spawn for trying to play fast castle. But he just got sucker punched on this pond. So it's rotating all the way around the back. Ardos him off of it. There is a kill shot opportunity on some of these docks, weirdly enough. First night arrives, and the workers are in a bind. We'll scare him off, but we know that's just round number 1. Army is now rounding towards that location. I mean, it makes it easy for Anatan. It's like, well, I just guard this one location. Nothing else to worry about. Problem is, he doesn't really have kill threat against these knights right now. He's trying to spam spears. But remember, Vortex does have a few lombos. Hasn't scaled it, though. What's interesting, actually, is, like, couldn't Vortex just build men-at-arms? Voice cutting out for you. You might want to refresh. I think that might be your intro reps. And he goes to the burn. Yep, so he's going to be taking out the docks now. There is a second dock, which I don't think he's scouted just yet. But it still affects your scale. It still affects what you can efficiently drop off. It's annoying. Nice. Not going to hard commit. Looks like Vortex is going back towards Longbow Spear. I actually like that because if Anatan does get towards Castle Age, Sipahi Janissary is like the best things to build as the game scales in. But what's interesting there is Lombos destroy Janissaries and obviously, you know, Sipahi destroy Lombos. So both have a slice of the pie, basically. Speaking of those bows, whoops. Failed to guard them. Spears are now coming across. He did just get Veteran Seaver Lombos as they got wiped out, though. Knights are also arriving to assist. And he has got the attack speed meta activated, so just juicing through them fast. New wave comes in, though. The Knights, this is scary now. Imams gonna get sniped out. No healing. Demo ship, he's trying to push him up against the edge with the spears coming in, but there's still an opening right here. The demo gets the connect. Sick one there by Anatan. Guarantees him 2 extra kills. Knights will narrowly get away. Oh, man, you could see the way he was priming that. He left just this tiny sliver of a gap to try and exit through. The Vet Spears are now here. And the Lombo Mass is already up to 10. Needs to get them across here, but remember, these are going to be Vet Lombos with Steeled Arrow 1 already. problem right now is unless Anatan can age up, he gradually loses to just longbow spearman, right? Also, he's got a lot of spearmen. 21. Wait, has he left the... Oh, no. Is that intentional? The military schools are still in spears. He hasn't seen any more knights. He's now seeing archer spearmen. There's probably an argument that, like, even archers is better than spears here, right? I think he doesn't want to scale archers because it's heavy units that can come against you. And in fact, Vortex is doing that with men-at-arms right now. But this is a little bit weird. I think Anotan's been playing a few too many scrims with B. He's like, I've watched that man destroy entire armies with just spears. I want to be just like him when I grow up. He's going to come in. Numbers of Vano. Knight charging. King does get pinned, but very tanky. Buys a bit of time. Lombo's definitely overkilling spears right now. Starts to trade out against those archers. Runs into the choke points to try and minimize the exposure. Sipahi are rushing right now, giving good opportunities to the knights and spearmen. Sipahi count up at 7. He has got the attack speed opportunity though. He's going to jump in. And he does activate it. There we go. Melts through the Lombos. Vortex needs the men-at-arms stat. Lombos are getting wiped out here. He's lost about half of them, and that creates the space. Istanbul Imperial Palace now on the way. Anatan may have just pulled off the miracle comeback here. From that corner, being completely obliterated, he now has fishing lead. He has military lead. And he's about to fix the tech issue. What else does he need here? Vizier point-wise. Probably not going Janissary Company. Advanced Academies is really nice to start spamming Knights. You're probably going Knights Raw here because your opponent's gone Men-at-Arms Lombos. That's your solution. And, whoa, okay. No, he queues up crossbows. Oh, I guess gold's limited, right? But the military school plan, I think it would make a lot of sense to switch over once you get this tier, which is about to get a point for. I'm trying to think if there's anything else you go for. Extensive fortifications is kind of okay to deal with men-at-arms diving. But I think with the way your army scales, probably feels a bit better value to improve military schools. Let's got the third one coming up now. Moment of truth. Okay, well, looks like we're going to be losing military schools. Scrap that idea. He does cure it. Advanced Academies is in. Even if he doesn't switch knights, this at least improves the production rate. And second time in the same location, it's going to be that backstab. Lombo Mass in trouble again. Sipahi just got the veterancy. Not going to activate the attack speed just yet, though. Spearman Men-at-Arms are still alive, which is a problem. He tries to sidestep it. Now he gets into the fortitude mode. But there's a Spearman still there. Wipes him out. However, this fight, nowhere near as good as the last. Anatan, a valiant effort, but Vortex getting back on course with those beefy Men-at-Arms. Yeah, for a moment there, I think he might have been swaying. But he knew this Men-at-Arms wave was coming that counted everything Anatan had left over from the feudal age. Crossbow massing begins, but at 32 Lombos, good luck, don't have fun. Getting that up, keeping that up is difficult. Can't believe that though, man. Like, who plays 1 dot versus 3 and wins? Three times more powerful and still losing. Unbelievable. Definitely not 3 times more powerful now. I'd try and set. Good idea. Trying to get rid of the Men-at-Arms. And I love that. No hesitation. Vortex says straight past the TC. Don't care about the arrow fire. It's also sucker punching Men-at-Arms. Not even worth shooting for. Longbows do catch up. A lot of red dead bodies. The army has been caught up with. Longbows can now go for the trade. And GG will get called. Anatan now 1 game away from a loss in the series, and Vortex anchoring himself at the top towards the groups. How much armor do the Men-at-Arms have? They will have 8 ranged armor. All right, so let's see where we're going next. Draft selection. Anno of Macedonians, Vortex of Iobids, French get sniped, Golden Horde get sniped. What was their map draft like? That's kind of a gorge type draft, right? The Iobid pick is interesting, though, because I feel like I've seen Macedonians beat Iobids in raw Cav Rush. And I still think it's heresy, but... Oh, let's see. Oh, it's Hill and Dale. Okay. Interesting. What is the idea here with Ayu? We've seen 2TC Ayu this tournament already. I don't know if he's going for that. And let me have a look. What was the other thing I want to check? I'm keeping an eye out just in case the other series starts sooner, but they shouldn't be. After this, guys, we're going to be casting Beastie versus B. And then final series, I think we said MSN can't qualify, so like we'll probably do the Marine Lord WAM one. We'll see. Okay, 1 second. Oh, yeah, and I just saw the confirmation from the admin. So, yeah, tiebreakers is sets 1, games win, then head-to-head. One sec. Yeah, I was curious if there was any discussion about that Lucifer on Corvinus game. There wasn't. I don't know. It is just a bummer of a way for things to end. I would rather you just done something stupid strategically instead of like just AFK. I'm guessing there's something in the rule set about you have to at least be 2 minutes in a game before you're allowed to GG, but that just makes it even feel sillier than it already is. By the way, Zero Space is out tomorrow. Do we know if it's got multiplayer, like, potential castable stuff? I don't know what the demo is going to have. So, like, the full game releases in July, right? But they've got a demo releasing tomorrow. We might actually check out the demo. Play a bit of it. I think they said they've got, like, a conquest mode that you're going to be able to play. And it's like, basically, you choose a faction, you contribute to them. A little bit like Helldivers and what Helldivers does. That's at least what it sounds like to me. So I think tomorrow we might look to check out some Zero Space. Maybe start off casting a little bit of A4 games. And then switch over and delve into Zero Space. See if it's worth the buy. I mean, it's worth the buy for you. I already have a key. Just trying to find their Discord right now, actually. Am I blind? I can't find their Discord. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so they have got a demo coming that will include a preview of the campaign and an early look at Galactic Warfare Mode, a persistent cooperative campaign where every battle pushes your faction's war effort across the galaxy. That's kind of fun as an idea for caster games as well. We'll probably have a mixture of like playing games, and then if we start enjoying it, we'll keep playing the demo and then like cast some games. Because like, could you imagine you could basically be like the War Reports channel, cast some games like the state of things is currently that the Protectorate is dominating. Wow, Thank you for the news report. And then other than that, RTS-wise, we've got Dawn of War dropping in September. Trying to get a contact point on the Dawn of War team, but PlayOn and Deep Silver are infamously hard to find the right people at. Like, it's so weird, because, like, PlayOn owns Deep Silver, but Deep Silver is the publisher arm. But, if, like, for example, if you went on LinkedIn and looked for Deep Silver employees, about 5 of them show in total. Which is definitely not, like, there's definitely more people than that at Deep Silver. All right. Oh my god, we're back here again. Meme your heart out. Last time we saw this guy on this map, he delivered one of the rattiest games I have ever seen on Hill and Dale. Let's see if he can do it again. Macedonian Dynasty in the hands of Anatan in the yellow. Vortex looking to lock it in 3-1 here with an Ibid pick in the red. Ibid's definitely kind of interested to think about how they're going to play this. Macedonian Dynasty, last time I saw them on this map, I'm pretty sure that was the fast imp build against Puppy Paw's House of Lancaster. Did not end well for the Macedonian player. You kind of have better options here, right? Like Macedonians, you can play Feudal Pressure into Ibids. I think that works fairly well. Even though going Castle Age, for the longest period of time, I've now been locked to the idea that Radari can just be anything. Because I've watched them in this matchup beat Raw Desert Raider Camel Lancer. Doesn't make sense, even thinking back now, but seems feasible. So maybe that's the direction we end up going in. And with Vortex being mindful of that, potentially we see him being the one who's feudal aggressive. Which would align for the player. Vortex is known to be one of the most aggressive players in Age of Empires 4. Full stop. Question is, how do we begin? Cambulance can make a lot of sense. I've seen Eco Wing Growth. Actually, I think we had Eco Wing Growth on this map. No, that wasn't this map. That was Lipany, where we had the 2 TCI big game. More likely here would be Cambulance into a little bit of pressure to bait reaction. You're always going to get some reaction out of Macedonians, because if they go for Hippodrome, they're going to have units spawning for free, even if they don't build them. So there could be an argument that it's not even worth attacking. Instead, we might just get Cambulance to sit in base and then tech faster. But the moment of truth is going to be the berries, right? If you just eat straight through them, then no growth wing. Yeah, no, he's eating straight. He's munching straight through them, so it's not going to be growth. It is going to be loggy. So 2 minutes out from logistics. Anatan about to start building, presumably a Hippodrome. I can't imagine a world in which we're getting Grand Winery. Even though it would have been a sick spawn for it, like actually Grand Winery there with the berries, with the deer, and just in range for the sheep, would have given him an insane gathering rate booster. Problem is, it's always kind of been the problem of Imperial Hippodrome. Getting free champion units for free is a little bit too good to resist. Yeah, I mean... How would you change this? I don't know. Because I think if you nerf Imperial Hippodrome any further, Macedonians is going to start having D-power creep. And what I mean by that is, like, you know, you'll finally eventually solve the Radari OP in the fast imp builds, but then they'll have nothing left. They'll be like the worst civ in the game. This is why I'm always kind of weary when it comes to nerfing civs and the approach that you take. And usually I often say buff the weaker civ instead. Yes, buffing weaker civs constantly brings power creep, but also it leads to less people being unhappy in general. You know, like you could buff Abbasids and Macedonians are still OP, but the Abbasid players are less focused on Macedonians being OP because they now are happy that their civ got buffed and they're trying to figure out how they could be good again, you know? Is that dishonest? Is it distracting? Sure. But once again, good for the goose, good for the gander. If it makes people happy, it makes people happy. Okay, so Loggy in 20. We've got a lot of wood gathering, though, from Vortex. No outpost committed to, so he's playing the H. Yeah. I mean, because you could just outpost this Ford Gold, right? But the fact he hasn't even started constructing yet suggests otherwise. So wheelbarrow's going to be coming in. And what? Stables? It's always stables. Double stables, in fact. So we are getting Mass Desert Raider Dervish. He's not shying away from a battle up against Hippodrome Horseman. It's ballsy. I'll give him that. Dangerous, though, because of the scale barding in particular. Yeah, it just kind of minimizes your range DPS. I think the thing for Vortex is, like, he knows he'll be able to always kite back into his base to a certain extent. And he might even be layering it like that, like, right? He creates the house here, stables afterwards. So he's got these funnel points, which is really good against mass melee. Try and slow down the damage. And even if they do get in range, remember, Desert Raiders trade really well against Horsemen. You know, Horsemen can beat them for sure, but it's one of those, we both die fast. Horsemen do bonus against Desert Raiders do bonus against them. So first DR's queued up. Good camp position as well with the Dervish just to take the hit instead of the villagers. And now Bugmafr coming through, so the archers of the Macedonians. Makes sense. If he wants to beat Dervish strats, he needs to have enough archers to kill the Dervishes. It's also a lot trickier than when you deal with Ottomans doing this type of strat, because if Ottomans lose one of their healers, the strat fails. Or rather, it takes a significant hit on its tempo. Whereas with Ayabids, even if they're reduced down to just one of the Dervishes, that Dervish can heal himself as well. So you just kind of don't care. Why does the Dervish heal himself is a very good question that I will allow the designers and developers over at Microsoft to answer. I'll move the mic over to them now. Oh, yep. Radio silence as always on explaining that design decision, but we stick with it. I don't know. It actually is like Ottomans is weird because they are OP strong. They get banned all the time. But every time I see Imam compared to Dervish, I actually feel bad for Ottomans. In fairness, one is a Vizier point, one is a landmark choice. But it's such a good landmark choice. Like when Dervish Wing is making up 85% of pro-level Ibid choices in Feudal Age, there's definitely a bit of powerful, maybe OP-ness about it. So outpost coming up. We have got Horsemen now. Nice switch. Even if it was just raw Horsemen from Anno, having a few Horsemen your own is really good because it allows you to take the hit, right? Is that the whole idea is if you go into a melee clash, you begin, you pull your Desert Raiders slightly back, then re-engage, and your opponent is hitting Horsemen that he does no damage against. And on the flip side, if it is now 50-50, you have the answers to both. Yeah, because the tricky part now for Anno is if I commit Horsemen, I run past your Horsemen, I hit your archers, and then back away. Nice snipe there. Gets a kill. One worker down. Even the archers already a little bit frustrated by this. Now, Horsemen have got the damage buff, remember. They're at +2, courtesy of the Hippodrome Horseman. He's going to creep that outpost. It's only one worker this time, so dangerous. Holding the Horseman back in reserve, though. Almost like he doesn't want to reveal it yet. That's smart, actually. If he can bait the Horseman too deep, he can bypass easily. Outpost gets cancelled. He realizes he cannot pull this off. This is a tough one. Also, even the chase. When Horsemen move too far forward like this, the archers can't help anymore. It just turns into a one-sided trade. Vortex has slowed down production. Why? Is he going castle? He's got 9 on gold. It looks like it. And oh no, the control cruise. That is annoying to lose. The Hippodrome Scout is fairly pricey. It's 120 resources, same price as the Horseman. And you want him because he has got an absurd amount of health. He's, I think, 200 or 210 health. And on top of that, he heals quite fast. While having okay damage. Yeah, like for cost, it's a good investment because a Horseman's almost half the health. And a Horseman can't heal. Yeah, Vortex going for castle. He's out in the deer now. Feels pretty confident. Survival techniques coming through. Double outpost defense just in case. Nanatan is both feet in the grave. So he's either Dracula waiting to resurrect or he's about to get buried. Yeah, it's mass Horsemen, mass archers. Even now going for the arrow slits because he's a little bit worried about a counterattack. He has to be knowing what's going on here by now, though. Right? Like, you feel like you probably would have seen your opponent approaching. He hasn't seen anything. The horsemen have crept by unnoticed. They are now going to reveal on the back. The paranoia's like, oh, hell no. Hilariously, Vortex just goes to the houses. Rotation around the back, though. I know. He is seen. Vortex scares him off. It's kind of funny, because you'd think Desert Raiders would just die to that, actually. It's almost double the Horsemen. I feel like Horsemen could probably take that. Especially with the scale armor coming in. But it's risky. When you're only melee, you can't guarantee the Desert Raider kills easily. And that is why you wouldn't have done it. If it was like 4, you'd go in because you can surround them and pin them. But 6 is just enough that they should always leave a gap. Because the idea is if you surround the front 3, front 4, whatever it's going to be, the back 2 at least are still leaving a gap for you to leave. Desert Raiders. It's poked. Back up begins though. Eco Wings on the way. Villagers could get shivs out here. Anatan hesitant when diving the double outpost as he should be. Loses more. Horsemen in the meantime go in, and Vortex does get a worker kill. Anatan losing enough units to get some Adgimafu. Works out perfectly there. Yeah, they spawned out the war camp just in time. Vortex probably just going to run these home and heal them up for a fight. Desert Raider still getting chased onto. There's always the dervishes. Be careful the pathing position there. Doesn't get the healing time. Archer dive coming through alongside the horseman this time, though. TC is going to get stacked up with DPS. He's idled out, but this dive is tricky for Anno. Healing in the choke point. New Desert Raiders coming out. And the arrow fire is going straight after that back line. Desert Raiders now getting the melee fully engaged. Anno needs kills. He's got 1 worker kill out of this so far. Dervishes are holding on. They have not been sniped. The target fire is too weak. He lost too much. Vortex will successfully age up with barely any losses that really matter, right? I say really matter because, yes, you lost your Desert Raiders. You only lost 1 worker. You didn't lose the Dervishes. Anatan lost military mass, and he's nowhere near aging up. Great situation for Vortex. Dari will just try to ride all the way home. But now you can just move out, right? Like, you can go straight for relics. You don't have to be scared, I don't think. Nano has got some spears, so a little bit annoying. Oh, he actually caught the horseman. Well played. With most of them. Actually, we'll get the final 2. Vortex weirdly challenges the Hippodrome Scout. Oh, no. That was sick. Did you guys see that? Anatan pre-moved in prep for the horseman running off. And Vortex reacted by instantly going north. So, yeah, he can heal these up. Or he could forget to micro them. Okay, it doesn't matter. Central bound, Anatan is prepping for tech up. He's got a few spears to try and protect relics. Dari's coming about. Ooh, yeah, back away. You can't get this relic because it's Ridari champ with spears. So they move too fast by default. See? 1.38. However, if you bring friends... Whoops. Ridari champ does get away. But that's now going to be relics galore. Vortex already has 1 relic banked. He can go for a 2nd and 3rd now. Anno sneaks a ball pull, loses a worker in the process. Not great. The Golden Horn Tower drop now coming in. Veterancy is there for the Desert Raiders. A Camelance is going to sneak on by, though. He knows. This is not an easy get up. Yeah, pulls more workers. Extra Camelance is now coming. The Dervish moves over for the healing. The Wallalol to buy a bit of time here and debate him. But great micro. Anatan gets a double kill. Camelance is trying to punish him in the meantime. Some workers going down. We'll have to retreat. So Golden Horn Tower completes. But it did cost him. 4 extra workers deleted from the game. Being re-engaged. Not a great fight for these spearmen. Especially now with the retreat. It's range form engine again. Archer's queued for Vortex. So you can't just headbutt this easily. It's a Golden Horn Tower. It hits pretty damn hard. But you've got big problems elsewhere now. Right? 2 more relics on the way home. 4th one, very achievable. The 5th one's a bit tricky. So, you know, not going to necessarily see that absolute domination as possible. I'm expecting 4 relics for Ibids. But my concern now turns to a direct fight. Is Anatan, he is finally scaling Ridari, but this took some time to reach. 9 Camel Lancers are already built. Some Desert Raiders to assist, which are also vetted. And you are just raw Ridari. I feel like this type of strat does have its limitations, and we have to remember Ridari have been received multiple nerfs, right? I think it was movement speed and something else they done to try and bring this unit in check. I think it's movement speed and health, if I recall the nerfs correctly. Looks like the walls are gradually going up. Some more food to work with still in the base. I think for Anatan, the focus is probably on trying to raid. The Raidari actually find just a small pocket of food can make the world of difference. Speaking of raids, camels with a wide rotation do get spotted early. He's going to die for it, though. It says to hell if it's only a town center. Would love to see him pulling the injured to heal, though. Yeah, because he's got a few liabilities in there. You get those full HP, it's a pretty hard fight. I think this is where Ibids can have an edge. Like, if this was a map like Frisium, where I've seen this matchup before, I think Macedonians have the necessary tools to dominate. But on a map where the build-up is slower, I think the healing is key. If you start getting these little raid trades, what matters so much is that you can always heal your camels, but the Macedonians can't really heal damage. It's not in the build order, right? We sometimes see them going for relics, not too often. And even when they do, we don't see them mass monkey. Meanwhile, the Ibids just embed a dervish for the army and you have healing. Let me continuous retreat here. What's he doing with this space? Extra relics being picked up now. Oh, he yoinked the back one. So 5 relic game now. Vortex is loving life at this stage. Also, the Cam Lancer count is getting kind of crazy. 17. With a crossbow switch coming too. And also, Cam Lancers are creeping. Scout gets removed. Oh, boy. Does he know? Because the boar's disappeared from the map, right? He doesn't realize it just yet. He's rotating towards the base. Camels continue to get chased. Bit of a weird turnaround. And no, sorry, he does realize he was expecting to run home. What a sick read. Vortex cuts off the retreat points. Double fortifications coming. Burning the wrong building, boys. Oh my, oh my. Yeah, he's going to target down the one that's got 5 inside. Meanwhile, Camel's able to scare off the Ridari. He can get one of these towers for sure, right? As long as you don't get distracted like this. Oof. Okay, so he has to go after the Ridari instead. Villagers go for the repair. Not one of them dies. But this is now pretty futile. The burn damage is very low. Vortex hasn't pulled away just yet, though. No, I guess for him, the idle time, makes it worth it. He's going to finally retreat. Anatan was posturing pretty nicely here with a few crossbows, too. Guys, Anatan kind of has a food problem. He secured the deer now. That boar idol put him down to no food income. That's what concerns me now. And it's going to be a double ram. Vortex ain't done with him yet. Please tell me he sees this. He does. He knows it's happening. Or should know it's happening. But what do you do about it? Oh, he left. Good, good, good. I was about to say, like, there's no way you fight this. Your army is just way too outnumbered. So he forfeits the food, but now that means deer and 4 berries, I guess? Yeah, in fairness, he has got a little bit of food left over. My side walls are going up. Looks like Pumbaa was pulled to be annoying. Reset a bit too fast, though. Oh, he needs to be quicker about this, though. Ridari are coming. Vortex. Uh-oh. The Cav. They're going to get in. Oh, he gets a short wall there to slow him down a little bit. He does have the backup wall, so should be able to make it out with practically no losses. Horseman does a very interesting dive there. Fails to get a kill. Axe throws will find one or two, though. Yeah, okay. Ooh, tries to split damage, almost a third. So some chip damage done in return. And food now blocked for both players. Yeah, it's a starvation race at this stage, but Vortex still has the berries on the south side is the problem. Rams already deleted that full area down here, so that's no ball secure. And I doubt Anatan is going to play up for the enemy ball. It's practically right underneath his nose. More Rams. Yeah, Vortex can bring the 2 from south back over. 5 Rams sounds pretty good to me for breaking a Golden Horn Tower. I mean, 5 Rams in terms of damage, I don't think you need the hard dive. You want to be close because your opponent will try to kill the Rams. But you know how sometimes you have to be in there to stop a repair? How many workers do you need to out-repair 5 Rams? That's got to be like 10 workers at least. Sorry, do sidestep just in time. Let's get the reveal of what's happening. No Manganiques, by the way. Like, even though it would be good for sieging, the problem is you're not really against mass range right now. You're pretty much against Radari. So you just need things that deal with cavalry. The siege is obviously for the big fat buildings, but the point is they're cheap. If you build 2 Mangonels, you're spending more on that than this, and it'll be slow to kill buildings. Range damage is coming in now for Anatan. Maybe an outpost defense. Mangonel emplacements are pretty dirty, but the problem is you now see 5 Rams, so it makes you think twice about that idea, right? Vortex. Starting to charge in. Villagers will garrison. Cuts the reinforcements, goes to the fight. He's ramming into the building while getting the fight he was looking for. The Dari line starting to spread out a bit. Maybe he can concave over to the side. Pull back from the camel slightly. Goes to the re-engage. Anatan outnumbered. Golden Horn Tower trying to get rid of the crossbowman, but failing to do so quick enough. Nope, the crossbow mass looks to be carrying the affair. Radari almost breaking through here, but there's so few left, right? Health bars not feeling great between them. He is, however, repathing the Rams. That's buying vital time, and Anatan suddenly has the military lead. Oh my god. It's the war camp effect, isn't it? Yeah, he just got extra groups of archers coming through. I think 2 in that fight. The Rams, I mean, this is where you wish you were Macedonians. Macedonians with a hero siphon would not have had this problem. The pathing destroyed him on that. Golden Horn Tower survives. Anatan has a slight military lead. His economy is non-existent again. He has no food. The insane fight. I can't believe that. I mean, it looked like Vortex was going to lose the camels, but then sweep through the Radari. Problem is, at the end of it, Anatan had double the archers he should have, all because of that insane war camp. That must have procced twice in that fight. Remember, you get units back when you've lost 7 times their value. So it definitely takes a while, but it can be a crazy effect. Yeah, especially when you're losing Radari, actually. Basically, you lose 2.5 Radari, you're getting an archer back. She's a 2.5 or 3, because archers are more expensive, right? Yeah, 90. Either way, solid opportunity now. Pushes across. Gold gatherers get found and scared off. Now, Vortex still has gold. He's got 5 relics, remember? The food is kind of more important for him at this moment. Insane swing, though. I can't believe it. Look, Anatan is king of Hill and Dale, man. He may not have won that game against Marine Lord, but the fact he was able to play it anywhere near as long as he did was ridiculous. I'm kind of seeing the same here again. I mean, mini Red Palace isn't wrong, right? Like, by castle standards, Imperial standards, Red Palace is 50 plus damage on an Arbalest placement. I mean, 62. This is 32. But you get an age earlier. It really is a mini Red Palace. Nice raid. And the gold workers. Oh, sorry, stone workers. A lot of stone being gathered by Anno. Was he looking for a castle drop or double emplacement? Double emplacement opportunity, right, over here. A lot of gold gathering again, though. And we are getting into a deep castle. That is a little bit concerning. Deep castle tends to be where Macedonians thrive. Because although their economy sucks, what thrives is technology. Remember, they can get up to +4 damage or +4 armor in the Castle Age. And if you're wondering why that sounds pretty broken, that's because most civs can only get to +2 in Castle Age. They do suffer when you think about Imperial because of the lack of Unitex, but I always feel like Macedonian's late Castle is quite underrated. Like, a lot of people always talk about fast in because Cataphracts are giga buff, for sure. But also, don't discredit their ability to play a very long castle. Especially if they start sorting the farming situation, which we have got a few coming in. We've even got 2 town center now from Anatan. Vortex, however, is rushing Imperial. Got to be military wing, right? Military wing against Radari, super effective because the Desert Raiders are pretty stacked. Not so effective against archers. But you can upgrade them to be worth it, right? Like, remember, the thing that makes Desert Raiders one of the most insane units when it comes to scaling is the fact that it's impacted by more university techs than any other unit in Age of Empires 4. Because Desert Raiders get buffed by biology, they get buffed by incendiary, they get buffed by silk and then you add in the fact that they're a hybridized unit in there. Like, yeah, I know there's other units like Horse Archers get that. But Horse Archer doesn't have a melee answer. It doesn't have a answer to fight against cavalry. I think that's the thing that kind of makes it nuts. Is like when you combine all that, you then add in the fact that, like, the Desert Raider range damage is quite high. And then the cherry on top is if you go deep enough, you get that tiering. Like, it's a very long way. You need 75 structures for tier 5, but if you get there for the 20% attack speed, goodbye. Castle drop now from Anno. Okay, Vortex rather. Does lock in an 8k gold. I understand he did do emplacements in the end, right? Yep. Double emplacement, double mangonel. Is Anno strong enough to die?
Not really?
It's a castle. I think, like, if it was just an opening, yes. The castle detail is what kind of scares me. It's only 15 Ridari. Desert Raider scaling continues from Vortex. I mean, makes sense, right? Now that he can anchor in the castle, if you try and dive him, it's going to cost you a lot of archers and spears. And if you delay that fight, then you're pretty much left with Ridari against Desert Raiders, is the idea. Another cool thing here, Vortex has bulked up a lot of gold. He has 5 relics. Tithe Barns is insanely good in this type of game. The thing is, when you get 5 relics, what makes it so good is in the first minute, after a minute of researching it, it's practically paid back what you spend, right? Because you went, well, it has, yeah, it's 450 resources in the first minute, right? Because you spend 500 gold, and then per relic you get 90 resources. His archers do 11 damage. What, the Desert Raiders? Yeah, they're 11 right now, but they're going to go up again. Another interesting thing here, these elite archers are also going to do a bit of damage. Oh, you mean Anatan's? Yes, Anno should be up there. He's at 11. But he can't tier them any further unless he goes Imperial Age. He's reached maximum damage. What can be pretty effective from here from Anno is an outpost creep. Because mango emplacements, for whatever reason, get buffed by range damage tags. So, once again, compared to Byzantines, where a lot of people still think mango towers are crazy, you get double the extra damage. Upgrades in. Look at that. 13 damage now. Elite archers not hitting for as much. No, is it 10 currently? Siege very slow. Only 2 trebs now, but that one hasn't deployed yet. So Vortex definitely got time. He's even going to be stonewalling to guarantee no raids on economy whatsoever. Tithe Barns just got time. Food income does look very good for Anno at the moment. Desert Raiders, though, have snuck in the back. Hello. Nice little opportunity here. Ridari up against Desert Raiders that are elited. Yeesh. Somehow he wrapped around the full archer bulk. Ridari are coming. We're going for a trade there. I mean, I think you're quite happy to trade like this. The Desert Raiders are going to die, but the Radari are going to be heavily damaged from it, right? Yeah, so claps a bunch of them low. I think he killed 2. You were outnumbered. There was nowhere ready to go, but it buys time. And, oh my god, he just got the nude ticket out. So what was lost has now been recovered. If you thought Varangi and Warcam was good, ta-da! Back up to 14 already. And the reason I keep highlighting that as a good trade, it looks terrible because he just lost Desert Raiders, killed maybe maximum 1 Radari. It's the hit, the health bars is pretty important though. Like these, always think of Radari like Order of the Dragon units. You wear them down and then kill them in the follow-up fight. Range master, main fight. Anno starting to save up for Imperial. Culverin now coming from Vortex. He wants to break that Golden Horn Tower. The Golden Horn Tower that has almost cost him the game already. He will not let it do it again. Anno, I just realized if he hits Imperial Age, oh my dear god. Look at his silver. He's got 3.2k silver in reserve. If he does hit Imperial, he can start spamming Cataphracts immediately. He might not be as simple for Vortex. He needs to be fast. Colv's moving in. Goes to the snipe on the Trebs. Trebs, try to snipe him. It's a weird fight. One villager trying to repair. Need more villagers, please. It's just such a pointless fight between the two of them. Colv switches on the Golden Horn Tower instead. Foreign Engineering Company is on the way. Anatan rushing it with 21 workers. Squeaky bum time, folks. He can queue up Cataphracts and he can go for level 5 armor straight away. Need a minute though. Snipe comes in, Trebuchets it down. Choke point fight now. Culverin hitting into the Golden Horn Tower. Mangonel spawns out just in time to stand there and die. Body blocks protect it. Golden Horn Tower down to half HP. He is repairing it. A bypass. Radari goes straight after the siege. Repair crew's going to be there though. The crossbows need to be targeted down. Staggered retreat. In fact, this is weird. He's got archers guarding against Radari, and he's got crossbows guarding against spears. This looks bad. Oh my god, new Desert Raider wave coming in, but he's still outnumbered. That split couldn't have been worse. He failed to put the counter types up against their types. Anno has lost the Radari, but mass archers now, and he's mass upgrading. He didn't even think about Cav. Look at it. It's going to be the extra plus damage, up to +5 now. No incendiary arrows from Vortex. No range free. He's dead. What? Anatan. We call him the rat of Hill and Dale after what we saw from Marine Lord versus Anno. Kind of fits again. That Golden Horn Tower changed everything in this game. Protected him from a loss. Protected him from a dive, from tacking up. Golden Horn Tower as good as Red Palace. Wow. And now Vortex, he's got a lot of farming to do, folks. He's setting up the clusters now. Anno has progressively been doing this for a while. He's currently up to 22 farms. He still has 1,500 silver. And remember, he went Foreign Engineering Company, didn't go Cataphracts, right? So now he gets cannons to address Culverin. Could go Nest of Bees if there was still an army. I mean, props to him as well, right? Like I mentioned Cataphracts, I think it could have been okay, but he didn't need the extra mass. Cataphracts against Desert Raiders is kind of feeding the beast. But going for the Foreign Engineering Company, if your opponent has got mass Desert Raiders who nest the bees, if he's got siege, you just go cannons. So it gives him the answers regardless. Moving in again. Vortex outnumbered 2-1. A castle recovered the game for Anno. I don't think it's going to do the same for Vortex. Nah, he's hemorrhaging workers now. They've become the front line. Desert Raiders trickling into their death, and this is going all the way to a game number 5. Anatan is not going to make it that simple for Vortex. Oh my god. What a series this is developing into. GG called. Anachad's Macedonians to be feared. Gonna call that one Golden Horn is the new Red Palace. Bloody hell. So 2-2. Deciding game number 5 incoming. We can get predictions set up. We're about 3.5 minutes from being in-game. Oh, man. Really well played. French versus Knights Templar on Lippany. Wait, what? What was the bands? Okay, Golden Horde Knights Templar. Yeah, you're never getting GH through. And then it was French HRE. And he actually chose to deal with French over HRE. Anna's going 2TC, right? I think if this was HRE, 2 town centers more punishable because, like, you face off against mass archers, ram rush, and you. I think HRE can out archer you, really. But against French Knights, the weird thing is that with Wheelbarrow and mini textiles from the tech up, like going Hospitalaire, you are actually able to be quick enough to get a second TC up before French Knights start to threaten you. So yeah, looks very weird. Almost looks like a throw in the end, or like, you know, he's been reduced to bad draft. But like, we've actually seen this work. I think Corvinus was able to beat, who was it? It was a fairly high ranked player with 2TC condensed on Gorge against French. So yeah, wouldn't write him out yet. I'm going to run ads now so you guys don't get them when we are in game. 1.5 minutes now. I'm just thinking about the maths now. If Anno wins this game, Marine Lord has to win the WAM series, right? Yeah. Because Anatan would go up to +8 points overall. And Marine Lord, if he doesn't win, like, he's currently sitting at 1 point more than Anno. So if Anno wins this, they'll be drawn. And then, yeah. What's interesting is after that, if Vortex loses that game, he goes down to 10 points in the groups. Marine Lord's currently at 8, which would give him an opening to try and beat Marine Lord. Not an easy opening. Beat Vortex, rather. Not an easy opening, but like if Marine Lord, for example, 3-0'd WAM, he'd definitely take second. I think anything less than a 3-0 for Marine Lord against WAM resorts in Vortex keeping second place, though. Because either you outright beat him on points, or what ends up happening here is you end up in a situation if it comes down to head-to-head, and that's where Vortex beat Marine Lord. So for Vortex to not get second, what has to happen here is Anatan has to win this series, and then Marine Lord has to 3-0 WAM, basically. Otherwise, Vortex always gets second place now. But like Anno, if he gets a win here, like once again, it just comes down to whether Marine Lord wins or loses against WAM, right? Because if Marine Lord loses, Marine Lord's 4th in his group. If he wins against WAM, he's 3rd. We are scraping the bottom of the barrel. One and all, Anatan is in a deciding game number 5 on land, and he willingly picks Knights Templar in to the French. What is happening? Vortex mining the French in the red. We head into Lippany, a slightly more defensive map, you could say, than Dry Arabia, and a map where I think we're definitely going to be seeing 2TC from Knights Templar. The question is 2TC actually good? This is probably one of the biggest stress tests of it. French Knight spam is going to be coming your way. The Knights Templar do have a few tricks up their sleeves to make it less effective. Yeah, We'll see if we get them coming out here. Do we have predictions online? We do not. So let me get that set up for game number 5. Vortex versus Anoton. So I've seen this a few times in the past on 2TC, and I've got to say I'm actually surprised by what Knights Templar can do. Because by going for 2 town center with Hospitalier, makes it very hard for French Knights to kill you. Because you have basically got mini textiles and wheelbarrow already. So that means 2 things. That means we move out to start building a town center quicker. We kite Knights quicker. And actually 3 things. It also means that we die slower. Because remember, by going Hospitalier, it takes a knight 50% more attacks to kill you. Because normally a knight can charge in and then hit a villager, they're dead. But if you go for Knights Hospitalier, you get plus 15 health. Not possible anymore. Look at the spawn. That's actually not too bad. So he could heavy gather stone and then fall back onto wood to build town center. What is bad is the deer and berries placement. Like he's not got great food access here if it is 2TC. I'll 2 on wood right now, so nothing too crazy. Anno's already messing with the deer. He's setting up for a TC here. So it's going to be a very far forward town center. The alternative is he drops it here, but I think that's blocked by the cliffside. So you need to push these deer back this way. You could set one up here, which is a pretty sick placement, as it essentially cuts out the rotation around your base. And the switch is on. Stone being gathered, wood being switched onto. We are indeed going to be getting some 2TC Boogaloo. Hospitalier already queued behind the worker. I mean, there's no other way to really play Knights Templar here. I think if you try to play Attack Templar, you just die. French Knights just kind of milk you. You can't even... I don't feel like you can really win just 1 TC up against 1 TC. Maybe you like fast Castle Templar if you get a lot of sheep. KD strong against French because of commanderies. This commander in particular. I think it's the only option as well. If you go Principality of Antioch, I don't think that's feasible against the Knights. If you go Kingdom of France, definitely not feasible, right? So the idea is like by doing this, 10% move speed doesn't sound like a lot, but it allows you to move for a good town center and get it up before the knight arrives. And even if the knight got here quick enough, what then happens is you're able to kind of kite him a bit to waste his time. But we have got shenanigans afoot, and oh, wait. That might have blocked the location. This final one's important. The deer is griefing him right now. If that gets shot, yep, he's going for it. Vortex knows, so no good town center to be had there. He's going to have to drop it, what, here? That gets ruined as well, even further forward. Actually, oh, wait, no. No, he is. Wait, terraforming? What just happened to the cliff? I'm sorry, what? All right, I want a refund on my game. Nah. There's no way that's allowable. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at the fact that he just about gets away with pushing the cliff, but there's another detail. Look at that tree right there. That tiny-ass tree, and look at the distance to the town center foundation. Like a glove? I can't believe that. That is absurd. We thought he was going to be playing SimCity. Turns out he's playing City Skyline with the improved terraforming. Oh my god. Well, this has just ruined the feng shui of the base now. Floating rocks, really? What are we? A fantasy game? First Jean and now this? Ugh. So Knight now coming across. Will not be able to find his easy raid targets. Anno's going to pull off the gold. A little bit annoying. It would be nice to get towards Ecotex quite fast here. Remember, diving this town center is now very hard. You come from the south. He retreats through the north. He has tree line and cliffside to protect him. You dive north, vice versa. It just kind of sucks. I think preference would be to hit him from the north side, because then there's a wider rotation to get back to safety. But that is harder for you to reach, right? Like, you know, you can get here from your base, or you can go deeper to get here. What if there'll be glitch issues now? Nah, I don't think it should cause any issues. I mean, it's like cliffs just seem to have some weird kind of skinning thing where like they're not really cliffs on part of them, I guess. It's very weird terrain, actually. I don't know about that. That town center placement should be illegal. I'm just going to call it what it is. I can't believe he actually got away with deleting part of the cliff for that. Because, like, Vortex done such a good job, right? He shoved the deer through. You can see Anatan was desperate. He was hiding on top of the deer to stop him hitting the deer. He was hoping Vortex was going to misclick him. Oh, man. If that decides the series... Because remember the importance of this. Like, if Vortex wins this game, he's safe. He'll get an extra point overall, which will put him too far ahead of Marine Lord. It means that Vortex would finish second place in the group, starting in the round of 6. But if Anno now snatches this away from him based on that town center placement, it's still up in the air. Anno, it's going to be 1-1-1. Spear, Horseman, Archer. Meanwhile, Vortex does what every pub stomp French player in the world has ever done. What is diversity? Oh, well, actually, diversity for 200 points is adding new units in. He is going to go archery range now. It's going to be scurrying in. Anno, better pull away. Oh, switch on the tree line. Carries the charge through. Actually recharges it there. What? Doesn't find anything, though. Just wastes more time going deeper, ending up losing a lot of health off one of those knights. Did anyone actually gamble in the end? Let's have a look. 98% on Vortex. All right. The 2% voting for Knights Templar. You got to be feeling pretty good right now when that town center went down. Right? You're like, I'm going big. I'm getting rich. Man, he's going to be double archery. So he's straight up going to ego challenge Knights Templar 2 TC. Like, this is ego challenge. Going archer v archer is basically ego challenge.
I mean, you kind of have to with the spears there, right?
But my thought is, this is the most efficient way for Anno to be allowed to play, is less spear, more archer. Because wood is the easiest thing for you to gather en masse, in general in games, and even better for Knights Templar specifically. Easy walls on the north, or up here. Okay, you can get a short wall there. You can wall to your gold, even the follow-up gold. Like, you can basically kind of Takeshi's castle this area over time. It's also really nice for setting up castles, actually. Yeah, he's got enough here for 3 castles. And the cool thing about that is you can keep cruel. Because you could very easily set up a castle here, right? And then you could set up another one here. You could even drop one on the high ground, funnily enough. But the whole idea is you can create a route towards the sacred sites. Now, though, doesn't care about pilgrims. Has not even bothered to go for safe passage. Steeled arrows on the way. No undermesh for Vortex. That's a very interesting choice. He prioritized steeled arrow first. Vortex up to 10 knights now. Spear production continues from Anno, though. A little bit of annoyance. The horseman actually crept around the back. We'll get sniped out. Needs more of them actually diving there, if anything. Can't really dive the tree line, right? We talked about the Ringing Ring Rosies games. If you go towards the gold, if there's anyone out there, it's a little bit better because it's not the 2 town center close by. The alternative is that Vortex starts adding in rams to break the 2nd town center. I don't think he's there yet, though. I wouldn't say he's overwhelmingly threatening. Like, if he walks up to 2nd town center with 6 archers, we're not going to care, right? You'll just cheese him by torch rushing and then garrisoning. Wolves going to come up. Anatan. We've actually seen this regularly from him. We had Roos for him up against Marine Lord yesterday. And it's very similar to this idea, right? That was Sengoku versus Ruse, where, you know, 2TC, hunker down, slow play, don't rush. Sticks to his guns, trust in it. Horsemen have moved across the map now. We've got Textiles coming in. Good call there by Vortex as he spreads out more of his economy. Knight's just still not finding a target. Like, it's so much easier when your opponent's trying to be greedy, you know, where he's like trying to go castle. But because it's only 2 resource types, Anatan, although it means he gathers through them faster, he's just keeping all the workers together. Which shows how strong he feels, right? Like, I feel like usually when we see people up against an overwhelming force, they split their economy because they don't think they can defend it. So obviously splitting economy against French is step 1 on the route to destruction because it gives them all these raid targets. Mr. Anoton now adding an additional infrastructure. Gradually going to be getting into more farms. He's getting the back walls up, so plenty of farmland area to expand into here. He has got extra berries in the corner, but fairly open. Front berries, deer, a little bit too far out there. One good fight is all it would take. Oops, Seek Shelter betrays him. -1 worker, torches coming out. Army is marching forward. Should be able to scare him off here. Starts queuing up arrow slits for some reason. Wait, what? He's like, oh yeah, I can hold this. This is fine. Also being a little bit annoying, but obviously can't hang around. He actually makes it work. He queued up arrow slits when the outpost went down to 30 HP. And he gets away with it. Just wishing for a shot here. Vortex has got to be thinking about castle soon, right? Like, get castle, get veterans to your knights. It only takes 30 seconds. You can break the game at that point. Whereas Anno is stuck in a never-ending swirl of build more spears. 29 spearmen. Archer's very aggressive positioning. Does get punished. 1 archer for what? Was that 2? Almost 3 losses. Tree line is getting munched through fast at this stage. Vortex showing no signs of letting go still. Goes in for the burn again. Pushes them all the way back. Villagers are in a bit of a pickle. Body blocks coming through. Most don't make it out. We've got 2 out of the 5 making it home. Like, this is the annoying thing. If you're not killing knights, you feel like you're gradually losing the game. A bit of a weird position there. Does end up costing Vortex 2 knights, which is odd because it looked like Anatan wasn't paying attention. Right? He had spears just sitting there, archers attacking. So Vortex was in the right mind to just go for a trade. I don't know if that was intentional from Anatan or just automatic reaction reaping rewards. As a result, Anno is now seeing an opportunity. He moves up, double outpost to secure the barracks. He needed this so badly as well. I mean, we're talking, what, 20? Yeah, 24 workers out here on the berries. It was either this or mass farms. And mass farms has got to feel like a death sentence in this position. Now we have got front line gathering. No wheelbarrow still from Anno. I think you might go for it now, right? Like, you're starting to get risky with positioning, so you want that extra run speed. And he has already got textiles, so 98 HP on the workers. Nice pin. Catches 4 knights, kills off 2 of them, gets the 3rd. That was a great trade. Keeping the knight count down, lost a bunch of archers. Vortex is starting to fall behind. Worrisomely so. 35 on food, 5 on gold. Dare I say, castle rush from Anatan? I mean, 43 archers, 35 spears. There's a lot of power to upgrade here. Why not some healers for Anno? He has got healing, right? He's got chivalry. It's just he's feeling pressured to attack because this is 2 town center. So the longer you wait, the bigger the lead, the more value now Knights Templar are getting out of 2 town center. So there is kind of urgency to keep going. A little bit exposed. Spearman coming from the sides. Great trade again. Takes out the 2 knights. Make it 4. Wow. Anno. He's destroying him. It's just... There's no win to be had anymore. Archer count double for Anno. Knights still outnumbered by spears. Archer count getting high enough to kill those knights. Just look at the bodies. Heavy cav count is not shining through anymore. It's not going to be a casual French stomp. It is going to be a shutout in Game 5. Meaning Vortex has to sit on the sidelines for the rest of the day worrying about the final series outcome and what Marine Lord is going to do. And Anatan keeps the hopes alive of finishing just a little bit higher in that group stage. Great performance. 2 Town Center Knights Templar versus French. I still think that Town Center placement should have been illegal. I can't believe that he actually managed to get that. Pixel perfect. And now the Death Bush. 1,700 food. Breathing room to start adding in farms. He's even started pilgriming. Vortex, where's your recovery point here? You're down to 10 knights. You haven't got mass farms. You're playing pocket resources. There's a lot of problems to solve. Oh, you mean Anno with the healing infantry? Honestly, just not worth it. At this point, it's kind of pointless because the Hospitalier, like, the healing sounds nice, right? But when you talk about being 25, 30 archers, that means anything that gets targeted is going to die, right? So in most cases, a unit is always going to die whether it's full HP or not. You'd rather just have more spears instead of investing into Hospitalier. Hospitalier that aren't even that crazily tanky against archers because they have low range armor. The Desperation dive here. Knights try to rotate. And the worst split imaginable. Archers to trade archers. Spears to chase knights. Vortex. Out of sight. Out of mind. Not a worry anymore for Anno. He can cruise mode this into castle and look to end the game. Has the deer to do it. Yeah, I mean, this played out perfectly. Deer, not to mention the gold option, so now he's not just leaning one side. He can essentially move his whole economy kind of down. Not going to do so, right? Because you've still got 2 town center up here. Spears. Oh, 4-6, buddy, no. Anno now in the castle age. Angevin Spears queued. And that is your cue to wave the white flag. Really just role play World War II French here. Instead of 14th, 15th century French. I mean, he's going to go for an Ura dive. Knights are wrapping around to try and come back in. It's just futile. Knights Templar beat French. All in aggro, not as good as we thought. I mean, this is a shocker. It feels like French... I don't want to say they're an auto win, but it feels like such a hard civ to beat. Anatan just casually breaking him here. Also kind of becoming his signature civ. He almost won against Marine Lord last night with this pick. And now beats Vortex with it in decisive game number 5. Deciding game number 5 becomes decisive in the end. At this point, Vortex is just going through the motions. But I imagine a GG is just around the corner. That's right, wave that white flag. And Frost Knights Templar up high. A TC placement that should have just been illegal. Sets Anatan up for great success. Oh my god. I think that town center makes it uploadable on its own. Your goat going down. I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? Like, Vortex, I think he's still quite happy with the outcome overall. There's a good finish in the groups for him, right? So we'll reset to 0-0. And then next up, we said we were going to watch the Beastie series, right? Yeah, so next up is Kilyadi Voldemar and Beastie B. We're going to do Beastie B. Because Kilyadi Voldemar is a completely pointless series. Like, it changes absolutely nothing. Like, I don't think... Can it even change placement in the group? No, well, Voldemar can beat Dumu's placement by winning. That's about it. What's up, Gecko? How's it going, buddy? So yeah, we will definitely be casting B versus Beastie. Which should be quite an entertaining one. Yeah, no. He's going to be playing now. So BC versus B, and then after that, final sets of the day will be Puppy Paw MSN and Marine Lord WoW. Going to be a fun way of closing out the group stage with games that actually still matter. Because if Beastie now loses, because Lucifron 3-0'd Corvinus, Lucifron would take top spot in the group. So Beastie needs a win, or he's reduced to second, and my Dark Horse rises up to be placed in semifinals straight away. If B wins, nothing changes unless Puppy Paw loses to MSN. Realistically, what should happen is if Beastie loses, I think Puppy Paw goes up to first. And then Beastie goes down to third. That's the more likely outcome. But if Puppy Paw loses and Beastie loses, Lucifron gets first in groups. That's a lot to still play for in the final two series, huh? All right, let's see if draft is ready. Oh, yep, I got draft here. Are they in game? They're not in game just yet, so we've got a minute. So we'll quickly have a look at the draft. Only first and second progressed? No. But the way it works is if you look here, based on your seeding, like if you finish top of groups, you're immediately in semifinals with this format. If you finish second, you're in the round of 6. Anything else starts in round of 8. But only top 4 progress from each group. So, Baldland beginning. We've got Dry Arabia Coastal, Four Lakes, Lipany. French, Golden Horde, high priority for Beastie. Sneaks in Knights Templar, Macedonians. They split the bands. Byzantines and Macedonians sneak through. B gets Shushi China. He's got his Rus in there too. Pretty normal maps, right? So, like, these picks, such as things like Tuklak, etc., get less value because the only obvious one is Four Lakes. Which makes me like BC's a bit more. French Golden Horde, really powerful. Iabid's generically applicable in most matchups, I feel like, at the moment. Sengoku, decent in some matchups. One or two where they can be very strong. Knights Templar have their moments, I guess. Macedonian's very strong. Mongol, situationally strong. Yeah, the Sengoku one's going to be interesting, actually, because I think B is quite effective against Sengoku strats. Because B likes Spearman a lot. He does a lot of spear rushes, so he can shut you out pretty well. But first game is going to be Baldland, French versus Shushi. Both of them bringing their first picks out and being allowed them. Golden Horde and Lancaster get sniped out. Does a French win this? I feel like Shushi has to fast castle, no? We'll have to find out. Maybe Shushi's now strong enough to not care. Oh. A lot of Beastie fans turning up. It's interesting, really, actually. I mean, Beastie's obviously the more popular content creator. I always felt like a lot of people love B because of his creative, out-of-left-field approach, right? Also, congrats to the person who gambled on Anatand and was only 2% of the gamble. Damn. I think for me, I mean, I try to remain unbiased. There is an element of me that cheers for B from the logic of, like, it creates a very interesting situation on the groups. You know what I mean? A very interesting situation. Because Luciferon topping groups is a big shocker. It's a weird one because B is the reigning S tier champion. So you're like, B's the favorite. But like based on the outcome of groups, not so much, right? Like Beastie kind of had a crazy time until that Luciferon series yesterday. And it's like a weird trade out because like Luciferon lost to Puppy Paw, right? Oh no, sorry, he beat him. Like, yeah, so for that reason, I kind of want Lucy to get it. I want that situation Lucy to have the top spot, because although he dropped some series, like against Numenor as a shocker, the fact that he beat Puppy Paw 3-2, and then he beat Beastie 3-0. Like, Luciferon is a beast, an incredible beast, man. What was better than so-called energy drink crap? I mean, do both. You want to balance both, because if you drink just one, you would get a very dry throat. So both tends to be good. All right, we're just waiting for them to get in lobby to begin now, so B's chilling right there. Spinman buff was one of the best balance changes in a long time. French still top tier. Yeah, but the Spinman buff, I mean, for what B's doing, it's not even about that buff, because that buff doesn't matter, because B's whole strats are like early mid-game. Healing Feudal Age spam spears, right? And although they've improved the bracing, the movement speed doesn't come into Imperial Age. So, like, the fact that B is just doing mass spears, like, I don't think it really had anything to do with that change in particular. He just seems to really, 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 really like mass spears. Like, a lot. Can anyone in the bottom 4 group still make it? Nope. They all dead. They're all gone. Even if B loses 3-0 and MSN 3-0's Puppy Paw, B will still be 1 point ahead of him, and thus will make it through. Yeah. No bueno. And Kilyadi is, before the outcome, so far behind. Like, Kilyadi is 12 points behind Anatan, who's in 4th place. Yeah, that doesn't change either. We getting ready? The boys are in lobby now. So we'll be shifting in momentarily. What I'll do as well is I will run ads now. I'm going to run 2 minutes ads, guys. 2 minutes of ads so you don't get them when we're in game, okay? Oh. I found the scene I was referring to the other day, by the way. I was talking about, like, the epicness and, like, the best Attack on Titan. I don't think the best Attack on Titan song is the main tune. I think it's this one. What's that? This is like Barricade is the best song from Attack on Titan. And it's because of this scene right here.
I never told you this before, but however bad things get, as long as we're together, I'm not afraid.
That moment kicks ass every day. I've been thinking about it, and I still need to watch Final Season Part 2, because I never got around to it. Because I felt scammed. This is probably still the best episode of the entire anime. All right, that is all. Back to the games. Everyone knows the other one, right? The one I'm talking about that everyone thinks is the best Attack on Titan music. It's the having sex with the bees and the eagles one. Now that I've said it like that, you can't unhear it, by the way. American football, they refer to it as parody. I think a cooler word of like everyone having someone that beats them is equilibrium, right? Equilibrium is a much cooler word. I'm sorry to... I feel like because you mentioned American football, I want to outdo it now. Like, why do they use parody over equilibrium? All right, one's in chat. If you like parody as a way of describing everything balancing out and people beating people in kind of like a circular format. Or equilibrium is 2s. One's for parity, two's for equilibrium. Equilibrium suggests balance. Parity is like something about that word that just makes me feel like okay, so nothing's happening. Even though parity is meant to be a good thing, like it's equality or whatever. I don't think we use that word over here. I think actually we just use the word balance, to be honest with you. All right, let's get ready to go. All right, no ones or twos. My chat has zero opinion. There you go. So, like tomorrow, when I'm like, let's play Doki Doki Universe, and you guys say no, I'm like, well, you guys are just bots anyway. So. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, by the way, I don't know. I think Battlefield 6. I went back to it again. I do not know what they've done to the netcode in that game. I think after what they've done with 2042 and how they dropped the ball in the most unnecessary way with 6, I don't think I'm ever going to buy a Battlefield game again. Because I broke my rule after 2042. I was like, this game is so abhorrently bad. And I feel so scammed that I'll never buy it. But then the beta of Battlefield 6, I was like, damn. All right. I didn't think I was going to say it, but I'm going to buy it. Never again. It's so sad as well. It just needed better support for the Portal mode. I remember they made some weird rules around it, which killed Portal. And then they didn't have enough maps coming out quick enough. So sad. So sad. And then obviously they're now just focused on making Red Set good because obviously Warzone dropped the ball hard. Dude, I feel like Warzone was the biggest self-shot in the foot I've seen in FPSs in years, right? Because High Guard wasn't a shot in your own foot. That was Jeff shooting you in the kneecap. Because they had too much hype around them. But like with Warzone, if you guys remember, years ago, they hyped up the event of blowing up Verdansk, which was the popular map. And then it was never the same after that. They built up all this lore, all this excitement, all this enjoyment on that map. And they're like, now we're just going to drop a nuke on it. It's gone. You're an ad? Oh no, if only there was a way to get rid of those. I was saying that I think a better word than parity is probably equilibrium. Because although parity, by more official definition, is meant to be balanced, everything being balanced, equilibrium sounds more like a zen state of everything balancing out. I'm nitpicking at this point, but you know. We've got 30 seconds to burn. What are we going to talk about? The matchup? Who cares? The matchup will be what it will be, baby boo. The question is now whether new Sushi is better than French, which I'm not sure about. I mean, you're what? Just going to mass spear Chuk? That sounds bad against French. I think French love fighting spear Chuk, no? But the challenge is like getting to a high enough count to feel ultra strong. If that makes sense. Like 20 plus knights. One and all, we are back for that epic series. It's the B&B special. B versus Beastie. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. The reigning champion in S tier tournaments faces off against the leader of the pack from Group B. A win here for B would cause pure pandemonium for the group stage standings. The Beastie, it would just lock things in pretty firmly. The question in our minds is the new Shu Shi strong enough to take on French? An aggressive map, forward food, an all-in focus, and a matchup that's historically felt insanely good for French. Let's see if B has the answers for Shu Shi. Oh man, this is going to be an interesting one actually. The new build with Shu Shi is all about zerging and blobbing quick enough. Now, what I'm curious about is whether he can truly actually out-blob just the raw power of the French. Because when I think about this matchup, all I can really focus on is this idea that French Knights will scale and will win. When you get to about 20 French Knights, the problem is, like, what is your comp here? If you're playing long feudal as Shu Shi, it's probably going to be Spears and Chuk. Let's say you get to 30 Spears and 40 Chuk. Meanwhile, for that same kind of army size, Beastie's probably going to be at, like, let's say at least 20 archers and 20 knights. That's not a great fight for Xu Shi. Because what ends up happening is that battle becomes a very prolonged micro war. And if you're playing against a player who can micro, what they can do is they can just keep moving their knights in, baiting the Chug attacks, and shooting you down with archers over time. And then they keep cycling the injured knights out, and they heal them between battles. So I think for Xu Shi to win with a feudal strat, it needs to be very aggressively aligned. And this is going to be a true test on just how good Jiangnan is. Is it good enough to bulk you up fast enough to win feudal before French reach that critical mass? Jiangnan, it is. Yeah, come on, he wasn't going to Mediguard him. The question now is he going to full feudal or is he going to fast castle? Because there is a Castle Age build. That involves Shaolin Temple, which doesn't sound great against French knights. Yeah, because you're going to walk the monks out and they're going to get clapped. 1 on Jiangnan doesn't indicate fast castle, by the way. We quite often see 1 on Jiangnan because Xu Shi builds so fast. And he's already got 5 on the wood, so definitely looks like we're going to get some production buildings. 2 on gold. If it's Pro Scouts, it'll be delayed Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts would make a lot of sense on this map because the food is just so exposed. Especially with Beast Spawn. What? All right. If Beastie loses this, there is no excuse of spawns, right? He got back gold. Good option for French. But the more important thing I'm focusing on is the fact that B's berries are all forward. Or rather, like, you know, forward or aligned with the TC. He didn't get a back berry spawn as an option that he could wall in. Even up here. I mean, mid-game, there's a nice wall to set up on the north side for a lot of food. But early game definitely feels a bit uncomfortable. So Jiangnan almost complete. Rack's beginning. So the way you usually play Pro Scouts here is because French Knights are always coming, would be Spearmen into stable Scouts. And that way you have the means to get the deer back. If you just straight up Scouts, Knights will arrive and they'll inevitably ruin your day. The gamble of it that can work sometimes is there's 4 different locations to get deer from, so there's no guarantee that Beastie would find you if you rush Pro Scouts. But it quickly becomes an unreliable strategy, right? Like, you could split 4 Scouts up and down the map, one's going to get intercepted, you're already losing troops. You have enough food to start with, you don't need to imminently rush Pro Scouts. Yeah, dude, he's got 20 sheep. What? 21 to 16. So B got an extra 1,000 food underneath his TC. Great start for him. School of Cavalry completes for Beastie. And only 1 Gamba, and it was all for Beastie to win. So much for that believing in B. I mean, it does feel like a tall order when you think about it, right? It's like, I feel like we've seen this matchup a lot in the past. And normally it felt like, you know, that was in the Pro Scout era, that would be Xu Shi would go fast castle. French would just build more knights, and they would just dive you when you teched. So I can kind of understand the skepticism. But B, did he supervise? He is indeed supervising. It doesn't look like it because this game is a scam. Apparently, it was too hard to animate turning. It's not even an animation. Having this guy turn to face the building he was supervising doesn't require you to animate, chat. It just requires you to rotate the model 45 degrees. So yeah, 6 seconds to produce those spearmen. Means he got 5 out in 30 seconds. Already outnumbers the enemy knights. Scout follow-up is coming. And Pro Scouts is inevitable. 1 gold off. Needs to slide in that last little bit of cheddar. Spearman's rushing towards the gold, actually. Interesting. He's got more Spearmen queued up to deal with this. But he's going to try to slow down the gold gathering. And Beastie... Ooh. Did he not see them? It looks like he didn't. He's going to get the bad news that he'll need an archery range here. I mean, 5 spears is tricky, right? Like, you could try to commit against it with 3 knights, but it's going to be rough. And he agrees. Archery range gets dropped. He did already start building scouts. He cancels it. So he's not going Pro Scouts right now. And, oh, great grab! B with the pin! -1 knight already. That's significant. That was a sick start. B has Pro Scouts on the way. Not being supervised. I think he switched to supervising the racks again. He forgot about this. Please remember. Okay, Tax, supervise back on. Boom. Pro Scouts coming in fast. 14 seconds out. Beastie still wants Pro Scouts. He's stuck 8 onto the gold, but this has definitely slowed him down a lot. Yeah, I think in his mindset, he doesn't mind being slower because Archer Knight should be Spearman. What are you going to do is Shushi? Add in Power Guard? Are you going to add in Horseman? In theory, if he has the deer first, lobbing Horseman is a possibility here. Pro Scout's starting to return the goodies. Spears did move south side, so I think he was waiting for maybe a Pro Scout play to come in from Beastie. But we can see that he still doesn't have it yet. Knights are going to catch the Scouts, though. Weird pathing there. Weird time to be playing Ringer and Rosies. I'm starting to feel like this might have been a misstep from B running all the way south, right? There was absolutely no reason for this in the end. And it's kind of cost him the center, slowed down his return on deer. These Knights have gotten great value. And it's also bought the time for Beastie to get archers up. This is coming at a cost. We still don't have Pro Scouts. At this point, I think Beastie is saying to hell with it. It's too late to Pro Scout. I need a win. So he's going to try to stop B from getting value out of PS. In fairness, we're watching a B game. So there is a real possibility that he only builds spears all the way through. He'll eventually build something else, but this is ridiculous. 14 spears already. And he's going to get another 4 spearmen in, oh my god, just 200 more resources. That's pretty sick. He's going to have 5 horsemen and close to 20 spears. Archer's getting scared away by spearmen. We'll eventually counter them, boys. Just keep running. And there it is. Immediately up to 5 horsemen, now up to 17 spears. Nice play there. BC used that to bait the brace. Gets the retreat. Horseman now arrives. That'll scare Beastie off too. An army should be forming for a big brawl. That's the Jiangnan effect on that screen right there. You can see it clearly. He's at 29 now, right? So he was down at about 20. Then he gets this spawn out of an extra unit plus an extra 7. You see what I mean about Jiangnan now? It's a wacky boost to army size. No signs of cheek whatsoever. He's got 10 horsemen already. And the spears. Oh, he gets a grab for the body block, maybe? He's looking for it. Splitting the spears off might be a good idea. He just leaves a few to chase. He's moving up. Great momentum opportunity here for B. Archer mass isn't big enough to really hold this back. And the Rohirrim are unleashed. Scouts, he's baiting him. Stealth Forest. B. It's an ambush. Catches him upfield. What a move by B. The archers get caught out of position. That Stealth Forest mattering so much. So archer count gets shrunk to nothing. Unless the Knights can hold firm here, but the spears are coming in fast. He's just got him by the long and curlies. Oh my god. Undermesh on the way too. Beastie looks absolutely chalked. I mean, this is just ridiculous, right? What do you do now? Number-wise, like, how do you compete? The horsemen can pin Knights now. The villagers are gathering berries. He never got Pro Scouts. He looks dead. No textiles either, so kind of risky. Luckily, it's mass melee. Minimize the losses, but still free work is down. Practically your whole eco lead, right? He's only up by 2 now. And Undermesh, you know what that means. B, he's getting the snorkeling gear on. He's going in again. Are Shushi the new French killers? I mean, the Pro Scouts detail is just so important in this game. You can see that Beastie wanted it, right? Feels like it anyway. There was a goal to maybe at least eventually get there. Otherwise, where are you getting resources? But the Zerg is real. 40 military against 14. And B, starting to stockpile for castle. You got gold at the back, you got berries. Beastie has a little bit of resource to work with there. Knights are going to try to go for a counteroffensive. B needs more spearmen. Needs them fast. In fact, oh my god, he's got another army coming in, what, 5 more units? Guys, he can pump that out rapido. Like, he's doing it right now. He's supervising the racks again. This guy and his shady antics is winning the game. Oh, no, wait. Actually, he's actively supervising the correct direction this time. This little screen here is winning the entire game. Who's ready for more army? Not B. He stopped. He's teching. Beastie, at this point, has to be very suspicious as to why he hasn't been ended. Horsemen are going to go for the pin, aren't they? Ooh. Nice charge onto them. Horseman, body blocking. He's trying to stop an exit. Spears are catching up. He's got him. He can't get away. More spears are coming through. Horseman count is going down, but who cares? Discard them for the win. Still enough left over to kill 2, maybe 3 knights. Another one goes down. I mean, it looks catastrophic losing that many horsemen until you remember that B has no intention of continuing Feudal Age. So he got the best value possible out of them by getting rid of the only unit that Beastie could truly rely on scaling to hold in a long Feudal Age. Horseman quick enough to finish off these knights. 7 HP. 2 more love taps. He's going to get in there. He's inching for it. Gets an additional kill. He's even going to hunt for another. And that pathing a little bit rough. Beastie loses half remaining health. Has got reinforcements coming. So that will scare B off. But Dali horses just got immediately queued. Lancers have been queued up. He's still been getting deer off the flanks from the pro scouts by the looks of it. Beastie has only 1 course open to him. Full Divide attack. But I just used the word Divide. B is Russian. So that's a natural +5 to his dice rolls. Veterancy for Spears is in. Knights now melt. Not that there's many of them. Is he supervising for Lancer production? He is now. 14 seconds to produce. Speedy Gonzalo activated. He's still got it on Horseman Spear as well. He never switched it to crossbows. I mean, there needs to be knights for you to need crossbows, you know? And I don't really see many knights on my screen anymore. Horseman just poking the back. A few spears going down, sure, but Lance is now to carry this across the finish line. And B, to open this series with a scary potential outcome for final day of groups now. BC's position at the top, not feeling safe. Best of 5, still some way to go, but a nice way to kick this off. French will not be able to stomp out another opponent. As an Englishman, I am happy. What? You know, grudge. Can't have French winning everything. That's why we're like, woo, Marine Lord isn't top of group. What's happening? And I'm fine with Canadians being there because they're not French Canadian. Yeah, that's it. That's GG. Lancers are now marching forward. Spearmen are rotating. He's looking towards the food sources. Beastie at this point is kind of stuck in Death's World mode, where it's like, I build a knight, I lose a knight. I build a knight, I lose a knight. Because otherwise, you're letting Lancers kill your workers. And he knows there's no way back. Chushi, the perfect French killers. Very interesting game. Okay. Let's see what the boys are going to be partying us up with next. So B Beastie game number 2. I think this is 4 legs, right? We've got Knights Templar Mongols. Knights Templar get sniped. B pick Tuklak China. Tuklak get sniped. So he's looking to get a 2-game lead by picking China again. Makes sense. OP-Civ. Everyone knows the devs made them stronger because they wanted to sell more copies in China. That's just facts. Don't at me. I mean, haven't you noticed how they leave China and Sushi strong for a very long time, every time? Like, come on, guys. You didn't answer? We talked about it a lot. Yes, you get extra spears for free. That's the way the Xianren works. You get 4 spears and 3 horsemen for every 2,000 resources spent. Or you can get 3 Palace Guard for Chug, I think it was. Or you can get 4 crossbows and 1 grenadier. That's the way the landmark works. It allows this, what feels like an unrivaled Zerg in Feudal Age. All right, I'm going to run a minute and a half of ads now so you guys don't get them in-game. Dang. Well played, B. China versus Mongols. There was an old build for China where they opened Imperial Official and rushed Rax. I wonder if B would ever do it here. Ladder's going to be full of Shu Shi now. Yeah, I think it was always going to head that way, considering the Shu Shi is one of the top picks throughout this tournament. Like, tournament stat-wise, Shu Shi has been picked, or at least drafted, more than almost any. Yeah, so Shu Shi sits at 25 picks. For reference point, it is mirrored with French, 25 picks. Only 2 civs have been played more. Ibis at 28. And then, can you guys guess what number 1 is? At 35 picks, what do you think the most picked civ is in this tournament? I think we know. Deep down, you know what is true. It is the way of the Golden Horde. Yeah, Golden Horde, also with 20 wins, 15 losses. So very positive win rate. Mongols, by the way, 5 wins, 1 loss. And Shu Shi is 16 wins, 9 losses. The other civ that is pretty competitive on amounts of picks and win rate is Sengoku, 15 wins and 7 losses. Malians, of course, OP, 67 bans, 10 picks, 7 wins, 3 losses. All right, let's get ready. The champ is back. Long live the champ. B, looking more on form towards the end of the group stage, leads the series up against BC with a 15-minute victory. We're going to see if he can beat that record. Because now is the true test. China in the green for B, going up against BC's Mongols. Mongols, the highest win rate civ in this tournament at 83.3%, but only picked 6 times. They've only lost once. They've won 5 times. On the other side, China is not as good. 10 wins, 14 losses. Can B pad that a little bit for a civ that is considered to be first pick material here on Four Lakes? But in all, welcome back to the channel. End of group stage. And if B wins this series, it creates quite the chaos at the top of the group. Beastie going into this is first place in his groups. He loses this. All of a sudden, Lucifron and Puppy Paw both on the menu to try and take a top spot away from him. Crazy to think we got to this point. B will be starting off with the Chinese dock drop. On the other side, Mongols are going to be going for a Dark Age Rax Rush. That's rough, actually. B didn't get a beneficial position to go for like a tree line protection with walls, but he can wall this in tight. Is he going to go for it early? No, instead B pulls back. So I guess a semi-fast feudal timing here as opposed to hanging around and building a lot of extra fishing. Let me know what you guys think of the music we have on the intros to these games, by the way. Do you actually like it, lump it? Do you wish it ran longer, ran shorter? I'm going to try letting the song play out instead of just abruptly canceling it. I mean, technically, well, there's an easier way. I just do this. We fade it out. This is a serious series after all. Mongols should have another double pump coming shortly. Might just actually solo produce. I think you want the spears fast enough here to guarantee the kill. And no, wait. This is an Imperial Official build. He's not going to do it, though. I wondered if he was actually going to go for a spear battle. Because weirdly enough, China used to bully Mongols in Dark Age. You guys remember this? This is back like Mongolian Heights days. Is at first, Mongols destroyed China because China was greedy. And then Chinese players realized if they just build a taxman, which back then you always done anyway, and supervised Iraqs, because of your food income, you could beat Mongols. But that's not what's happening here. He's going to tax to get what he needs, plus the gold drop off here. And he's just going to play for H2. Oh, that's really nice for him. Oh, nice guy Beastie. Instead of killing the docks, waste time on the fishing boats. Wait, was that meant to happen, or was that an A click that B ruined for him? I mean, he's clearly microing, so Beastie's trying to burn them. But it's the tall order to kill a fishing boat like this. Yep, buys time for B, right? And he's playing a Civ that can build their landmark insanely fast. Final sliver of gold needs to be taxed in. Wait, did he miscalc? Oh, wait, what? He did, right? He already tax dropped off, so he has to wait a little bit to collect tax again. There you go, drops it off now. So that buys some vital time there for Beastie. That 1 gold difference. Oh my. Imperial Academy now with 3. A lot of wood being gathered up. Guys, I mean, he could lose the dock. Yeah, this is not looking so great anymore. Dock drop now coming from Beastie, but I mean, if he's building this, what, 15 seconds, 20 seconds sooner? That's the difference between Dock dead, Dock alive. Beastie is going to be prepping probably archery range. There's only one reason why you'd have 6 on wood, right? And not be producing fishing boats. So we'll look to just re-secure. I think Beastie's pretty happy with this then. Like, your opponent built an Imperial Official to start the game, which is already pretty rough for him. And then he loses a dock, 150 loss, while you gain yourself 50 resources. Archer ship gets queued up. I don't know if that's getting buffed, though. Oh, he's trying to bait him. He thinks he's on A-click. Or maybe he's looking for the microscopic drop-off. Oh, the villager. The villager buys a little bit of time there. Archer ship, it's going to get out. The villager makes the difference. Dock will still go down, but he now has an archer ship to re-secure. Okay, but we need to, like, time it right. Let's chill. Let's not rush it. Villager will get away. He needs a fresh one pulled, and he needs an opening to get there before the spears intercept. Deerstone now on the way for Beastie. Oh, wow. He ends up going archer, and he... Okay, now this feels weird, no? This feels really weird now that I think about it. The fact that you've ended up building archer ship, but you're going archers as well. Maybe he's going to turn this into a counterattack. Like, you could probably do archer spears and beat Mongols. There's no way Mongols are better than China for archer spear, right? But, oh, the villager. No, what? I can't believe he got that. The impatience of B to get that dock back up cost him dearly. Already had the idle time over here. Now loses the worker. I mean, it seems minute, right? One worker, what do you do? Until you remember, he had the idle time involved in the other one. He already lost 1 dock. He bought an archer ship. He invested a lot to make this play easy. And then he went archers on top of that. Also, villager on the other flank. So he ends up pulling archers to deny that. Play on the spears to get the dock up. And then also gets delayed on his timing for secondary dock. Meanwhile, Beastie has already set up this. Yeah, he's fishing on 2 ponds. Alright, also, really important debate here. Are these ponds or lakes? What do you think? How do you define a lake? What is the official determination of lake versus pond? I guess ponds are something in your garden, right? I've never actually thought about the sizing requirement for ponds. Oh. There is actually a technical definition for defining pond versus lake. Do you guys know what it is? So ponds are shallow enough for sunlight to reach the bottom, which allows plants to grow across the entire surface. Whereas lakes are deeper. There you go. There is a technical cutoff point. So if this was all shallow to this depth, it should have been called 4 ponds. Ponds should not have deep sea fish. You watch me. I'm going to fill up a salt pond and drop tuna in there. Yeah, that's what I would have thought as well, Burble. My first instinct would have been depth and area based, but apparently is to do with sunlight, which like adds into depth. But the whole idea, it does make sense if you think about it. It's like with ponds, you get the growth growing up based on like the sun conception. You get, you know, lily pads and stuff. Lakes also shouldn't have a deep sea fish. That's true, because lakes are freshwater, right? Not seawater. What's that Phil doing? I try not to ask questions. These Keshiks, though, trying to be a nuisance. Khan does go down. At least gets the movement speed arrow to get him away. Game's gotten a bit weird, hasn't it? Beastie has double the fishing of China. I'm sorry, what? Say that again. 14 fishing boats to 6. This is not a great timing for B. And because it's Keshiks now, the idea of setting up a second dock to speed up your fishing, very risky. The fact that he's added in double archership as well. Oh, hold on a sec. Beastie. Guys, come on. No. The timing on that? Without a Khan. He finds it at the perfect moment. We're going to run down the 2 villages. Archership's going to get some damage in, but he needs an assistance right now. Spears to chase up. About to be another minus villager. He actually breaks away. Keshik goes down. It's going to be a recommit, but the village is there. He can't get the kill. Unbelievable. B with the micro just in time. And Beastie with the spidey senses here. Unbelievable. Like, that was pitch perfect timing to go in. Unless I missed a Falcon still up in the air. That's ludicrous. Moves over to the other side now, but Doc's already up over there. Villager is going to start making their way back. Spears are also moving out. And your Keshiks are not great on HP. Will be scared away. B starting to look like he's prepping for castle. How's that not 2 dead vills? Because B. Oh, because China as well. Village garrison is very, very strong. Keshi's going to heal up. That's really good for them. Surprised the spears aren't chasing, but that kind of tells you B's intent, right? Like, this must be castle play. He has also got the archership to scare him off. So it gets a little bit of healing out of it, but BC knows when to back away. Fishing lead pretty much gone. I mean, it's still 5 up, but when you remember that this was a double up lead, 20 versus 15 now, B is getting competitive fast. Then we start asking the question, who's better in castle? China or Mongol? Kurtai is very strong. Usually you're looking at like 25, 30 archers. That's the go time. We're not at that point yet for Beastie. What's more surprising is the way he's fronting. Keshik's producing. Deerstone moving up. Instead of rushing towards attack timing, it's almost like he's rushing towards an attack. Wolves also about to go up from B. He goes for the double hand cannon slit. Smart call here against Keshiks. I mean, Keshiks melt to hand cannon slits. Pretty cushy on the farming front. 23 fishing boats to 23 now. Much faster tech timing possible for B. Yeah, just needs that final sliver of gold, and then he builds much quicker. Keshik's providing a lot of quality, but I'm worried about these hand cannon slits. Gets the wall up enough to create a choke point. Keshik's now diving in. Brace pins 3 of them. Kills 1 straight away. Horrible engage there for BC. Loses half the Keshiks already. He's going to be diving in. You got enough garrison slots here, right? And on the backside, the Imperial Palace tech speed is just so fast. Archers hold the choke. All but 1 Keshik dead. More spears coming out. Just needs to kind of idle them out here. Villagers are now going to migrate the area. Tech up is indeed complete. New Keshiks coming through, but most of them going down. Just 1 left alive. Taxmen kills aren't really going to cut it. They can be reproduced out of the academy. He wants the workers, and the workers are making a break for it. Uh-oh. Transport ship's coming. 3 Keshiks now, needs the gate. Archer ship to arrive. Transpo's going to come in clutch. Runs back towards it. Most workers get out. Losers free. Now the retreat's going to cost Beastie more. The hand cannon slits again. Double garrison. Kurultai being teched behind this. Beastie with an economy lead. But it is going to cost him most of the standing army. However, B lost all of his. On top of that, though, look at B's reserves. 945 food. He's eager to start producing, but that gold idol killed the ability. What are we looking at here? He needs production buildings too, right? Like, presumably you want lancers. Doesn't have stables yet. First one now being pumped. He can build an extra Imperial official and then supervise. He's going to be going crossbow palace guard. Which is all going to keep looming around. Undermesh also. That's actually crazy. That die for Beastie of Undermesh, I think, is quite significant of a difference, right? The hand cannon slits still disintegrate you, but the in-between arrow fire slows down the pacing. Kind of crazy it wasn't there. Stilled arrow was, at least, which gave him more kill potential. B. Other interesting thought is, like, B... Oh, he didn't have enough wood, did he? I was going to say, could he not have just built an extra village and then garrisoned inside the village with a lot of the workers? Because that's the thing. It's meant to be very hard to lose workers as China because of the 8 garrison slots you get per one of these. Barbican on the ford. So B, trying to fix the damage with Song. Beastie make a video about retiring? Are you talking about last year? Didn't he say he was just taking a break in that video? I can't remember anything about retiring. Alright, Veterancy for Archers coming. Damage 2 as well for Beastie. B is just trying to sneak Lancers in for kills. Gonna find a worker here. Army's close by. The Yam should protect him. Yeah. He backs off. Keshik's just ass? I think Keshik's perform fine on water maps. We won't talk about land maps. Yes, Keshik's on land maps is a different discussion entirely. Okay, so he's switching horsemen. Lancer Palace Guard alone is pretty strong here, right? Like, you don't want to overinvest in crossbows now, I guess, because of the horseman threat. Is there ever a world in which B goes for Nesta Bees? It's possible later on. The problem with Nesta Bees is when you play against Kurultai, you need a lot of them. You need 3 to 4 to guarantee the kills. Because otherwise, the Kurultai will heal tickle damage. If you only have 1 Nesta Bees, it's like you have no Nesta Bees. If you have 2 Nesta Bees, it takes way too long to do real damage because of the healing in between fights. Kurultai, ooh, blocks it out. Needs to retreat though. Barbican is up. So it does create a protection layer. You can see that B needs more time. Yeah, Beastie looking to move in. You could potentially intercept the Deer Stone. Don't know if that's intentional or an accidental A-click. It's going to start poking at the landmark, though. This looks like an accidental A-click, right? Kind of? Crossbows are going to get a nice trade there. They find the Keshiks. Palace Guard are going to throw away their lives. But getting double Keshik kill makes it worth losing 3 Palace Guard. Remember, PG are cheaper these days. Right? Like, Keshiks are 200 resource somehow. And then the Palace Guard only cost 150. BC's doing well for a professional Hom player who dabbles in AoE. Hey, wait, no. He's not a professional Hom player yet because he hasn't even bothered to play in the Olden Era tournaments. I'm pretty sure there's literally an Olden Era tournament going on right now, if I'm not mistaken. For the amount of hours he's been putting into Olden Era, I'm shocked that he didn't choose that over this tournament. My boy Lexiav's going to slay it. Triple Ram now. Ooh, triple Ram with healing, with extra damage. I mean, this is good enough to break Barbican. Needs to get the position right. Moving around now. Lances, though. Oh, my God. He found the gold. Beastie went green. And B says go home. What a hit. Eco lead now established. B just needs to survive. Barbican buys time. Crossbows hiding behind the castle. Lancers retreat. They can guard here, though. Hand cannon slits to assist again. A lot of gold gathering for B. The archers are on full dive mode. Crossbows get behind the wall. A few villagers going to go down, but the Lancer backstab's coming through. He tries to protect the Barbican. The Rams are getting sniped. Beastie got forced into an all-in, and he doesn't have the economy to back it. B, in one foul stroke, shuts out the sub. He's a monster. History doth repeat herself. That 3-0 from yesterday has to be echoing in Beastie's head. First Lucifron and now B. Kurotai can't unpack quick enough. Lancers just bloodying what remains of the counters as crossbows get ran down. Get a recharge here. Continues to commit. Says to hell with it. Trade what I can. Finally leaves. And the outcome is clear. A 14 worker lead for B. More fishing for him as well off the back of it. Relics have been won by Beastie. That will pad the losses for sure. So game definitely not over. Kurotai still a big threat. But where did this Lancer wave come? I mean, this is the thing. 4 lakes. Despite how narrow it looks, is most definitely a heavy cav map. Time and time again, just because you have too much food. Beastie, this time, will add an outpost. He's not going to make that mistake again. Oh my god, the game sense on both of these players. Beastie earlier with that catch onto the builders for the dock. Now B completely one-ups him with the goal play, which I don't think he had a scout to prep for early on anyway. The game sense, crazy. The spider sense is tingling. Flank. Not going to run too deep for it. Idles the gold a little bit, though. Nice thing about Yam, makes it harder to lose workers once you have towers up, and also lets you get back to work much faster. B, though. That's not the transport ship. Transport ship is AFK. Might want to keep that closer next time. He's rushing stone for a castle. Maybe onto the 8K. I think he's going to try to contest BC's position here. Stone placements are on the way. Crossbows have pulled back. Oh, Beastie. No, Beastie thought he's being clever. He realized it, though. He realized that B was waiting for him. Comes in with the second wave. There's some horsemen in there. Crossbows forced to stand their ground. Lancers in there as well to make it a bit better. But Keshiks are hitting into the crossbows. Lancers could go for the charge across. Instead, they try to hold back the wave so he can take it on in a staggered form. Let's get the clear up. Beastie even further behind. Was there another raid? Like, what's happening? Couldn't have lost much here, right? I mean, part of it's Song. We have to remember Song Dynasty is ticking for China. And also, B added in another 4 fishing boats since we last talked about it. So that's the difference. Stimming in there. Good for burn the tower. Can't fortify these. Crossbows are nearby. Keshiks do not want that fight. Workers have to leave again. That 8K gold feeling cursed. And B is about to give it the Midas touch. He's got the stone. He's pulling the workers. He's going for a castle drop to secure control. Kurotai is still in the area. Beastie bringing the whole army over. 32 crossbowmen. B massing spears. Very smart against Keshiks and crossbows. Spears can actually beat that. Kurotai makes it a bit different, though. Kurotai with that damage buff does make it harder for spear alone to cheese it out. Beastie also now prepping horsemen, but like the spearman coming in is going to make that problematic for him for sure. And instead, B takes the easier castle drop on the full 8K instead of contesting the 7K. Eastone still parked in the center, weirdly enough. Army full shifting to south side. He's still gathering stone, though. He has got the transport ship to get out quicker. He's just going to walk back. Guys, we didn't build a gate. Guys, we didn't build a gate. It's fine. It's fine. It's just about fine. Uh-oh. He's saying, wait, am I out of position? Barbican never got repaired. Uh-oh. That's a liability. That's going to be going down fast. Kurotai's parked now. Army's on the way back. Double Sacred Site locked, but that should not hold. Barbican stays alive. Kurotai is now very far upfield. Beastie has to be careful about the retreat. Otherwise, he'll lose the damage buff and healing. And the Lancers creep in again. Looks for more worker kills. Finds his way over to the goal. That's a big hit opportunity. Yam does get him away. No textiles means he's still going to lose a few, though. It's just every time Beastie tries to make this move, B somehow scares him back and then does something worse to him. Lancers will eventually get cleared. Out of time achieved. A few extra worker kills there. Now Central. It's going to be movement speed arrow to simply retreat. Here's the size of that force, as he rightly should. He did at least have the foresight to pack up and move the Kurotai. Keystone still left up the field. Keystone not as important because you can replicate it with an outpost anyway. And Barbican, he let it die. It didn't get repaired. So yeah, no extra garrison slot, no extra DPS in the defense. Has got the castle drop on that 8k, remember. DC has spread his gold out so much, which I understand. He's got outposts everywhere, right? Vision very good. Yet still, B keeps slipping in. B now prepping for Imperial. Look at the pop cap. Nothing left to do. Mongols are hard to play? What do you mean? Just get fishing and build lots of Keshiks, lol. Guys, I just told you Mongols are 5 wins, 1 loss. Hard to play? They're the best civ in the tournament. Beastie. Got to be feeling paranoid even with the outpost in this area, so he rotates east again. You've been denied. B's got to be careful not to overextend. If he can get the imp play, the gatehouse will just protect him on the flank. But Beastie comes again. Dive in. Work is in trouble. B has got the wall to escape through. Spears are marching home. Meanwhile, he sends the rest in. Let's maybe not do that. That's a Kurotai. Either full army or nothing at all. Horseman wasting a bit of a time here. Keshiks should be looking to go deeper, though. He's hesitant. If he goes in, he's going home in a body bag. That's the problem. So you need to weigh up whether you can kill enough to make it worthwhile. Hence why he only sends in a small group of Keshiks. Get scared off. B now has what he needs. And he's going to build it in the center. Not at home. Great Wall Gatehouse on top of his castle. He did fluff it, though. Yeah, he didn't build just the centerpiece of wall, so a lot of other workers on the build up here. Keshiks now with the dive opportunity. The villagers B. As in B, as in back from the site, baby. Needs to move away. Keshiks going to be able to bring down a few of them. That slows the tech up. And hold on. He's looking to cancel it. Takes the box. B backs away again. Switches Spirit Way because he can't afford another wall. Oh my god. Army is here, though. That is a big win for Beastie, getting rid of the big strong point defense. Spirit Way, remember, it doesn't give an immediate value. The big thing is if you have Dynasty units, it buffs nearby units. Right now, B has 0 Dynasty units. Dynasty units, for example, are Chugnu, Fire Lancers, these type of things. He hasn't got those. Nice coming in. Attack speed arrow gets activated. Step back by B. Needs gold. Remember, he idled his gold workers. He's still idling them. He has no elite techs coming. B, please get back to work, man. He's coming in again. Kurotai looking to move up. One villager for glory. He blocks the landmark. Spear's pushing forward now. All of a sudden, a swing. B regaining territory. Kurotai unpacks. Kargana on the way now from Beastie. B still not back to gold gathering. He's idled because of the dive. Backstab on the farm, still causing damage here. It's all beginning to slightly unravel for B. He has to keep falling back. Horseman switch coming through. Too many crossbows now. And he doesn't have the gold to trigger elite yet. Unbelievable game. It's still not over, but that Keshik at the back needs to be addressed. A few spearmen should be on the way. Beastie, look at the walker kills! They were so tight before. Now it's 52 to 27. B's lost the entire eco lead that he built up. That card is so scrappy. It's so messy, but that's what you want to see. Also, interesting from Beastie going Kargana over the White Stupa. White Stupa has been seeing a resurgence. I think for Beastie, he understood there's going to be a fight that wore them both down. So having Kargana to just bulk up your army immediately is a valuable play. And also, if you get a Weepy Pal, easy siege into the castles. Mass Horseman now from B. Crossbows getting upgraded on both sides. BC just ahead on elite techs is the problem. This Kurotai is still a significant issue in any engagement. B, is it worth just adding in a few Chug? Just to get the buff is what I'm thinking. Elite Horseman upgrade confirms exactly what I think he was expecting. Both of them have got their 8k, so they've got plenty of gold to work with. And there it is. Astronomical Clock Tower is very smart here. Nesta Bees against mass ranged, but also this gives him Yuan Dynasty. Why is that important? This unit here. Fire Lancers is huge. Movement speed is huge. This is all collectively huge. It's a 3-in-1 advantage. Counter the enemy's range, get extra movement speed, and then get Fire Lancers, which can trigger the attack speed health buff. This is like one of the best Yuan games I've seen in a while, actually. Like the timing of this. He does still need to get elite upgrades for Horsemen, though. Oops. And maybe Spears. Oops. There is an irony about Mongols building hand cannoneers against the best hand cannoneer civ in the game. Bombard now arrives. Builds his own cannon. Gonna take a little bit of time to get that online, though. DC has got the Kurotai, remember. It's on the way up. Bombard's definitely going to be sieging faster because of that. B still lacking the gold to get everything he wants that his heart desires. The Horseman, interesting choice. He tries to cut the fishing. Goes after the docks. Army is reacting to that. He pulls the Bombards back, so showing a lot of respect to the move. B won't be able to go deeper for the second dock. But that does still impact the fishing income a little bit, right? Because this is going to take a lot longer to drop off now. And that buys vital time for the next step. B has got elite upgrade for Horsemen on the way. We don't have any Unitex yet. Biology's not there. Incendiary's not there. Nothing. Now, that's the other cool thing about BC Strat here, is once you talk about Unitex, these cheaper units can start to compete. But before that, hand cannoneers are just fully upgraded, really. What they need to be. Just shifts out. Try to protect the Bombard. Castle Hog for the moment. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated, though. Kurotai buff for Beastie. He's out of range of it. Going to start retreating in now. Castle needs to be repaired fast here. Bombards are moving up to try and counter snipe, but the castle is gone. B needs a hard commit. Horsemen are on top of range. Beastie, where's the front line? There is none. The Horseman keeps pushing him back for now. B may need to retreat, though. He's out of frontline units himself. Beastie holds firm in the choke point. Hand cannoneers felt like a lot of them went down. Wasn't he at 16 before that fight began? So lost 10, gets 10 more queued up. B says plenty more where that came from, mate. Horseman spam continues. He's got double Bombard versus double Bombard. The Kurotai is still a big boon, though. And Beastie, for the time, has the military lead. And that is huge. Biology is on the way. He doesn't have many Horsemen is my only concern here. He just trying to creep some more stone. Extra castle drops needed. Cool thing is this wall. This wall blocks the bombard's line of sight. There is some finessing to be done here. Spears. Ooh. Nah, there's no way they get that. Good idea with the Yuan movement, though. That's the other thing. Yeah, I was about to say, you need Yam here to equalize against Yuan. Another cool thing is we have got Khan Hunters, right? So those hand cannoneers have some sick range on them. 5 tower range. He's outranged. He's outgunned. And his horseman count not looking good enough to carry a second time around. BC has the push through now. Kurotai is looking to unpack. He has to waste time body blocking it, meaning the army breaks the fight. And Beastie will take us deeper into this series. A 1-1, feeling inevitable. The villager pulls well, just sacking his own economy at this stage. Sick game by both of them. 2 moments where instincts could have just ended it felt like. But we still get through to that deep late game. And Mongols maintains and improves the top spot. This is the most successful, highest win rate Civ in the Elite Classic 4. I mean, what? That's kind of crazy. Obviously doesn't have an insane number of picks compared to other civs. But stats don't lie, guys. That is now 6 wins and 1 loss. Putting them up at like, what, 86-something% win rate, I think it is. Also, where's my music? Oh, yeah. Is this 1-1 that bad boy? You can't tell me you're not entertained after that absolute beaut. Whew. Let's see. Oh, did we forget to do predictions for game? Yeah, we said we were too deep, didn't we? We'll do predictions this time in time. There you go. Goddamn mod slacking. And then I'll run 1.5 ads now so you guys don't get them in game, okay? Sheesh. What a wacky one. B needs to win 3-1 to get past Beastie. I think you might be right there. But what does matter is, like, the scoreline can still impact the outcome of everything else around it, if I'm not mistaken. Because if Beastie still loses 3-2, Lucifron gets top spot. Or Puppy Paw, right? Depends on Puppy Paw's outcome, but realistically, Puppy Paw is expected to beat MSN, right? Despite the impressive performance of MSN against some players here, I think there is a limit to what is realistic here, and Puppy Paw is that limit. Some MSN fans go like, how dare you? But like, come on, guys. Be real. What about Wham? Wham's in the other group. 2 groups, remember. Wham is top of groups. If Marine Lord beats Wham, if it's a 3-0, Marine Lord can get top spot. Anything else, and Wham maintains top spot. Even because it doesn't go head-to-head first, it'll go win rate, right? And currently, Wham's at 18 wins, 4 losses in game count. Marine Lord's at 15 wins, 7 losses. So, yeah, you need a perfect 3-0 from Marine Lord. And that would snatch the top spot from Wham. Anything else doesn't matter. Reminder, Wham is the boogeyman. Like, he's only dropped 4 games the entire group stage. For comparison, BC's now dropped 9. Marine Lord's dropped 7. Puppy Paw's dropped 8. Poppy's lurking. Dude, he knows. Like, he's hearing what we're saying. He's like, oh, yeah, no, there is actually a way that I get top here. I just need Beastie to lose, and then we're good to go. Otherwise, it gets a little bit, like, dicey, right? Because Poppy Paw dropped 2 series. Beastie only dropped 1 so far, so you get top. Do you know that Sass hates you? Probably, but I just don't care. Not sure where that came from. Feel like we're just trying to stir the pot, but I don't care. Like, you'll never hear him say it here. I'll say that much. All right, let's party. Lancaster versus Macedonians. Forgot to say what the bans were, right? Just double check that. Golden Horde Beastie couldn't get it. Byzantine Speed couldn't get it. So I dubbed this guy the best House of Lancaster player in the last tournament. Is it time to consolidate that power? Game number 3. Beastie is struck back. We head deeper in this best of 5. B now in the green with Lancaster. Going up against the Macedonians. Because every time you're up against them, you're just simply done. This is the Civ that spooks everyone. This is a ban-worthy Civ. This is the one that's stomping on the ladder. And Beastie is looking to stomp out here in the final day of the group stage. He'll be in the yellow. Map is going to be Lipany. A pretty good map, I'd say, for Macedonians, no? That depends on the spawn. But you can control the mid-map quite because it's quite open, right? Like, your starting points are quite defensive. I'm thinking more for 2TC. This looks good for Lancaster, though, right? And He got the God spot. I can already see the comments about rig spawns, and he won because of spawns and OP spawns and RNG. Gets the mining camp placement as Lancaster. Oh, stop. Haha. You think Hull is better? I'm inclined to agree. We had this matchup between Poppy Paw and I forget who it was on Hill and Dale. And that was interesting to see because Macedonia's done a fast imp build and Lancaster just done 2TC. And they gradually just took control of the game. I think you can do something similar here. Because, like, arguably, this map has a lot more food you can reach than Hill and Dale. Your start is less defensive because you don't have cliffs to protect you. But I would argue it's not that much less defensive because of all the tree lines and the way they spawn with the small cliffs. Right? It creates these choke points you can wall. North Island Fort for B. What, that? That doesn't matter. I mean, that's good for wood gathering later, but, like, yeah, you can't place anything up here because the tree line. But I'm thinking more this area. Right? He's already gathering up stone. If he gets a TC drop here, he's got natural cliff defense. He can short wall this. So your rotation's pretty wide to get around. And you can create kind of like a weird lappy maze here with like this type of choke point with walls, right? So pretty good spawn. Already some deer are getting lamed. I think B's probably going to try for the placement here. Because the cool thing as well is like having the one Lord for free can help against initial horsemen. You don't want to go too far away from your town center though, because the thing you are worried about is that horsemen can't be counterplayed by Lancastrian villages because they have short bows. All right, what was the predictions like, by the way, in the end? 65% for B. Okay. We do indeed have some Lancaster fans. I think that's fair. It's a pretty good civ. What is the plan here for Beastie, I'm wondering? I like this start. He's gone out onto deer. I don't think you sit in the base. Like, what would be the point here? You've got to be assuming 2TC. And because of that, you should not be afraid to play map. You want to get the better gathering rates. So deer. Honestly, a pretty decent spawn for Beastie. All the important foods are in one direction, as is the gold. The only thing that's on the south side is berries. Like, I actually think this is... If you think about the way that a map can spawn, this is probably one of the best spawns you could ask for in terms of food direction. Everything flows to the west side. The boars are central, so that's never going to really like matter here either way. It's not like we got a boar spawn where, you know, one staggered close here and the other one staggered close here. Now the truth approaching. Has to be down here, right? PC's aware of it. He's already in position. Scout is at half HP, not great. And sheep distribution, B gets a slight win, 20 to 14. B did start with 4 extra. He goes defensive, though. Yeah, so a lot of respect being shown to the horseman timing. That's interesting. I guess also it's the walk distance. Like walking here, this small gap, versus walking here, it's further. And he had the extra 2 workers that had to come over anyway. But like, we'll see on the timing, right? Horseman comes out, horseman march across. I'm pretty sure he could have got the loose town center. But the concern for him would probably be that Macedonians would all in attack it with mass horsemen and the torch damage from the Hippodrome Scout. You're seeing what I mean. Like, even without the villager pull, look at the timing on the horsemen arriving. Without those villagers, the horseman probably gets in, hits once, and then town center's up. Beastie actually backs away when he sees the faster timing. Tree line secure, though. Yeah, like, so the alternative would have been here, you have all this food, you don't need farms. This way, he at least secures the tree lines, and now you can think about adding in farms early on around TC. There's actually a gorgeous mana placement, like here. If you get a mana drop here, you buff this tree line, you buff your sheep gatherers, and then you stack farms around both town centers. The alternative, actually, I think there's even a better one. Yeah, here. Okay, this is like the S tier mana placement. Because if you drop it here, you buff gold, stone, wood, food. Scout just checking in on what he's up against. Looks like BC is going for the mass horseman. Yeah, not slowing down. So B's going to want to start thinking about spears. Okay, so he opts for the back mana. I think probably part of it is the risk of burn on the ford. But also, this is his food gatherers, this is his wood gatherers, and his gold gatherers. Right? So you want to basically reach deeper into the tree line, whereas if you can see, if you place it here, you trim the trees, and then it runs out fast. This is pretty damn good, guys. Like, this is going to be buffing every villager. 27 villagers, so he's going to end up getting almost 150 resources off of this town center. Reminder, they had to nerf mana by 1 resource down from 6 to 5 because this type of mana placement was too good. Little Hodor moment there. Beastie going for Rangian. Pretty cool. He's got to be expecting Spearman, right? B. Does he know about this? He's looking for fast castle. That's whack. He's going for a white tower rush. And he has got the placement. It would hinder the farms, but who cares? Survival's more important. The alternative is you try to drop it here. There's a big enough gap, but I think it's too far forward. And an outpost rush out of Beastie. Villagers are being pulled with short bows. Halving gets ruined a bit, but hold on. They're still chasing. Remember, they can be healed. He's got Abbey of Kings. So as long as none of them die, they'll be filled up again. Looks like 1 is going to go down. Probably 2, actually. You can shift past it. Lord is being overwhelmed. This is getting weird. He doesn't have the gold still, remember. Okay, so TC fast starts to stack up a bit. He's still going. He's adding in Lords and Spears now. This is off script, guys. This is not how it was meant to go for B. Dive continues in. Good body blocks there. Gets the shots out. Horseman count going down a bit. Workers going down to this as well. That's 3 kills so far. Needs to be microing away the injured and standing his ground with a full. New Lord comes out. He's chasing across. The spear came out as well, but the tower looks like it's going up. The villagers garrison inside. That's a main TC dive. A TC too far. Great micro there by B. Adds in the short bow fire. But the tower is up. -1 worker. But he gets it online. Hippodrome Horseman's not going to last long with this dive. He does snipe out 1 more villager. Looks like the Hippodrome Horseman gets the leave. The villagers have been pulled. He needs more, though. One of the Lords goes down. Rangian are getting distracted by him. He needs to go after the worker kills here. But the villager, he's trying to shortbow snipe him. What's that for 2? What has this game become? All villagers, all hands on deck. Outpost down. He only lost 5 workers throughout that. That is ridiculous. The idle time, however, is so painful. B had 1,200 food when this began. The gold was what was missing. Now look at the state of it. He tapped for it all. Unbelievable. He's got 11 sheep left over. He's still gold rushing here because he knows another outpost could potentially happen. Also, apes together strong. If they attack us here, 39 of us have got bows. And we will do 78 damage to a horseman. They'll actually kill a Varangian, almost. Like, if there's 40 of them, they'll kill a Varangian. He's like, man, I wish I'd gone blacksmith steel Darren. Oh, the difference a blacksmiths could have made. Unbelievable. Scout is up to some weird stuff. Don't know what he's doing. He's drunk. So we actually have got the damage increase with Cav coming. Villagers, he's got 6 now. He just starts stepping for the burn. Gets on top of him. He still hasn't lost any more workers. Oh my god. Double kill. Do not fudge with Lancaster. Textiles coming in clutch. Abbey of Kings will rejuve. The unkillable Lancastrians. BC Strat looking castrated. He goes for Varangian Stronghold just to have arrow slits. Yeah, but this no, but wait, but that doesn't work, guys. That doesn't work because if you drop an outpost, the short bows outrange the Varangian. It's happening again. Another worker down. Mamma mia! This is not the pizza. He's sniping the bog buffer. Archers are not required for this build order. Short bows again. Doesn't get the kill. Denies the outpost. Walks away. Walk away. Walk away! 4 lords. He still hasn't lost any more workers. And he outdoes him! Oh, you want to do a little baby outpost rush? What if I just drop a castle? Short bows trading again. Lords dive in on the workers. He's starting to lose workers now, though. Up to 8 in total. The villagers get baited deeper. Beastie's idled. He's not moving. More worker losses for him. That's 8 to 8. White Castle's still being rushed up on the backside of this. The short bows are contesting the bog map. Conscript the people. Guys, this at this timeline, we're like 14th, 15th century. Who had a professional standing army at that stage? Nobody. We're levying the people. 15 worker losses, and he is still up by 8 workers. Oh my dear God, slow down! Guys, this has been without wheelbarrow. No wheelbarrow this entire time. For everything that's happened in this game. Drongo about to post a new aim. Get your hands off, this one's mine. Unbelievable! Go make more Civ videos, I'm busy. Well, we talked about the deer being good for him. He agrees. Free Earlsguard now on the attack. Beastie prepping for castle. Back again. Oh, B, no, come on. All right, just the one. The White Castle protects the rest, or the White Tower, rather. Oh, my dear God. The problem here is we don't have healing anymore, so we've got to be a bit careful. Has rejuve these guys. The reserves are getting health again. Earlsguard is sneaking across, though. Ignores him. He just has so little food, man. Earlsguard actually get bogged down by the Bogmaffer, and they can't move. Yeah, they use penetration. Goldenhorn Tower is on the way in the weirdest of places. He goes to the boar. There's no way Earlsguard find that. They're going the opposite way. And we have got stables now coming. I would think you'd go crossbows here, right? Knowing what's coming next. But probably wants a few knights just to raid. Like, think about the way Beastie's played this game. Berries, boar, deer. He's been spreading out. Oh, nice micro. He will find them on the berries then. Earlsguard might be able to actually get a kill with the dagger for a starter. Go! He is my target. Dun, 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 dun. We'll get away. Olsgaard with the casual 1.25 movement speed for reasons. Insane. I mean, this is the thing. You get fatigued after that type of, like, 5 minutes. They got to calm down now, but seriously. Olsgaard, gonna get the kill still. Might get a second if he notices quick. Goes for a full HP. Shiv's gonna come out. Oh, ooh, just about gets him. So no extra kill there. Still, guys, it's a 14-worker lead. B's mana, I think, has been pretty clutch here. Providing extra food. Almost 100 extra food at this stage. Farm's starting to get added in, but very slowly. And Ridari have been queued. Beastie going for the expected thing here. B going spear plus knights. This is such a B thing, actually. I think he's more obsessed with mass melee than any other player that I know of. I guess, yeah, any and every works there. Stealth Forest ambush. He couldn't see him. But he's fine. Nice 2 cav units. They're only horsemen. You don't really want them anymore. Castle spectacular beastie losses. Yeah, but guys, the beastie's not dead yet. The beastie fans in chat, right? He's not dead yet. The game is not over. I mean, it's not over, right? It doesn't look great when you're 20 workers down, though. In fairness, B does have a food problem. But here he ate well in Serbia, so he can afford to be. I love the knight idea, actually. This is a nightmare for Ridari, because you trickle trade them and then walk home and heal. It's the same way that Ibids can beat Macedonians over time. And also, keep in mind that's knights with 20% more HP in a big fight. So you actually mirror up very well against Ridari on effective HP. As long as your lords don't feed. Boys, come on. It's okay, Chief. We got 240 HP. Doot, doot. Knights are coming from every angle, by the way. What? What is this surround? Coming in now. Archer's getting backstabbed by spears too. Needs to leave. Did he? No, he didn't activate it. He's just standing his ground. Knight's going to clear that up. Good fight all of a sudden. Crossbows do arrive to start dealing with the lords. Knights do have access to them, though. Spears will keep scaring away. A good fight for B. Stealth Forest shenanigans on both sides. Neither one being able to see the other. Keeps retreating. Has got the white tower, the Golden Horn Tower here. So I've got Golden Horn Tower and the White Tower. Will be revealed. Sees it now. That's going to be a retreat. Once again, B loves his mass melee. One Ridari in. Uh-oh. Please tell me we've got spears on the way. Knights are about to be born, so that'll be very good for him. Lords are getting sniped in the meantime. But relics are being traded out. He looks like he has a slight edge for that specific detail. Remember, he was guarding north side for a reason, and it has bore fruit. He drags all aggro south side, and now secures the 2 remaining relics on the north, giving him the relic lead. Ridari, ooh, big boy got away. 4 HP, actually. I really wish that the activatables did not work in spectator mode. Because I use E to swap vision. If I press E right now, that gets annoying fast. You know what else is annoying? Playing Ridari without healing. He is an angry man shaking his fist at the moon moment. Final relics down here, so BC should get that without a doubt. And a castle drop from B. Being chillin', man. The fact he was able to afford this amidst everything happening. Farm count's also good now as well. He's sitting at 20 farms. Playing Mana Lords. So he's getting 150 resources off this mana. He doesn't have a second one, right? Yeah, still just the one. But that might change. I think it's worth dropping a mana here. You've got, what, close to 20 workers? 17. Definitely worth a mana drop. Wrap around wider. Ridari are sneaking by. B doesn't know about this yet. It's also going to reveal his archery switch. So looking at crossbows. This could be a really good hit for him. Cav gets revealed. Good eyeballs. BC has pivoted to 2TC without any farm setup. Throwing axes to get rid of one spear. Interesting. 2 spears. Wait, that failed to kill him. Okay, so just going to idle this area out. Army is coming back. But 2TC without farms is a bit rough, right? Especially with Knight still prowling the flanks. So berries get blocked out. Boar can't really be reached over here. Knight's not going to chase up, but remember, this is fine. Just wall up a few times, retreat. Creates the space for the archer ranges to go up. I just don't like the way that these Radari are going to be ran down. And he doesn't know about the castle. Uh-oh. Comes in range. Garrison crew gets in. Goes straight after the Hippodrome Horseman. Smart place there. Just getting rid of the Horseman gets rid of +2 damage on all of them. How much vision does the Scout have? Dude, he's got like a built-in radar station. Why do you think his hat's so big? So he can house a radar dome underneath it. Like, if you look very carefully, you can see the helmet rotate. Sorry, yeah, if you look really closely, you can see the helmet rotate. See how it's rotating? That's him sonaring. PC's just kind of stuck with Radari here, huh? 32 spears. I mean, he's prepping Bog Maffel to solve for that. There is a kind of scary thought here. Like, could B just do Yeoman to mirror? Sync shot is pretty crazy when you scale into it. Don't see more exploding springs from Macedonians? Requires a very specific situation. You'd think this is the situation, but the thing you have to remember with Springalds is they kind of require a static fight. And there's knights being spammed on both sides. You're not going to get that. There's a very open map. You're not going to get that. Sharp here. Runestones to retreat. Crossbows are slowing him down on that retreat. Has to turn for the fight. That's a lot of spears. Goes in with the Radari. This is going to get ugly towards the tail end. B. He knows it's worth it. He has the overwhelm. Arch is just not able to clear fast enough here. Even the healing from B. Crossbow's now getting sniped out, but all heavy cav is gone. B lost half of his spearmen for it, but totally worth it. Unbelievable. The destroyed value as well. 11.5k to 7.4k. We'll just be able to kite him away here. A few crossbows means that B is going to keep pushing. Even think about sniping extra Radari. Has a second wave of spearmen. I mean, he's just in vomit mode with spears at this point. It's Radari. We talked about this liability. The longer the game goes on, the kind of rougher it feels, because if you haven't scaled an insane amount, they're just going to start dying in the second, third, fourth, fifth fight. Like, this is where, and it's going to sound controversial, in ways they feel like a worse Order of the Dragon for that detail, because Order of the Dragon builds in prelates beneficially and then heals up the Gilded Knights or whatever. They're good for other reasons. Like, the whole idea of Macedonians is they beat you before it starts to get to this point. Pretty much mass archers now, and look at B's switch. Ulsgaard crossbows. Ulsgaard that already have +2 damage stats because of the 2 castles. Good answer to the archers. Kind of makes them feel a little bit irrelevant. Crossbows still deal with Radari. B just continues his death push. Sets up more farms in the area. We do have a mana, and that is a 200 resource mana. The one over here is still generating, what, 150? He's happy as can be. Mana efficiency is like this. Man, what a way to be in this position, though. B, I hesitate to think how many people are going to try to replicate this on the ladder. The ultimate villager defense. Just can't. He's just looking so anemic on Army now. He's going for a castle drop. This is for the boar, isn't it? Yeah, Berry's behind. He can pull the boar in. So, like, this is kind of a weird thing you're seeing, because most games, a castle is dropped to secure gold or to block an enemy tree line. it shows you how desperate the food situation is that he's doing this for the Ballberry area. It's a good play, but it flags a bigger problem. Beastie still doesn't have infinite food. Elsgard will back away. I mean, he doesn't have a single farm to his name. I'm not even exaggerating. 0 farms. Meanwhile, in the land of Lancaster, there are 48 farms. Cheeky little rotation in by the Radari. Gets a bit too close to White Tower, though. So much stone. He's going for mass castles. I love this. I actually love this play. Because Macedonians aren't really in a position to prep siege. They don't have to. So you either force them to prep siege, or they allow you to get the equivalent of 2 extra blacksmith techs. Because of the House Unified. Hobbler switched now from B2. He's not happy to just win a little bit. He wants to win a lot. And the castle drop moving in. Sacred Site plus more gold. Smart as well. You need the gold. Remember, even if you're going Horseman as Lancaster, Hobbler are gold, not wood. Dario slipping around the back. There's a few crossbows in there. Runestone drop just to overwhelm and retreat. Not the bestest trade losing a Radari already, though. And more crossbows are coming through. Axe throws. Going for a few worker kills. Can't even get that one. The problem here is, like, 2 or 3 worker kills doesn't do much, right? I think BC's mindset is that doing this buys more time elsewhere on the map because B's running through his base. It's partially true, but B's fat enough now that he can do both. Attack you and run through his own base. Nice sniping. Crossbows get a few kills. Outpost gets immediately denied for a 3rd worker kill. I mean, not sure this is worth diving yet. Yeah, he sees the archers are in position. He does back away. Treb siege begins. Have to get out the other side of the base. There's 3 castles now. Earlsguard hitting for 16 damage. You start to feel a little bit like an Order the Dragon meta arms on DPS at this pacing. Especially with the Lords, actually. With the Lords, you are a Gilded Men-at-Arms, aren't you? Gilded Men-at-Arms attack 0.2 seconds faster, and they have 17 base, I think it is, in Castle. We're getting there. And we're gonna get there. Berkshire now! Alright, guys, that now increases the House Unified. He can go up to 6. Oh my god. And it secures the 8k. No wind guard required for a win. BC doesn't know about this. He's about to find out. Tries to dive in. Treb is exposed. Earlsguard moving across now, though. Yeah, so he's like, haha, got rid of that Treb. Feel pretty good. You're going to feel good for about 15 seconds. Radari in the back. Slowly being grinded down, but they are at least idling B out a little. The problem is B's already capped. Doesn't really need more food right now imminently. Every little raid counts, right? A little raider that could. And there's the bad news. Tech up complete. And it's in range. The Berkshire. Crossbows also rotate around the back. It's just 14.5 is so much range. It's still such a stupid landmark. Repair crew not going to walk on the Treb, but that's fine. He gets the pin. Radari are dead. Beastie's starting to catch up on the worker situation, but that's because B has not really got a need for more workers. He just wants big army now. Rushes the blacksmith techs. Castle has been abandoned by Beastie. And the game is going to turn into a big fat bail. Unless someone bails him out. Tries to go back for Trebs. That's a slow solution to a Berkshire when a fast problem is approaching. Flash coming in. Bogmafur. They've got the unwavering focus to try and beat Earlsguard. Repair crew trying to do what they can, but the crossbows deny them. And the Lords are not being sniped. 259 HP. 170 on the Earlsguard. He's been crushed. The ultimate villager defense strat into a powerful late game Lancaster. B has earned every right to be called the best Lancaster player. The way he plays to town center is unrivaled on this Civ. Beastie somehow stays alive against Wave 1, but he is now Mass Crossbow Archer. Mass Hobbler is coming. He's trying to rescale Ridari. I'm just looking at a guy who has 285 food and asking the question, how? How do you? He hasn't got a farm transition yet. Scout reveals what he's doing on the flank. And the Hobbler do not hesitate. They go wide. This might be one of my favorite Lancaster games ever because of the first 15 minutes. Not because they felt filthy or OP, but because B, he channeled his inner Don Harty. Raid on the flank. Textiles ain't going to save you against that. Workers go down. That is a big chunk of BC's food income that he's predicting, right? More stone being gathered up to try and repair. Trebs are sieging to the Berkshire. There might be a break opportunity. This manor is giving 60 extra resources again. And the Culverin is now sieging through. Remember, Berkshire can be repaired with wood. This castle's going to require stone. BC has got a lot of it, though. 1,200 stone. Hobbler. Oh, God. Has BC got anything at home? Okay, he's rushing a castle. Good call. Unfortunately, B has changed targets. He's going... Hobbler see an opening. Say, don't mind if I do. This is not even elite, by the way. He's got Blacksmith tier 3, but not a single elite unit. And by the time he has it, the fight's already going to be over. Just drown him in economy. Army dead. There's no retreat anymore. Beastie is dead. GG gets called. Shout out to B for the ultimate defensive villager strategy. I can't believe that. That was next level. What a game. Am I right in just calling that the greatest villager strategy ever? I think so. I don't think I've ever seen someone to that extent fight back with Lancaster villagers. Right? Like, ever. Can you guys think of any game? Like, Don Harty shenanigans aside, like, the way he done it is so absurd. I love it. I loved every second of it. So, Beastie is at risk now. Next game. B picks Japan Rus. Rus gets sniped. Beastie picks Iobid's Golden Horde. Iobids get sniped. Now that's interesting. Golden Horde being allowed here. This is a bad matchup for Japan, guys, remember? What map is this that it makes sense to him? Because it's either Dry Arabia or Coastal Cliffs, right? If you guys remember, Golden Horde always just dive Japan when they try to tech. And Long Feudal sucks for Japan because of the crash. Yeah, I think this is going to be difficult for B. Maybe 2TC. No, not again. Not. I don't think you're going to see 2TC against Golden Horde. Has anyone won by doing 2TC against Golden Horde in Pro Play yet? That sounds hard, right? We don't have the game up yet. I guess they wanted a quick stretch of the legs after that one. Beastie probably wanted to start headbutting his keyboard after that one. No one ever tries to tower rush English, so the situation doesn't arise. It's true. But I'm thinking more the fact that he tries to tower rush, and in his mind, it's not a terrible idea because he has horsemen to counter archers, and he has archers as well. And yet still, like, B's ready to go, oh, I've got spearmen that are counterplayed now, and just pull 30 short bows is incredible, especially without Wheelbarrow. I think that was the craziest part. Like, Wheelbarrow can kind of understand that play a bit more because you move in fast. But making it work without Wheelbarrow doesn't feel easy, in my opinion. That feels pretty damn hard. Kazma playing AB4 again? Yerp. He's been warming up to it, it seems. What's going on? Like, what's up, boys? Why delay? Because the Puppy Paw series started. I think they might have started it early. No, I think he might be warming up. I don't see a Puppy Paw game here. Oh, did Kazva just get offline? I think he was streaming earlier, though, right? Pretty sure he was. Because he signed up for the qualifiers for this, but then didn't play. Sad. Okay, so he does it on Coastal. I guess I know what B's going to do. It's going to be a Dark Age rush onto the Uvu. Because the Uvu spawns really far out. So he's just going to try to deny Stone entirely so that Golden Horde can't get Keshix and Tortugud. Or rather, Tortugud. I mean, there's more sanity than trying this on Dry. If he tried this on Dry Arabia, he's a madman. So B with the win. Like, I would say this is definitely the map that you could get away with this on. But it's going to come down to spawn positioning, right? Like, if the Uvu's all the way around the back and Beastie has a good split of food options, I'm not sure if it will work for Japan. Maybe we get an outpost rush, actually. That'd be kind of cool. We never see outpost rushes from Japan. They're one of the civs that does the Dark Age rush, but doesn't overinvest. All right, I'll set up predictions. You'll have 5 minutes starting now. So I'll give you a minute and a half in game. And I'm also going to run... should we do 2 minutes ads? Because that game was fairly long, so I don't know if this one will be long. Might be. I'm going to do 2 minutes ads just so it doesn't come up in game for you guys, okay? So grab yourself a drink. Don't go anywhere. More to come. Boop, boop. But yeah. So refreshing to be back on some B games, man. I just feel like he always does this. It's his playstyle. It's so polarizing. Like, I've talked to other pros about this. It's like, what he's doing doesn't make sense, but then it just works. GH is better Mongols. I don't see B winning this. Well, Dark Age. Dark Age is the catch, the caveat. You don't often see Golden Horde play Dark Age ever. Like, I think the one way that could make sense is you try and deny their resources long enough early on. And then from there, what we'll probably see B try and do is play Fast Castle. Because if you can slow down the Tortugud production enough, I don't feel like there's a real dive that can happen for Golden Horde without Heavy Cav, right? The Heavy Cav are what leads to the charge. That's why the Heavy Cav kept getting nerfed over and over again. Is the Heavy Cav were breaking base too often. So yeah, like, there's a way. I don't think it's a very good way. Because, first of all, it's very spawn dependent. Like, what happens if Beastie has a good spawn? Does that rush even work anymore? Also convinced. Oh, Wikipedia finally updated. Yeah, when I said the gap was big, I was not kidding. So Kilyardi 3-0'd Voldemar, and despite that, he was still negative points. He was never making it to playoffs with that score. B's situation was a lot tighter, though. Only plus 4 points. The funny thing is, B winning this series doesn't change his outcome. He's still stuck in 4th, right? Unless Puppy Paw now loses to MSN. That's the only way it changes, is if Puppy Paw loses to MSN. So if B gets 3-1 here, puts him up to plus 6 points. Puppy Paw would then need to get 3-1'd or 3-0'd by MSN for it to have any relevance. And even then, it would come down to B versus Puppy Paw, which Puppy Paw 3-0 B. So basically, the only way B can get 3rd is if he wins this map, and then Puppy Paw loses 3-0 to MSN. Yellow versus green, coding beyond criminal. Wasn't this one of the allowed ones in the color coding? I think so. Oh, it's not. But here's the thing. EGC just doesn't seem to give a shit about enforcing this. pardon my French, because I'm pretty sure they just changed the overlays color in the game, which is kind of stupid. Just no, they got the mark green and yellow, so are they running the color? I know in the past some tournaments have had like custom color coding to change with that double setup that Cal went through. Maybe they just have green yellow. But like, it's weird that literally their own document says not to do this. Why are we even writing documents at this stage? Right. Sonic vibes? Hell yeah, baby. It's time! The worst matchup for Japan emerges. Golden Horde. Beastie back up against the wall. Looks like he's got him by the long curlies, but B will not go simply into that game 5. No, he will run kicking and streaming. And screaming. Green Japanese with a Dark Age Rush. A super effective strat up against the Golden Horde because the Uvu always spawns further away. That's right. Stone on this map does not spawn close to TC, and that's the thing that B was gambling on. But we mentioned a good spawn could fry everything, and that is an outrageous spawn. Beastie gets the back stone, the tree line to protect it, and now gets the wall in. And if he just short walls here, B has no easy rotation to the Uvu. He's just going to box it in. He says, well, he could always wrap super wide, so fudge that. Okay, B, he needs to suss this out really quick. Alarm bells need to be going off. Because any extra spears is going to feel pretty worthless. Anyone sensing a game number 5? I hate to call it early, but this is exactly the nightmare that B was trying to avoid. Yep. Wall up. Frowny face moment. Oh, maybe. The one dial! Beastie's going to make him pay for it, though. Club. He's going to try to club all sheep. You need to run. He gets 2 of them. Oh my god. The clutch save from B. He keeps his hopes alive. Uvu can now be denied. And it's worse than that. Beastie has now invested a lot of wood in a pointless play. And okay. There we go. You have permission. Unbelievable. He's going to head home. Got to keep an eye out, though. And there we go. He goes to the backup wall. He could block that, too, though. Ooh, greedy. Very greedy. He didn't move in. There was an opportunity to stand there. I think he was worried about losing extra sheep. There's a burn here, no? Or does that won't break the wall, will it? So you've got 3 spears? Wait. Yeah, just 2. The third can't get through. So he can either run all the way wide, or now he has to burn through a wall. Either option kind of sucks. So the reason why this play was so important is the way that Golden Horde begin to get control against Japan is simply by just stacking things. And that requires stone. Comes off the back of stone play. The fact that this Uvu has so much health doesn't really instill faith that you're going to prevent the Uvu at all. And that means if B's goal was to slow down the feudal timing of Golden Horde and then fast castle, the plan has technically just not worked. It's hard backfired. Yeah, because now you've invested in 5 spearmen. If you got the Uvu as well, plus the wall investment, I think you're pretty happy. If you don't get the Uvu kill, or it comes in too slow, you're probably quite frustrated about this. Now remember, Torgood aren't cheap either. 200 stone per rotation of 2. He's already got enough stone for 1. By the time you get burned through, you're probably going to be looking at, what, 300 stone-ish for Golden Horde? And then you can just rebuild. Now, the second Uvu is really far out. I will say that much. Yeah, usually this happens, right? There's not much stone in general on coastal cliffs. They don't tend to spawn generously. Kura Storehouse now coming online for B. 5 on it suggests feudal aggression. Okay, changing the script then. Like, I don't think he got the right type of play to go for a fast castle, right? In fact, wasn't B one of the players that done Mass Samurai to counter-strat Golden? That is a way to play this, guys. So if you start prepping Samurai, you have protection when you get Dove, even if you're semi-fast castling. Because the Samurai will already exist in the feudal age, and then you can rush upgrade them with veterancy. Because remember, the things that are going to dive you is going to be Archer, Heavy Cav, maybe Spears. Samurai handle all that, because although heavy cav usually beat men-at-arms, rather, the problem with the heavy cav of Golden Horde is they are low damage, high health. So there is hope. And B should know this strat. Wolf's going up as well. He's got 4 on gold. It's either fast castle or fast samurai. Only 3 on wood tells you what this is. It's a very open spawn to be trying to wall in, though. He can just front outpost one side, right? Or you can try to short wall to create choke point. But I think choke points towards town center just don't work against Golden Horde. They will always inevitably dive you. So the idea of like their push into TC range doesn't work against Golden Horde the way it does against other civs. Second Uvu coming online. Because the spears can't really rotate now. They're gonna have to go all the way around. I mean, technically he could bypass on the short side. And love that. He's gonna leave one spearman embedded in the stone so the Uvu can't be placed there. This is a trick that people use against Malians, remember. You see it quite often where people would put their scout in range of the gold so you can't place the mine. I think they patched that for Mali, though. Did they patch this? We'll find out. I think it still blocks. Almost halfway to what he needs to start triggering the tech up. At the same time, though, like one hardened spear should be enough to kill a worker. Yep, still blocks. And worse still, it doesn't register an idle villager. Beastie did at least realize. Like, okay, I see how this is. Smart as well. B put himself on stand ground so he couldn't just sneak by. And Cheeky, oh, he's going to chase it. The villager have to run all the way home. B probably wants to go back to the Uvu again. Okay, he's lost vision. He hasn't moved back at all. Oops. Oh, wait. This is Giga Genius when it's just idle because he lost vision. Oh, come on. No, the auto aggro behavior actually works in his favor. That's a kill. Maybe the Tortugud. Oh, the brace just in time. He's still diving past though. Won't be able to get the final touch. Good recovery there by Beastie. I'm outraged by the fact that just standing there almost worked. New spear coming in. Archer's already there, so this isn't going to work now for B. But it's time bought. You know, the Tortugud count isn't exactly high. Yeah, it definitely feels like the impact was there on the stone block. Which is impressive because it looked like it should have been terrible. But like you have to remember the cost of wood here. Like how much is this? Like 20 there? Remember like 15. Like you spend a good 50 wood building these walls. Not to mention the walk time, the build speed. All these things add up to losses elsewhere. Floating gate now on the way. Burn through attempt towards the wall. But Beastie doesn't have that much torch power. He built a lot of archers. Stables coming in already. We have got the Daimyo, so you can prep the Uma Bannerman early. Not a bad idea here, just have more units. Does have the food and gold for it. And that's different. We see outposts on gold. You don't see them on Akura. Fortified outpost as well in response. Gonna want to pull that villager back. Archers can't quite reach B. So he does pull the worker away. He's just looking to block out the wood sources. Uma Bannerman's been prepped. Now, there is a play where you just rush a gate here and the Uma Bannerman chases the worker. So Beastie wants to be careful not to overextend left side. Arrowslit's on the way. Yeah, he realizes it. I think that's just out of range of Arrowslit, so he'll be safe. Good call by Beastie not to attack left side. I do think that Uma Bannerman play would have stopped this entirely. I mean, he might still. He's going for it. He just got increased damage, remember? But yeah, spears see him. Get scared off. Still, I don't know, man. Like, Samurai just seems so good here against what Golden Horde have. Break on the wall. He goes to the worker snipe. Actually will get it. -1. Mount Samurai down to half HP, but he has got a Shinto Priest to heal up with. Uma Bannerman is dragging reinforcements. Great play here. I was wondering if he was going to try this strat. Your opponent has exposed economy. You can either sit at home and stare at him slowly building up an army, or you can go slow down the army building and get kills. Ranged armor on the way from B2, just to minimize any damage archers might be capable of. BC hasn't got Steeled Arrow, though. He's going ranged armor for the dive. And remember what we said about Yuumi. Yuumi is the big problem in this matchup, I think, for Japan. Because the base damage is lower, it makes it harder to contest Golden Horde because of the Karash armor that gives +1. Right, so you're talking about, like, even Spearmen having 2 inherent armor. So unless you get, 9, 10 Yuumi, then get Veterancy, you don't really start to register damage. Even then, the Tortugud are very tanky against you. B's just going to rally home. I think that's fine. Like, if the Uma gets in early, gets some kills, good. Otherwise, you want to start grouping up with the Mounted Samurai for the damage burst. Because with these guys coming in, he can turn on Tortugud. Nice charge in there. Heavy damage already done. Beastie sidesteps in a weird way, so that's basically 1 dead Tortugud. It was a bit tricky to gather here. Backstab attempt, but nice blocker. He's starting to think about an age up here. Look at the macro. Ram's being prepped. Shintos are going to heal, so he's going to go for another push soon. Damon needs it. Like, ideally, you try and get a few Onimusha in for the finishing touch on the Tortugud, but doesn't really feel like he has enough firepower for frontlining yet. And that's crazy. What? It's so unexpected because he's still got gold, guys. B preemptively sets up on the second gold unnoticed. That is huge. Food, still a bit concerning, but there is also a play up here. He's got the gate for it already. Those berries could be his savior. Ram thinks twice about diving. For good reason. And we have got the Spears Garrison aside here. Charge comes in, he tries for the burn. It's fortified. It takes some effort. Scout goes down. Tortugud getting low already. There's the one from before, right? Spears, nice poke there. He can also garrison. You can garrison Siphon. Or garrison Shuffle, right? It's a Congo line. You can garrison, and then garrison out and repair. So there is some cheeky plays here for him. I think he's going to go for it. Arrow's getting low. Mounted Samurai aren't here, though. Wait. He's going. Guys, there's a move. B sent all the knights across map. Oh my god. He moved his economy out of the base. So there's barely anything to attack here. The balls on this man. B, he moves in. Mass Mounted Samurai into the economy of Beastie. He's trying to produce in a Spearman. He's got plenty in the front line. He's got 12 somewhere else. And there they are. They were waiting. The Mounted Samurai dive past. It's going to turn into a terrible trade if he hangs around here. B, what's happening? He realizes too late. The Spearman in waiting. He gets some worker kills. Takes heavy damage, though. Mounted Samurai diving the other side went down. And now the dive comes in. B with the gambit, but Beastie sensed it, read straight through it. And the workers are in trouble. Oh, God. Despite some twists and turns, we seem to have arrived at the standard Japanese experience against Golden Horde. I cannot believe that. The play to prep Rax units and not pull them to the forward saves Beastie from what would have been a brutal GG. Let's bring the placements in. We have got fortifications on the way. That's making him think twice. Burn coming through towards the tower, by the way. Mounted Samurai up to some interesting strategies. The villager pull. This is crazy. He pulled the workers. Mounted Samurai now go in. Workers run back. He's got the Shinto priest healing. The shivs are coming out. B, not again. He's winning with workers. Twice now. He does it again. Few workers going down, sure, but all firepower removed. B still with 10 Mounted Samurai. And the freedom to reign in control of the map. Beastie's bringing up the second wave. It's a lot of Spearmen. He's 1 minute and a half away from an age up. The Mounted Samurai aren't fully healed is the concern. B, -1. Not great. Has got fortifications coming. Needs time, though. The spears are a problem. He's trying to bait him. You can just buy the fortification. That's big. Mad Samurai have to go in. Spears spreading out. Healer boys trying to come up clutch here. Damage burst does come in, but these are feudal spears. I don't think they're carrying this, right, P? With the micro back on the Injured Knights. Still 6 alive. He disintegrates the push.
Unbelievable.
Actually unbelievable. He keeps control of gold. Beastie now has no army. 45 seconds away from age up. B takes a deep breath. A sigh of relief here. He's got Yorishiro in the town center. He can replace the losses. He's got berries in the back corner. We said these would come in clutch. It has arrived. And not just that, what in tarnations is this stone? He's got so much to work with. Berries, Boar as well. Another fort there. Looks like they did snipe out the Khan, so Batu Khan down. More stone that needs to be reinvested. Beastie has got a split economy. He's just downloading more spears.com. Final Relics is now going to tally heavily in favor of B. He's got 4 Shintos. That's how long this has been going on. He only just started touching relics, but it's going to allow him to pick up the majority. Absolutely incredible. In fact, that is a 5 relic game. He already has 1 in the base. Makes up for the worker losses. Whoopsie, Mad Samurai may have misstepped here. Interesting choice to run headfirst into the spears. Haven't seen that before. Yuumi switch is now on the way. Yuumi can demolish everything Beastie is currently doing. He's doing spear crossbows. Yuumi's cheap, fast. Plenty of food now being secured too. Incredible game by B. I mean, this is the matchup that all pro players fear. Golden Horde, insanely heavily favored against Japan. We talked about the potential for the samurai strat, like the foot samurai, which would be a difference. This strat, fast castle into Mad Samurai. This is how people lose games. They always lose this. Yeah, B, proving he is master of all. I can't believe it. You know how there's some games that you just need to take extra time to process? I think there's going to be players, pro players, processing this one and reviewing it multiple times. The efficacy of it. Beastie still maintaining mass spears. Notice that even the guy who fell in love with Springles last year isn't building them, despite the fact that it seems good against mass spears. But he is building mass outposts. Remember, he once upon a time had 1,000 stone built in reserve. God. He's got Daimyo level 2, so some of it went there, but a lot of it has been in placements. Raid on the flank. Looks like BC did find a kill, but can't kill the tower. There is a boar pull in here, by the way, to keep everything tight. BC, how many stockyards are we talking about? In case that reaction didn't make it clear, there are 0 stockyards at 18 minutes in. That's not great. These will be, though. Men-at-Arms from Beastie if he can afford it. Mad Samurai do scout what's coming early. So B has to balance Mad Samurai plus Yuumi. He has got an incredible amount of food sitting in the bank. He just needs to apply it. Also needs to build more monasteries, it seems. Weird place to build it. Is he looking for a Wololo? I think he might be. 0, that's what you're saying? Yeah, it's surprising. Most Golden Horde players go for 1-2 stockyards. The trade-off for Beastie in this game is it gives him a bigger all-in push. I think no stockyards is more understandable in this matchup because Golden Horde is expected to pile everything onto killing you before going castle, really. Like, they'll go castle in a lot of games, but they'll be 10 workers up. That didn't occur here. Triple Springaldon placement at this rate. He's got fortifications in. He's got the resources for the 3rd spring. I don't think this is the break spot. I mean, triple Springald, 42 damage per shot. They shoot every, like, what, 1? Oh, sorry, no, it's actually 4. It feels quicker than 4. 1 would have been too low. It felt like it was 2.5. Every 4 seconds. Still, that's a high DPS opportunity. Even against the men-at-arms. Like, that's the thing. When this dive comes in, you can target fire either the spearmen so your knights can win the fight, or you target the men-at-arms so that Yuumi can win the fight. A lot of micro, but we know B's capable of it. Berries almost depleted. Deer as well. Frontside gold gets poked at. Nice reaction by Beastie. And he has crept up for the extra Uvu. Hasn't built any monks to try and go for sacred sites. Meanwhile, B says, don't mind if I do. That's extra gold. And I am Japan. Kind of important. Dong rings. Beastie hopefully sees that. Don't want to be giving more resources over. And more stables. More archeries. He's 20 mounted samurai at this rate. I think the crossbows are going to struggle a bit here. Got tier 2 melee. Tier 2 range damage. Not that much missing for Bean. He still looks like he's heading for Imperial. I mean, the army size has fallen behind slightly, but like the quality is most definitely not. No, he has the army value lead. More walls up, so raiding's going to be hard for B. Needs to be careful not to get baited too much. Wait, what are they doing? Why is there like this occasional one-mounted samurai obsessed with walking into the enemy? We'll be walking them home now. A lot of stone now being gathered again. Shogunate maybe? Control group? Yeah, it seems like it, right? Like, has he got some weird waypoints? Looks like he's reshuffled them anyway. Move to the east side. So he's getting the outpost creep going. Finds the fortified on the side. Mount Samurai rotating much faster than BC's army. Like, this is the problem with BC's army. Gets pulled left, loses right. Gets pulled right, loses left. Unless he can get an all-in, he doesn't have an advantage to swing because he's infantry-based. This is the classic reason why mounted units has remained so popular. And it's also a big part of why Japan became such a dominant civ in 2025, because their archers are also very fast. Now, one thing that is worrying me for B is a clash is coming. A clash that, if that Batu Khan doesn't get killed straight away, we're talking a 20% damage buff this one. So someone that B wants to be conscious of. Problem is, he doesn't have a good way of sniping the Khan. Nah, he's got archers, not Onimusha. Checkpoint fight. It would scare him away. Sprint placements are coming in, though, and that would be a way of killing the Khan. Starts to clash. Torguda is already gone. Batu Khan needs to die. He's not pulling him back, though. BC's looking for that damage buff, but it's not going to last long. Tier 1 comes in, and he goes down. He loses the buff straight away. B now able to get a good fight. Mount Samurai just hanging in there. Spear count still at 20. Crossbow's getting scared back further. And the front line has failed him. B has broken him. The line cannot hold. And B comes out triumphant. 13 Mounted Samurai still alive. 40 Yuumi archers to chase back the crossbows. Beastie now with the farm transition. Mass stockyards. All of a sudden, we've got 9 stockyards. The food income can begin to look good. But the next fight outcome looks pretty damn bad. Yuumi now was the free dive. Doesn't really feel that threatened. Karash, body shield's not lasting very long. They're gone. Doesn't care about the emplacement. Just wants those crossbows dead because he knows Beastie may have solved the food, but now feels like a gold when you look at the gold. He has no gold access whatsoever. Fantastic game by B. An unexpected dub. I thought we were getting game 5 when I saw the Civ picks. But B is a goddamn genius. And he also now throws a spicier meatball. Remember what we said, what had to happen for Lucifron to get top spot in the group. Box 1 has been checked. Because now, Lucifron is ahead of Beastie. Lucifron locks in for second place with this result. If Puppy Paw somehow loses to MSN, that would put Lucifron potentially in the semifinals. everything to play for going into the end of the day. But it all becomes possible because of this man in the green. He's even adding in extra monks now. Well, he got the extra healing, didn't he? The healing tech, I believe. And extra health. Yeah, he's basically Delhi Scholars now. Batu Khan's like, I'm doing it on my own, bro. We got 10 Karash. Did he go for what I think he did? He did. He went Karash Edict. Cool idea against Yuumi. Not so effective against Mounted Samurai. And that's Breakpoint. He doesn't even care that there's crossbows there anymore. He plows on through. Gold workers on the front line are about to be in a pickle. As B could just turn and attack. He chooses not to, weirdly enough. Does get another outpost up. But, like, once again, don't focus on these numbers up top because a quarter of Beastie's army are Karash. They have 75 HP and do 7 damage. They ain't your carries. Once more into the clash. Man at Arms not going to be able to hold on in there against Mass Knights. He's gathering gold from Beastie's side. How many towers has he built in this? He's built 11 towers. Are we in RTS anymore? At this stage, with the amount of springles he's built? I don't think so. Beastie just doesn't have the gold to build more crossbows anymore. He's broken him. B has got over 10,000 more gold, and then he's got the passive income of 400 gold a minute. Like, he's not gonna die on the gold. But Beastie, with the Golden Horde is. 2 TC now. Sure, let's just punt it out there. We got food after all. Might as well build more workers. Try and gather a bit more gold while losing a bunch. Hell of a series out of both lads. I mean, that Four Lakes game delivered. The Lancaster game delivered. The Japanese Golden Horde game delivered. The only one that was an air stomp was game number 1. Even that had an impressive timing, though. Beastie doesn't want to give it over, understandably. He already knows the Reddit threads. He's already fearing the YouTube video. Someone said earlier, Drongo catches the L's. And after all, it's not like he's got anything else to do. Well, in fairness, if he drags this game out and it's a loss anyway, less time to play Olden Era. Which I can understand the desire. B ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Yuumi step up, starts to snipe out the spears. Damage buff comes in, can't hang around. Tries to the recommit. He's getting baited though. Oh, the crash, they're slowing him down. They move as slow as men at arms. Mount Samurai again. That's going to be damage tier 2. Wait, no, he reset. It went down to 1 again. And Khan's gone. Nah, no hope. If you don't have a Batu Khan, you don't have a hope in hell. Instead of getting Batu, he'd get battered. I gotta give clutch play to him, by the way. I don't know what the healing value has been across this game out of these Shintos, but it's gotta be high. It's such a smart play that you just don't see often enough. With the combat healing nerf, you'd assume less people would be doing it. But B is trying to bring it back. Coolest Japanese Golden Horde game we have seen ever. I've called that like Japan's worst matchup, and he does the unthinkable. Wow, guys. Just wow. I am impressed. So 3-1, not E1. 3-1 coming in for B. Big congrats on that. Absolutely sick series by him. Leaves us with actually both matchups at the end of the day mattering. I know people are like, Marine Lord Wham, woo! Yeah, I can see what you mean. Except here's an interesting thought. It matters for Marine Lord and whether he ends up slotted in the round of 6 or the round of 8. So Vortex, Marine Lord, that matters on their seeding. But Wham is, unless he, even if he gets 3-0'd, If he gets 3-0'd, Wham loses top spot. So there is a lot to play there. But the other group, Group B, is also now interesting. Because here, I'm going to show you something that you guys probably did not expect. You guys ready? Look who's top of Group B. Lucifron is currently in first place. B has snatched second place away. He's traded. Beastie moved from first to third. What gets more interesting now is Puppy Paw. I mean, he should just take this back if he wins the series. If he loses against MSN, Puppy Paw finishes last in groups. If he wins, he finishes first. There's a lot to play for here. There's a lot of shuffling that can still happen in Group B. Actually, more shuffling than can happen in Group A. So we're going to watch the Puppy Paw MSN series. This is the outcome we needed, because otherwise I was going to go to the other one because nothing to play for. But the boys have made it matter. And MSN has been, in fairness to him, a wild card to worry about. So let's get ready. Draft should be coming up now. And we do have the drafts already. Shushi, French, Lancaster. Roos coming in there at the end, not surprised. The Canadians going for that. MSN gets Macedonians. He gets his Ibids. No Bassett pick, wow. But he has got HRE, which I think him and Gully are in agreement that they think is very strong. Gets China, Golden Horde. There's some good picks in here for sure. Interesting he didn't opt for Japan towards the end. But Matt Paul is... Okay, no, yeah, very interesting. He chose Order the Dragon. There's only 4 lakes that makes them quite powerful. I thought for a second that we had Lakeside when I saw that he drafted like this. Very peculiar. I wonder what he's up to. All right, so reminder, outcome of this series decides whether Lucifron is going to be first in groups and whether Puppy Paw is going to be last or first. Yeah, because it goes on Series 1, then it goes on percentage of wins, and then it goes on head-to-head. And the problem that Puppy Paw has is he's lost 2 series, while B and Lucifron have lost 2, but they've played 1 more series. So if Puppy Paw loses this series, he's guaranteed 4th. If he wins this series, he's guaranteed 1st. I think even if he wins only by 1 game, so 3-2, he's guaranteed 1st. Not often you get that type of situation. The Paw's the law, we're going to find out. They haven't entered game yet, but we should be starting momentarily. And then in terms of the other group, like we said, Wham Marine Lord decides who gets first and who gets second. So deeper seatings there as well. Actually, it's like first, second, third, right? Vortex is currently at 10 points. He can't get first, but he can be bumped up to second if Marine Lord loses to Wham. And then if Wham loses to Marine Lord, the point differential, if it's a 3-0, would put Marine Lord in first. Otherwise, he can't get first. That's cool, though. I like that. When I began this day, my mentality was like, we'll probably end up watching Wham and Marine Lord because, the other series is not going to matter at all. And I think a lot of people go in and go, oh, well, Puppy Paw is going to destroy him. What's the point? But there is a shot. There is an opportunity here. It's not as cut and dry as he's just going to lose. Because MSN, for those that haven't been watching the rest of the group stage, MSN already has achieved multiple upsets, right? He 3-2'd B. And then I think he had another one, didn't he? He 3-2'd Numidan, which I would have thought Numidan would have taken that. And then he 3-2'd Corvinus. That one, I think, more expected. Corvinus has been having a rough one. He even took a game off of Lucifron, who's been looking like a boss after day 1. And then the other one, he got 3-1 by Louis. That's the one that I think is going to be haunting MSN a bit. Because, this is the other thing. MSN can't qualify, but you can bet your damn ass off he's going to try and make a statement here. Right? Like, you took a game off of Beastie, you took a game off of Louis. Like, I think the Louis series, the one in his eyes, like, Louis hasn't been on form, so that's the one MSN's probably going to take to heart. This has been an impressive performance. And like I said, although he can't make playoffs, he can essentially play Kingmaker and also exit the tournament with an insane statement of like, hey, one of these guys that could win the entire event, I beat. Which, when you consider that he beat B, who was the previous S-tier tournament champion, that is a hell of a statement to end on. What I would like, though, is for the game to be up. Is the game already underway? I'm confused. MSN's not online, so I assume not. He's in lobby. So I think Puppy Paw is warming up or something, or he is queued ladder, which would be kind of silly at this point. I'm assuming he's just like warming up and doesn't realize that Beastie B is over. Oh, there we go. No, he's in game. Dude, what the hell? It's so buggy. It was showing MSN in lobby, Puppy Paw in game. And then it didn't show until 2 minutes. It's fine. It's got a 5-minute delay. So let's get ready to roll. And we can start predictions straight away. So we're starting... Is it Boldland? Yeah, Boldland Delhi? Are you? You don't get Delhi that often anymore, right? We'll do 2 minutes because we're popped in. They only done a 2-minute delay for some reason. Oh, I needed to reset score, didn't I? I want to find a macro that can reset the text files on one button press. So it saves me the nuisance of doing this. Oopsie. Ladies and gentlemen, this is always a treat. Delhi for Canadians against MSN, rising prodigy kid out of Denmark on his signature Civ. This is just to kick off the final game of the group stage, one that decides whether Puppy Paw will finish top of groups or bottom. That's right. It makes that much of a difference. In terms of qualifying, he'll either finish first or fourth, right? Because only 4 make it out. He's going to make it through, but is he going to have to start in semifinals or start all the way at the back? Delhi is always enjoyable to watch because this player in particular has a bit of reputation, as does his brother. You guys know the reputation, I'm sure. You can go ahead and say it. They lean into it. I think they don't mind when we bring it up because it's just, you know, lighthearted. It happens, but it's impressive. They forget Tex a lot. Puppy Paw and Wham, I feel like if we had a breakdown of like players forgetting Tex, they might rank the highest or like top 5. I think part of it is a kind of one of those weird effects. There's confirmation biases like Marine Lord spawns, but there have been some infamous games where they've forgotten Tex. But the reason I don't mind mentioning it is because these guys are such monsters that even when they forget to get their Tex, they still win games. Just think about that for a second on Delhi. A Civ that's advantage is they get everything for free, and they forget to take everything for free, and they still win. But MSN is something of a de fromage boy. He's one of those people that made a cheeky reputation with the Arabic Civs. A lover of horsemen as well. And he's already busting out the difference. Trade Wing Advisors coming through. No, let me just clarify that. Not Bazaar. It's not Gambawing. He goes for the Atabegs. He's gonna mass horsemen.
Mother?
Come on. For those that are unfamiliar with MSN, MSN has an obsession. When he was young, he went to a farm and he saw a majestic creature. Long manes, waggedy tail, a deep brown chestnut, a horse. Since that day, MSN, when he goes to sleep at night, he still has the little like baby lights that illuminate the roof, the ceiling for him. And it's always ponies going around in circles. So that when he wakes up and when he starts playing Age of Empires 4 for 8 hours in a day, he knows to queue up horsemen. Yeah, so this guy builds more horsemen than I think the next 3 players combined on average. This is the guy that we cast playing against Dumu, I think it was. And he ambushed him with 50 horsemen. Dumu was like, what the hell? That was when Byzantines were strong as well. This is the guy that lost, I think it was a pro game. I think it was actually one of the midweek musters. Because he left 15 horsemen in his town center. That would have been the difference. This is ironically the guy that beat Puppy Paw's brother with Abbasid versus Byzantine. I think it was 15 minutes because he whipped out 20 horsemen on him and Wham didn't know what to do about it. I think that info might have got fed back to Puppy Paw though. But the logic here is by going Atabegs, the extra health makes your horsemen as tanky, actually more tanky than the Ghazi. Right? Because you get 125 HP, get 25% extra. That's bulking up to about 150. Ghazi sit at, what is it now, chat? 135? I think it's 135, right? It's pretty crafty. There is a problem, which is you don't have healing. But MSN plays different. While a lot of people will take the approach of, I have 3 horsemen, let me do damage, MSN is more focused on the bigger picture. Yeah, he's like trying to be the CEO of the company. Someone's coming in going, we don't have enough paper clips. What do we do? And MSN's the guy going, this is how we are going to instill ourselves in the American market. As an American first and collect the majority share of the market. He focuses on getting mass horsemen, not trickle horsemen into trade. And it's double stables, so it's going to be a lot. And the health? 156. Ghazi looked pretty pathetic by comparison. 135. And people are going to highlight the higher base damage. It is true. They attack slower, but I don't think they attack slow enough that it matters. Ghazi still do more damage, but their health is the problem now, and he reveals it. I wonder, did Puppy Paw clock it the moment he hit it? Like, oh, that health bar didn't really move. PQ spears. MSN, next. Archers, maybe? Oh, for God's, I know it. I was going to say maybe Desert Raiders, but I didn't want to say it. So one Desert Raider is huge here, because now we talked about him solving the health problem. This solves the damage problem. Ghazi's damage is going to get reduced by about 2.4. Meaning you hit for the same as a horseman. Spears is still a problem, but the smart part about this strategy from MSN is the map. Broadland, you can camp in the corner, but you don't get much out of doing so. You kind of have to play forward fairly fast. On top of that, you know, you want to get sacred sites. My concern is if you pull the spears to capture a sacred site, MSN's going to go into the base. This is so dumb. You know when you like watch it, it's like, it shouldn't work. There we go. He diversifies. He's got archers coming. Much better. I was about to say, like, raw horsemen alone should not win this. So I'm glad to see he tips the hat and agrees. We've still got an Atabeg back here. He's finally going to garrison. Yeah, so Archer's going to get more health too. Pretty bulky, actually. Yeah, like 94 HP, 92, 94 HP, something like that. 93 HP, somewhere around there. It's a lot, actually. I think Atabeg's got buffed a while back. It used to be 20%, but no one picked it, so they made it 25. Okay, I was sure. I don't know why I thought it was higher. Sorry, it's 88. My math was... Oh, yeah, I was really mismathing. 88 is still pretty insane, though. That is Imperial Archer health in Feudal Age. And we do have Pro Scouts being primed. Smart choice by Puppy Paw. The thing you have to keep in mind about games like this is if you're Puppy Paw, you're sitting there going, don't lose to this. Just don't. Nah, I'm kidding. The bigger problem when you play against this is it doesn't make sense based on meta. MSN doesn't play meta. MSN is very crafty for these sly strategies. The thing that I've highlighted about him is he has potential. It's like B in a way, but he's still gestating. He needs to form more. What B does really well is he plays meta and then off-metas it. Or rather, he off-metas and gets to the meta. MSN is in the point of his career, which is impressive for a kid. He's very young. Where what he basically does is just plays off meta. All the time. And it gets him an outrageous number of wins. Because it's like when you encounter an outpost rush for the first time, and you go, that's OP. And then you learn how to counter an outpost. The thing that MSN is very crafty about is using those first move advantages. I don't know what the real answer is to this. So for Puppy Paw, it becomes more explorative. Flash coming in. Nice start there. Desert Raider debuff. Oh, frontlining not so good there from MSN. Needs to be careful because the Desert Raider slows you down on the retreat. He has got archers waiting. He doesn't want to reveal it yet. Is he hiding them in TC? Yeah, he is. He's a big fan of this. He loves hiding in TC. And he's prepping for castle now. Not just about who makes first in groups. Marine Lord drops to 4th if he loses. Are you sure on that? Oh, yeah, he can. You're right. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, 3rd, 4th is still the same, similar outcome as like you're going to begin in the last. It just gets you a more favorable matchup, in theory. But then you remember the people in the other group is Lucifer B, Beastie Puppy. Like, there's arguably not an easy 4th place opponent in this tournament to match up to as a 3rd player. So MSN, almost ready for tech up. Where are we going? Industry, maybe? Nah, he's got decent infrastructure. Growth, 7 workers a lot. I think the Dervish is still quite nice, Loggy Wing, or Master Smiths, but he doesn't have Blacksmiths yet, is the thing. I don't know, I think healing's quite nice here. Healing's really nice because your horseman can just brawl non-stop, right? Then again, it is 16 spears, so there's an argument that you've reached the point where units just die. Food gathering has slowed down a bit. Nice spawn, by the way. He got second berry back here. And he does go industry. Okay. Now, that's intriguing. Why do you need all this resource? Either 2 TC or he's prepping emplacements. I like emplacements. Fortify this area and think about it. Like, spears diving, there you go. Second outpost. Double Springald makes this so hard. Because you've bulked Spear Ghazi. Spears is going to be slow on the dive. Ghazi going to be a bit too fast. If you move in too slow, you're going to die to double Springald DPS. And hold on a sec, Horseman. They did ride in. That's going to be -1 worker. Nicely played. Yeah, late reaction there by Puppy Paw. On the other side, no, he's going to lose one here too? He is. So 3 worker kills in total for MSN. That's damn nice damage. Sacred Sight's just being messed with. Horseman ride further forward. He's baiting the whole army back. Uh-oh. Puppy Paw, this is worst case scenario, right? If he doesn't pin them, he's out of position entirely. Horseman just ignoring him. He's going straight for the food. Baits him, goes north. Oh, this is so frustrating. Look at the minimap. So Puppy Paw's Ghazi completely out of position now. Happy with Twist casting. Just found it intriguing that we might see B versus Marine Lord again. That's true. But like, to me, this one's more impressive because I think the dark horse of this playoffs that's going to be coming up has been Lucifron. The fact that he has the potential to get first place in the groups, especially the way that the day started with him losing to Numidan, is crazy, right? Because day 1 he lost to Numidan 3-1, and then remember he 3-2'd Puppy Paw. It's like, it's crazy for how many players one series seems to be their demon. Industry Wing about to complete. Burn's going to come in, though. MSN. Timing might not align. Oh, my. Camel Lancers. Oh, my God. 5 stables? Burn comes through. He breaks the tower, but he can't get the kills. That is insane. 7 Camel Lancers queued up. He's got 1,000 wood to play with. He hasn't started building Springles yet. I could not believe he went 5 stables. 4 is like the cap, right? 5 is crazy. House is coming up, so no outpost defense. Cam Lance is going to spam up fast. The Ghazi did try to ripple in. It looks like good reaction there, though. MSN got back in time. And remember, some of these Camel Lancers are stupidly tanky. 262 HP. Is he going? Yeah, he's going extra archeries. Blacksmith now. Golden Age 2 just triggered. Nicely done, right? Gets you the blacksmith techs quicker. Puppy Paw is teching though. House of Learning on the way. Let's do a tech check with the Canadians. Did he get everything? No, he didn't finish Piety. Oops. He got everything else though. Good lad. A new improved Canada. Double Sacred Sight is locked in for the time being. Camel Lancer spam is ramping up fast. Dervish is also on the way. Puppy Paw, he's pulling for relics already though. Not all of them. Yeah, only one, weirdly enough. Gazi are trying to sneak in. Cam Lancers catch them though. Army looks to engage. That's ugly. Let's get away before it becomes a problem. And MSN's playing really well. Once again, this is very polarizing. I wonder if they play similar to this matchup 10 times. I don't know if he comes out ahead majority. But this is the ambush factor. This is the reveal of a strat. You need time to process and counter. Otherwise, you're reacting on the fly. Luckily, Puppy Paw is one of the best players in the game, so he's capable of doing that. And that is quite the outnumber. Cam Lancers, but some of them have got the extra HP. They take ages to die. He will be able to snipe them down eventually. One of them slips out like, oh, go get reinforcements. Oh, hold on. No, he's gone. More Cam Lancers. He's like, yeah, let's do it again. Your health bars are worse now. Oh, my God. Horseman went into the base. He's just idling all the spears to allow a trade against Gazi, which actually is kind of crafty. It doesn't look like the best of trades, but the idea is if the Gazi are gone, archers clear spears. Relic, whoops, gonna drop that and run off. Got the second one coming in. Relic split is favorable to MSN. He's got 2 more relics on the way home and a third already here. So he wins the relic game against Delhi. And remember, the tech advantage wasn't crazily big. Waste of the horseman, they finally go down. That's unfortunate. MSN, everything was distraction right now. And he lost most of his distraction power. Has still got a few Camel Lancers in the back. My concern is the War Elephants. He just spotted it. He has no answer to War Elephants right now. Worse still, he's building into archers, not into crossbows. So he won't have an answer. He could go spears himself. Spears Springholt is weirdly effective for Ibids. Villager raid, though. Looks like we finally caught him sleeping. Pulls him away, but that is going to be -2. Probably more, actually. Camel Lancers get in there just in time. And wait, guys, whoa, hold up. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the body block with Shivs. That would have been crafty. Walls are now coming up to prevent that happening for a 4th. I am worried that despite his ingenuity, his creativity, we may have reached the kill point. 2 War Elephants completely uncounted. More coming. Get him, boys. Yes, that's true. Everyone worries about the camel with their cavalry, but the true master of the cavalry warfare is the elephant. I mean, it makes sense mathematically. It looks like he could eat 3 camels. 6 minutes on the Sacred Site timer. Stone being gathered. MSN in desperation mode. I think this is it. Frontside Moss. That's going to be gold loss. And the hopes of Lucifer on getting top spot does not start off well. MSN still has combat potential. But the Atabeg seem to have reached their limits. Yeah, it never scales beyond 3, remember. You don't get more as you age up, sadly. Let's pull one of the relics back at least. Maybe a Wallalow. Oh, he did go 2 TC. You greedy son of a gun. With barely any army, he went 2 TC. That's... Alright, you do you, horse. The town center doesn't seem to have lasted long, though. Army rushes to try and help. Spoon placements are coming in. War Elephants are getting in range. One of them... No, that was a bait. There was another health bar behind it. It's absolutely fine. He's going to blast him out of Borderland. 3rd War Elephant now arrives. The first one's not even close to dead. Adabegs may need another buff. Let's make it 30% health. Second TC with the industry wing income. Yeah, I thought he was going to go for spring on placements. He did. He just went for them afterwards, which feels a bit too late. No wood, no hope. Town Center now down. Poppy 4 kicks off the series with a dub. MSN has definitely given us things to think about. There are worse ways to lose a game of Age of Empires 4 than Adapex. Why do AoE4 players not build multiple TCs and in AoE2 players 4 or 5 TC? I think it's the style and the timing in which you can kill them, right? Like, it's very different. I think health-wise, AoE2 TCs are fairly more tanky, right? Yeah. I'm trying to think, like, the most obvious answer. Like, there's a lot of differences. Like, people act like Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2 are the same game. They're absolutely not at all. So there is a lot of differences. I think... there's probably an argument to be had that, like, your villagers are a lot more sacrificial in AoE 2 than they are in AoE 4. Because in AoE 2, setting up farms comes at a cost excess past the initial cost. But in AoE 4, once you build a farm, it's just there. And it just gives resources, right? You don't have to pay to replenish. So for that reason, like, AoE 2 players want to play out more aggressively onto the map. So you're going to risk losing more workers. Also feels in certain ways like AoE2 maps are bigger. The other thing, I guess, that comes to mind between Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2 is, like, we've actually seen approaches where in Age of Empires 2, you intentionally sacrifice workers for certain styles of plays. So, like, a perfect example of this is I've seen people bait with a villager and then quick wall in, 3 military units, lose a villager or two in the process, and say that's a good trade. Which, in Age of Empires 4, unless those 2 units were knights, a player probably isn't saying that's a good trade. So yeah, that thing just kind of feeds into more TCs, right? There's probably more details. I've actually been, weirdly enough, having a bit of an itch to play AoE2. Seems to be getting infectious, actually. I saw someone else from AoE2 log in, AoE4 rather, log into AoE2 today. Not going to say who. We know about Vortex. Vortex actually was even streaming it. I don't know. This is why I talk about the refreshing nature of the event, right? That Hera's running. It is a big deal, and it deserves a lot of praise. Like, it does so much for that game. It revitalizes interest. The problem is, like, AoE4 doesn't have that type of event. I know some people are going to say Homestead Cup. It's not the same. It doesn't. And that's not Flame at, like, Wildman. She worked very hard on that. But it's the scale and the marketing and everything around it, right? Like, why does the International for Dota 2 pull in hundreds of thousands of players back to the game, for example? It's a global event on a scale that is hard not to notice. And 2 has done that because they've got all these big streamers coming in and now playing in Hera's tournament. It's generated a lot more hype around the game. Yeah, I do kind of wish that AoE4 had that Creator Cup event. And, I've said that, we said that earlier, like, I don't know, I'm in a weird place on my relationship with Microsoft and how I feel about that. I think if I was to come back and do official tournaments, I probably would either focus on trying to make team tournaments the focus. The alternative is that I'd ask for money for a Creator Cup. But tried that previously and it didn't work. And I get it, like, give me 10k, I'm not a big channel, but the point is the channels I bring in to do the tournament would be much bigger than me. That's the value. All right, let's get ready to go, though. Game number 2, and MSN has got the Broken Civ Macedonian Dynasty coming out in the blue. The Puppy Paw already looking to reflect Stronk with Stronk. Red Shushi on Lipany. Really powerful pick right now. I wonder how he's going to try to approach Macedonians. Because I feel like anytime Macedonians have tried to feudal all-in Shushi, they've destroyed Macedonians. And Fast Castle doesn't sound much better to me, considering Shushi's economy is better. So what's the plan? MSN, he will start on the deer. Did we get predictions up? I can't remember. We did not. Let me fix that. So game 1 was a Puppy Paw win. We'll get predictions for game 2. Fire my mods. They still don't do their jobs. I mean, like, come on. In fairness, I pay them nothing. But it's a heartfelt nothing, you know? So it should be Jiangnan. I think they've just killed Meditation Garden ever being viable outside of maybe team games. The fact it doesn't generate resources until you cap resources out now makes it bad. There might be 1 or 2 maps out there where you've got a lot of berries close to your base, and then it could be good because remember, it increases the amount of food on them by 40%. So it gives you a lot more runway. But the thing is, it doesn't affect deer, boar, or sheep, which is what makes it kind of underwhelming. And for good reason. I think it'd be a bit broken. Could you imagine team games? Meditation Garden guys are going to build it. Everyone moves their food economy over to the to that location with sheep. Okay, so Jiangnan coming in. Imperial Hippodrome on the other side. Pretty much everything you'd expect to see on the opening here. The question is what the follow-up's going to be. I don't like Varangian for Macedonians. I think we saw Numidan try that on Coastal Cliffs, and it backfired because Mass Chugnu was surprisingly effective. The alternative is you go Mass Horseman. Interesting, but there are problems there too. Shushi can just bulk down with spears. Also, Shushi Horsemen are kind of underrated in Feudal still to some degrees. We see it with this strat because you get so many, which is why I don't think Horsemen alone works for Macedonians. But the thing that I'm highlighting is when you get to 10 plus Horsemen, Dali Horses is quite strong. That's the 20% attack speed increase that they added to Shushi about a year and a half, 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago? I think a year and a half is more accurate. Yeah, I still remember when they first brought that change in. It was when Prairie was in map rotation. So every game just became mass lancers into Dali Horses and destroying anything else. Spawn-wise, MSN got some nice details. You highlight the deer already. Back golds right next to each other. This is a great golden horn tower location. You can drop it here. You get the deer close enough, you get the stones, or you play it a bit safer, connect your base, and just drop here. Because the golden horn tower placed here protects the full backside because you're next to the edge of the map. Puppy Paw on the other hand, pretty nice spawn if you don't want to pro scouts. Something tells me he's going to pro scouts. Yeah, we've got stables coming in already. He's got 2 still on gold. And he's collecting taxes. This is typically pro scout macro. He's going to open Horseman. Unless I see him queue up Wheelbarrow now, I'm expecting pro scouts in about a minute. Does supervise to get Horseman out faster. Nicely played there. I love that as well. He's trying to min-max for the drop-off. Like, actually, if you really want to get efficient about this, the play can be to manually drop off each time and then re-supervise for the Horseman. So he sees they all drop off. This would be the moment where you can supervise a bit, but he just hangs at it now. Rack's coming in. And Puppy Paw has queued up the scouts. So pro scouts, confirmed. Emerson going to get a taste of his own Horseman. I think the thing that the Puppy Paw is trying to do is bait him into spears, which slows down his tempo. Because if your opponent goes spears, it's hard for him to get in position to block pro scouts. If he goes Mass Horseman, he can block it quite fast. Speaking of Horseman, Emerson arrives in. Forces Puppy Paw back. Oh, wall going up. Not quick enough. Whoops. That's going to be -2 workers. Puppy Paw. A huge edge already. That's a 10% worker advantage. That's crazy. He might get another. Oh, auto aggro switched him. Gets through, but the gap, I think he has fixed it. More workers are coming around. This is just getting weird, man. I just feel like MSN has been hamstringed already at 5 minutes in. Bloody hell, the health bars. He's getting so much value out of double Horseman. I don't think I've ever seen Macedonians struggle with 3 Horsemen this much. Another kill? Outrageous. Actually outrageous. He'll pull away now, happy with the outcome. That's 3 kills. Pro scouts now coming through. No counter harassment. And MSN, it's not just the worker kills, it's the loss of earning. Wheelbarrow is at least there to get him out quicker, but this still stings. What a Chad. It's also smart if you think about it. What's the ripple effect here? If MSN wastes more time to try and get this deer, it increases the probability that these deer still exist when Puppy Paw comes across with Pro Scouts. Ripple effects. Very smart ID point there by Puppy Paw. Made him look like a diamond player. I mean, I didn't want to say it, but like that felt horrible to watch, right? If anyone is like, well, I mean, MSN is just like, who is this person? He does not have the capacity. He's ranked 82nd right now. Doesn't sound that high. He has been higher. He usually finishes most seasons, I'd say, more around the 50 rank mark. And remember, this is a guy that beat B in the group stage of this very event. B, who just 3-1 Beastie. Spears coming about now. Means MSN feels a step behind. He doesn't have archers yet. He does, however, have a building that can produce both archers, spearmen, and Varangian. And eventually Radari. So he has every option covered, basically. Problem is, Puppy Paw is playing a Civ that loves to zerk. Yep. Remember, Jiangnan is going to start vomiting out armies. We're approaching 20 military pop. And then Puppy Paw is going to be adding in an extra 7 units. So he gets about a 40% increase to his army size when you consider the scouts as well. It's pretty strong. Some people are arguing maybe a little bit too strong. I mean, it does make sense why people feel like it's a bit too powerful. It looks ridiculous as well when you see it. To quote a famous RTS creator, more crap beats less crap, and Puppy Paw got a lot of crap. MSN does look like he's thinking about Castle now, and I wholly agree with this notion. Feudal does not have anything good to offer you anymore, sir. It is time to leave. And scouts are going to get caught running out, so that's nice to slow down the pro scouts. Why did I take off my headphones? You didn't say anything? I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if I got something wrong with my ears. Sometimes it just feels imbalanced. Like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's because I listen to my own voice and I'm sick of hearing myself as well. I don't know how you guys tolerate it. I've said I think my headphones are a bit busted. They've got one of those push in and then twist the lock, and I can sometimes, yeah, like there, the left is now muffled because it's twisted, and then I have to twist it back. And I think that just annoys me and throws me off a bit. I need to get sent one of those Logitech headsets, but my the influencer manager, she lost her her email, so I'm kind of waiting. We're also waiting to receive a steering wheel so we can play racing games in a very odd way. Okay, so Horsemen get flopped, but Puppy Paw is going to beat MSN to Castle Age. I'm not an oracle, I just know how quickly Sushi tech. He's already almost got what he needs because he gets a discount, and he will build it quicker. Golden Horn Tower, not even that good of a placement. Builds it in the main instead of towards the gold. So he has got the Varangian strongholds, but I don't think this saves you against Lancer dives. Shalom Monastery is on the way. He's only going to be 5, but watch this bar, guys. It's going to move faster. Horseman, no! Where are we going? Okay, luckily, the champions took a lot of the hit there. Deer gathering continues to be successful. That is cheeky. He knows. Yeah, he's going to scare it up. I'm about to say that you should not be allowing free info like that at the back of the base. But I told you guys, how do 5 villagers beat 9 villagers despite teching later? China. Also, other cool thing, you build 10 Shaolin monks, you get a free army. Shaolin Monastery works with this landmark, and he's probably going to build 3 monks to get relics, so that's 600 resources. That ends up being a 30% progression towards the next army. Add in the fact he's now going to build lancers, pretty strong. And the other cool thing that I think makes Sushi really good in this matchup now, with this strat, MSN's going to build into Radari. Makes sense. So what do? You just click this landmark and press E. That's going to start scaling crossbows while you're still building lances. Interestingly enough, he has left it on horseman spears. I think that might be a mistake. I don't think you want more horse here. Not right now, anyway. Spears aren't too bad, but I feel like you've got enough of them already. And first monk is already on the way. Other tricky part, I feel like a lot of Macedonian players don't rush for relics because they want to gather gold actively, because getting gold from relics doesn't give you silver. And you need silver to get your tiers to win. So the problem with that now is that Poppy Paw already has advantage going relics, but now the time to play for them is wider. I.e., he doesn't need to rush it as quickly. He doesn't have to worry about you taking them away. He's likely to get 4, if not 5 relics in this game. Lancer gets found. Nice cut. Crossbow's now queued. Still hasn't switched up. I mean, we just talked about the Delhi game and the research decks. It takes a bit of muscle memory and practice, you know? You watch. He's going to switch like a god in the last frame so that you guys get excited for game number 2. It's coming. It's okay. I have faith. I have no faith! Alright, so this is fine. We wanted more horsemen anyway. He has crossbows. Half on the hoping. Still no veterancy for spears, though. Even though he has 21 and is actively building more. In fairness, more crap beats less crap still. It's not the worst idea to have even more spears. I mean, I feel so bad for these 3 Radari. There's 22 spin. 5 knights, 5 crossbows already, and he did go for it. He's so confident he cuts his army in 2 to get the pro scouts. So MSN's gonna have to start building farms, isn't he? So. He's barely got berry access left, right? Like, this is very far forward. If he has to step up to get these berries, he's gonna die. The army, like, the math don't lie. Looks like Poppy Paw actually stopped to just 1 monk. But that's fine. Like we said, he's got a lot of time to work with. Does queue up a second, finally. I actually, get back to work. Like, I'm part of the army. No, you have a job, mate. Like, wow, being an army guy is easy. I just stand around and do nothing. Not judging, by the way. Ooh, okay. He did switch, but not to crossbows. See, now I'm even more confused. I mean, the Palace Guard is kind of nice because you basically layer them into your spear line, so Bogmather can't counter you. The Chew can't be that valuable, though, right? Oh, Shalamont. Nice body blocks. Cheeky little find. Army is reacting a little bit too slow. And that is why we build Hippodrome. Woo! This landmark beats that landmark, and this is a feudal landmark. Definitely not clutching at straws. Okay, so he realizes what's been happening here. It's 3 deer left over. The knights, though. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o! Poppy Paw. He gets in, and MSN doesn't realize. Late reaction there. More worker losses. 2 down already. Spears chasing. The rest of the army. No! He found a pass! Leonidas is about to have a heart attack. It's the Persians all over again. Can MSN's Radari beat his 300? Doesn't feel like it. Army size difference is big. Dive on the... Yeah, let's not do that. That's the one way we can lose a game. We've seen that once today already. Golden Horn Tower does win games. Poppy Paw just walked over to say hi. That's... Oh my god, that's a lot of dead Chinese people. 10? 12? Speaking of 12, up to 12 worker kills. Is against the Macedonians. I was hoping someone would catch up on that. I felt like that was a very elegant, fitting, historical reference. Wait, he got back for the... Oh my god, he got the rest of the deer. What? And the villagers are in desperation mode. They want the berries. They need the berries. MSN has no active food gathering. And Poppy Paw knows it. Oh, I'm sorry. This? You want this? No, I think there's a tax to be levied. Charges in, finds the Aki Mafra on their own. Now moves over to the Bog Mafra. He can't get this. He's just stuck. Jammed up. With no easy way to grab. Needs to be careful not to get baited forward here. Puppy Paw. Oh my god, one night again. Another worker kill. Huge idle time. Archers will eventually mop him up, but not before he just forces MSN to stand still doing nothing for a while. Is finally gathering berries. Probably going to be getting, what, about 400 food income from this? Still not competing. And relics, it's 3 relics home already. Charge coming in from the Lancers, spears to follow up. And he sneaks over. A few Lancers onto the workers. Converges as a concave. Shug diving very deep just to get rid of 1 spearman. And keeps the crossbows at bay. That's a win. Ridaria gone. Lancers have mostly been wiped out, but it just does not matter. The lack of food has killed MSN in this game. And now the Ball Boy's like, yeah, I want a piece of it. I said I'd be part of that army. Treated away by workers. Left with 25 archers does sound really good. I wonder why I'm only staring at 17. The rest can't get there. The GG gets called. And the dream, or rather crazy outcome of Puppy Paw bottom of group and Lucifer on top is looking next to impossible now with Puppy Paw 2-0 up. I think we cooked too strong with the expectation. In fairness, even though it looks like we're going 3-0, very entertaining ideas. Well, that one less so, actually. That was just standard Macedonians. Game 1 delivered entertainment, though. Can Game 3 get us back on track? It's China time. Dry Arabia, China versus Sengoku. And the bands were... So Puppy Paw was denied French. MSN was denied Golden Horde. And we'll start predictions up for Game 3. You guys can have 5 minutes, screw it. I'm going to run 1.5 minute ads now, okay? So you don't get them in game. Need to close door as well. It's getting dark. God, I kind of want to play Humphrey instead of Olden Era when I hear this. So this is a weird thing. I don't know if anyone else had this. I just kind of muted the music in Olden Era. I think Olden Era is a very good game. I didn't find the soundtracks that engaging. I'd rather listen to my music. Whereas if I play Heroes of Might and Magic free, happily will vibe to the music in-game. All right. Sorry, just double checking someone behind the scenes. All right, we're good to go. Oh, of course it's on the wrong side. Oh my god, guys, it's happening. MSN is about to win. He's 2-0 up. No. Just no. Game 3. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Puppy Paw looks like he's about to complete the stomp, but MSN with the power pick. China in the blue to try and stop Puppy Paw's Sengoku. We're on Dry Arabia. He's back up against the wall. He's thrown at Hail Mary in game 1. He didn't get a chance to do anything but throw himself to the walls for game number 2. Puppy Paw is not going to make this easy. If MSN can cause an upset, he can still impact the entire outcome of the playoffs. He will be the Kingmaker. Let's see if he can do it. Game 3. Sengoku with a spawn like this as well. Not too bad, right? The deer just a tiny bit too wide for the berries. Remember, when you're picking this Civ, you're looking for the high-value placements of food to maximize your income early on. Ball, north side, very easy. South side, too. The cool thing about Sengoku's opening here is China's probably never in a million years going to stop you from hot dog standing. They don't really do Dark Age rushes. The bad news is China does feudal rushes very well. Yeah, they tend to unlock feudal timings quicker than almost any Civ of the game. Because even though they start without attacks, man, what they benefit from is quick builds. And probably 3 hot dog stands from Puppy Paw, right? Whole kit and caboodle. Oh, he's singing his sheep losses? Doesn't seem like it. Anyone else notice that sheep losses is very rare now? Yeah, the sheep bias spawns where they spawn them a bit tighter towards the town center seems to have paid off well. As this EGC Dry Arabia, so that would be Carvalho's work. Shout out to him. Carvalho was one of the first people to clock onto this, by the way. Like, he actually deserves a lot more praise than I think he gets for the changes to sheep distribution. Because we had a very interesting map. You guys remember the one, I forget its name. You had mainly land, small tree lines near your base, and then a sliver of water on the other side of the map, far away. He created a fixed generation spawn for sheep. But that was like step 1 of, okay, we kind of know where sheep is, so we know how to get sheep, so it balances things out. And then he started to dabble with maps having a lot of sheep spawning right next to the town center. Averly then took this to the extreme, if you remember, with Front Range, where sheep basically spawn at your TC and that's it. Honestly, biggest improvement direction for a baseline mechanic in AoE 4 probably ever. Because you can talk about the BS of walling and chop throughs and whatever else over the years. But there's nothing more BS than losing a game at 4 minutes because you look and see that your opponent got 90% of the sheep. That feeling is the type of feeling that you don't even understand straight away, but when you realize it, you hate the game. So big shout out to everyone's contribution to fixing that problem. Ryokan now coming in. MSN already has the Imperial Academy up. Not going pro scouts, but I think that makes sense, right? Like, you don't really want to pro scout against a Civ that's going to build horsemen anyway. Very good horsemen. And he did go free Yatai. Sent them over to the boards, right? Can't really be a hot dog stand if you're not stockpiling pig, so. I actually like the way he played this. Just smuggling right up against the very edge of the map to minimize chance of being seen. Yeah, I didn't go for ball. I mean, in fairness, it would have been quite close to the Chinese base. And he also would have had a lot of inefficiency wheeling over there. Because remember, you only get 10 base food now. So you would just be generating 10 base food for what probably would have been a minute before you started to ROI. All right, did anyone predict? One person. Wait, no, I love that. 2,000 points on Puppy Paw, 10 points on MSN. Someone is really playing the game here. Like, if I win, I will be a millionaire. If I lose, I cannot afford 1 carton of milk for 1 day. Awesome spam begins. Well, in fairness, it's an MSN game. Has anyone else noticed a pattern yet in this series? I told you, he builds more horsemen than anyone else. Game 1, Mass Adabeg horseman. Game 2, Hippodrome horseman. Game 3, Chinese horseman. You will be adding in spears as well. And looks like it will be mirrored. So Yari, probably looking at Yari plus Yumi, right? One of the big reasons why Yari Yumi works so nicely is if you went spear Yari, you'd be spending a premium. If you go Yari plus Yumi, Yumi are cheaper than standard archers, so it balances out very nicely when you spend more on your light cav anyway. And quite a lot more if we're being fair here, right? Like 145 resources compared to 120 is a lot. I think that's another reason why more players have been going for Ryokan as opposed to the alternative. Because they realize, oh damn, like if I lose these things, it's pretty crippling. You have to treat Yari like you do Ghazi. Something you can't really afford to lose. A little bit of poke. Nothing to be concerned about, though. He already has the rear cam buff. That's right. Provides it to workers, too. Horseman checking gold now. Wheelbarrow 2 is on the way, so a lot easier to kite from here on out. Puppy Paw only... He's giving him a taste of his own medicine. He's only building Horseman. I mean, he doesn't know anything else yet, right? The spears have only now been revealed. And MSN now going Pro Scouts. Ooh, dangerous? Maybe a little bit early. It feels a tad bit early. Yeah, you haven't really secured anything yet. Because remember, 4 spears against, what, 5, 6 Yari? If you're split at all, they'll go in. Because they have got healing now. He even went melee tech 1. Melee tech 1 is smart. Kills the spear in 9 hits instead of 10. And we talked about this. He will go in. He will net a kill. Scouts also... Oh, God, he knows exactly what's happening. Yari coming across. Charge across. That should be -1 scout. Just the tip. Just the tip. Oh, no, he got in his own way. The back one was charging, so Scout gets away. But Pro Scouts has so far secured nothing. It's secured nothing. Oops. New Yari coming out to scare off the Horseman. No Daimyo estates yet, because Puppy Paw hasn't been actively gathering gold or stone. I think now he's securing it right. He's got outposts coming up. So we'll be looking to get more gold gathering going. Makes sense as well, because he's going Yuumi, he needs to get Steel Arrow Undermesh. The question now is whether he goes Oda Estate or Takeda. I think Oda Estate is really nice now that you're building Yuumi. Yari again. MSN goes full defensive just to secure the deer. Oop. That's going to be -1 Horseman. Just about gets away, but liability now. Yatai isn't pulling back home is the weird part. Wham said yesterday Marine Lord needs top win 3-0 to take first spot. That's not going to happen. I guess he's going to do it 3-0 for Marine Lord. Well, no, so it's yes, he needs 3-0, but depending on Marine Lord's amount of games won or lost, it also impacts where Marine Lord finishes. So if Marine Lord gets 3-0'd, I believe it's a 4th place finish in the groups for him. Whereas if he... I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, and that's right. And I think it's because Vortex is at +10. If Marine Lord loses... No, he basically needs a win. I think if Marine Lord doesn't get a win, he's stuck 3rd, 4th. No, 4th. He's 4th. Which is quite hilarious for the guy who we're used to seeing top groups or second groups every time. So MSN, are we thinking castle now? He's adding quite a lot of spearmen. Puppy Paw is baiting him though. Look at the macro. He's going castle. Hot dog stands are still alive, which is just absurd. Okay, no, he sniped one down here. He got rid of the deer one. Heading over the 4-1 now. His scout leaves, but I think he knows where it is. Yep, gets right on top of it. Gets right on top. Gets right on top. No. 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 Oh, Puppy Paw, the G. That almost worked. However, he just bought time. Yari are coming. The Horseman, he doesn't realize it. MSN sticking to it. That's going to cost him. Cavalry get in. What a sick little micro play. Puppy Paw buys the time. It really was the difference as well. That's like, what, 4, 5, 6 strikes at least extra? Then you probably keep the Horseman there to get the kill. MSN's moving over. Puppy Paw just needs a bit of gold, and he'll be on his merry way to Castle Age. MSN's starting to save too. Yari, ooh, he knows. He's not going to fall for the same trick. Puppy Paw and Wham like to moan about Stealth Forest a lot, so they are astutely aware of how quickly it can cause you a game loss. Doesn't fall for it. Sakeburu with 4 is pretty strategic. Very slow tech up, but it gives him the ability to keep scaling Yuumi Yari, which is all he feels he needs to win. And the cool thing is it accrues enough gold so you can afford veterancies, but then also start spamming into knights afterwards. Yeah, I like that. He's not panic rushing. Which is ballsy. Usually when you're up against China, you're a little bit paranoid that they're going to out-tech you. Whew. Food gathering looking good now. But my goodness, did it take a while for Pro Scouts to get going. Itai is finally dead. 07's in chat for hot dog stand. Puppy Paw down to just 2. Has not berries as well, by the way. That's a pretty significant detail because he's got the safer berries afterwards. Scout is going to see it. Doubt MSN's going to move up for it, though. Not straight away, anyway. Yari chase away the horseman. What are we going to be getting? Because one thing that is missing, Puppy Paw still doesn't have an estates. I think now that you're tiered up, probably makes more sense to go towards Takeda estates because +1 damage not as important for the Yuumi. It's nice, but your Yuumi's goal is to clear the Spearman now, right? Probably want to have your Mounted Samurai being better for a brawl. Puppy Paw agrees. Takeda now coming through. See, I don't know. Still to this day, saying Takeda makes me feel weird. So, like, basically as a kid, when I'd play Samurai Warriors games and things like that, I always called them Takeda. The pronunciation, I'm 100% sure is Takeda. It's 99% sure. But I always felt like Takeda sounded cooler. Let's find out. Ready?
Takeda.
Boom.
Takeda.
British sounds more right. I mean, they're basically the same. And that's interesting. Whoa, Puppy Paw's going Ashigaru. Let's go. I love that the hand cannoneers are creeping in more for Sengoku. They're a really cool unit, but statistically they don't feel very worth it. You pay a premium over crossbows, but you don't really do more damage. Nice Rave the Horseman, -1 worker. Hangs around looking for the second. We'll be able to find it. I think you're very happy if you get a third. Does lose the Horseman, but the Horsemen are probably feeling pretty irrelevant anyway. This buys time for more Lancers. Builds a worker lead. Puppy Paw playing a bit of a dangerous game, going very wide now. MSN holding all Lancers back? Yeah. Why? What is he up to? Relic gathering begins for MSN. He's hiding his cav. Oh, wait. I don't know if this is intentional. Sometimes MSN does this where he doesn't rally them so he can ambush. But holding back the first wave of Lancers sounds crazy to me. Puppy Paw was aware, right? Like, he started to scale Ashigaru and Knights. So I don't know if this has really paid off. I mean, it's a lot of Knights, guys. 14, 7 more in queue. Takeda speed on the way. Fortifications 2 for the outposts. But there's a target here. Like, going into more Yuumi and Ashigaru, Puppy Paw doesn't really have the movement speed to protect the workers. He is, however, on the move for the Yari. Spears waiting to receive him at the back of the base. Lance is looking to dive in. Puppy Paw. Quick reaction to pull away there, but the Knights are already on top of him. Outpost is going to be protected for now. Panic mode on both sides. Yari steered towards the workers. Diving a bit deeper. And the Yuumi from the other side are now rotating around the back. They're in the wrong position right now. Dive underneath the town center. Worker's not safe. He's hemorrhaging. Both sides are actually. 5 kills on both sides when it comes to workers. But the aftermath going to be worse for Puppy Paw. 4 additional kills in favor of MSN. Ashigaru now start to scare him off. And the army backs up entirely. MSN, it's a good start. Almost a 10-worker lead now. Army sizes have bounced out. The Yari, not as valuable here when you talk about Mass Spear and Knights. But the Yuumi and the Ashigaru could be strong. Yeah, you just need to get them together and get himself in position. The biggest problem with Puppy Paw's comp is how do you find placement to use these units? Whereas MSN is just an Ooga Booga A-click comp, right? Get knights, go flanks. We'll chase down a few lancers. Nicely played with the Yari. MSN stealthing himself here. That's pretty crafty, because if Puppy Paw goes in for a straight attack again, he's just going to lose troops. And Puppy Paw can ill afford losses when you think about the state of the economy. Down by 10. Has pulled towards the boar now. Needs every bit of food he can find. In fact, Puppy Paw's food income is superior. MSN a heavy overgather on gold. He has shifted workers off now. He's like, oh, it's just Yuumi. Oh, no, wait, it's guns. He's got guns. NA and their guns. Lancer? Ooh. I think Puppy Paw can defend this. It's fortification. His army's already on the way. He knows. You're tied down for a Lancer. I think you're happy with that if you're Puppy Paw. Oh, wait. Just got out of range with 1 HP. No, actually, I think he changed target. What? Damage being done here. Pathing a little bit weird around the tree line. Military lead now for Puppy Paw. Knight count difference is shrinking as well. What was it? 9 to 20. Now it's 22 to 16. Tries to hit the villagers. It's going to be another minus knight now. Goes back in. Looks for the charge. Oh, no. Oh, no, no. He gets him at least. That was weird. The charge cancelled because of the way the workers moved. Moving upfield. Man, Puppy Paw very aggressively positioned here. One extra villager? Oof. Okay, actually hangs around for the Yatai. Mount Samurai are addressing that again. So nice little trickle trades once more. That villager. Does he die? He's got... No, dude, he's got 105 HP. I swear people just sleep on the brewery buff. It's so strong. Textiles plus brewery buff gives an insane amount of health. It's well played, man. 105 HP makes Lance's lives hard. I wonder, when that dive first came in, he didn't have brewery buff yet, right? Like, if that had been there, Jesus. Meanwhile, you can lose workers quite easily. No textiles for MSN. Backs off the gold. He's running low on gold, actually. He's got 3 relics fourth rather, on the way home. Army does scare him away. Cheekily tries to snipe the monk. Nicely played. Gets away with it. The speed. The speed. It's only 5% increase, but it made a difference there. And oh, no, 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 no. The speeds are out of position. And hardened? Oh, no. I mean, you don't want to max them against Yuumi. But that means no real anti-cap damage. I think Puppy Paw screwed him. MSN is kind of stuck. Retreats away from here. He'll have no gold income. There's not really enough food to go around, so the clash begins. And now the overlap, the overwhelm. Yuumi dive in. The Ashigaru coming in clutch on the bat. The attack speed difference too high. And Puppy Paw simply too good will make it a 3-0 domination to plant a Canadian flag at the top of the group. GG's, commiserations, MSN. Could not get a game off of the paw. Puppy Paw locks himself in, top spot. So final rankings will be as followed. Puppy Paw first, Lucifron second, BE third, and Beastie fourth. You heard that correctly. Beastie, who started the day in first place, finishes in fourth. Could not have anticipated that switch up going into the day, could you? That is crazy. Yeah, well played. Valiant effort by MSN. And I think, don't feel bad about this loss. Some of the best players in the game. And you came in and you actually squared up quite well, right? Like, you couldn't qualify. He knew that going into the series. He still played some interesting strategies, had some fun with it. But along the way, hell of and performance out of him. I don't think anyone expected MSN to get some of the results he got here. The B1 in particular was a big shock and aura. But, you know, we can have a look at the standings here. So, Lucifron, not going to be here. This will move down. Puppy Paw is going to move up to here. Lucifron down to second. B in third. Beastie in fourth. MSN finishes in fifth. And then, actually, no, MSN... Sorry, MSN will finish in sixth. Yeah. Louis will take fifth. Because, remember, it hasn't updated here. Admin's going to move on. This is all locked other than... Well, I say it's all locked. This is going to have a bit of shuffling around. But yeah, GG's MSN. Valiant effort, man. I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens next S-tier tournament. But props to Puppy Paw. He does finish top of groups as a result of that. In terms of what's happening elsewhere, Wham's 2-0 up, really? No, Marine Lord is, you mean? How deep is the game? We could switch. Might be over soon anyway. Oh, they're 8 minutes in. All right, let 1 sec. I'll open this game then. All right, we'll cast it then. We'll cast it. Because it might be a 3-0. If it's not a 3-0, I might end stream, but we'll see. So, guys, we're going to hop across now into Marine Lord versus Wham, where Wham is leading 2-0, looking to go unbeatable in the group stage. The only player who would have achieved that out of everyone in the Elite Classic 4. He has dropped a game here or there, but collectively, at this rate, only 4 games dropped out of God knows how many potentially that can be played. For comparison, you know, you're going to have Puppy Paw 19-8 overall in count, whereas Wham will be 18-4. No, sorry, 21-4. My brain. All right, let's hop into game, though. Why does right-click observe not work anymore? Such a dumb change. I don't like this change by the devs. Because now you have to click in. I think this still works, right? Nope. Oh. No? Is it over? No, they've had 2 games. Okay, for some reason, you can't spectate like this. It's so stupid. Because the result's not showing. So it's down here somewhere, right? That's such a cringe change. I hate it. It's a bad change by the devs. I don't understand why you can't right-click a watch game anymore. Really bad change. It's like one of the dumbest UI changes. Because it doesn't have, like, they've just made it worse. Anyway, let's speed this up. So Marine Lord, we just said it's 2-0 up, right? Wins this. He tops groups. No, he can't top groups, right? He'll lock himself in second. That's right. Yeah. We were saying if he lost this, Vortex would take second. If he wins with a 3-0, he's guaranteed second in group. And Vortex has to settle for third. So we'll fast forward the start of this. Wham with Order the Dragon, HRE. So Regnitz versus Burgrave, right? We are going to get fishing to begin with. Who normally wins this? It's been a while since I've actually seen HRE Order the Dragon. Lakeside has historically been a very good map for Order the Dragon. I think HRE Regnitz has to be super scary here, though. Because it's very hard to block with relics, right? But we're just going to stick the AX speed to catch up live, and that's what everyone cares about. Archer and Archer, a little bit of trade out here. How deep do they want to take this? I feel like we've seen a lot more players fighting very aggressively for water. It used to be that people would sack water quite quick, whereas these two civs are kind of similarly matched, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's prolonged naval engagement. 2 very good players on the water. Marine Lord in particular has a deep history of dominating people. I mean, with a name like Marine Lord, you need to kind of have mastery of the marina. He's going to come in. Demo ships. It's a double. And he gets the chase through. Great find. Marine Lord is in domination mode. Wow. I mean, I know we're on 2x speed, so that was quick, but that was quick. Especially considering how much Wham invested. Wham does have a slight edge on his tech timing. He's going to try to idle water further. Got more demos coming. Spring Shift needs a little bit careful here. The arrow slits is very annoying. Villager Pool's going to be there. Goes in for the snipe. Doesn't get the hit. Marine Lord has to back away. Damn, that was sick. So Villager gets the repair up. Burgrave's now coming, but look at what happened. Marine Lord, because of that extra demo, he managed to get the quicker timing. Regnant's on the way. He's already tripling up on the relic grab account, right? Prelate's already moving out. So he can go for a triple grab in the center before Wham even has a single military unit on land. Dude, this is a dominant position for HRE. He hasn't lost fishing. He shrunk Whams. He won water. He dominated water. And now he dominates relics with Regnants. This is an uphill battle for Wham. A very uphill battle. One relic home. Second one being pulled. Going for the third already. First Spearman's coming out. Wham scouted this. Please tell me. No, he didn't see it, did he? He didn't see the second prelate moving. Shifting over now. Crossbow production begins for HRE. This looks tough. Crossbows is interesting, though. Marine Lord going crossbows first. It'll be nice against the Gilded Knights, but pretty worthless against spears. But what you can do is you can switch men-at-arms. HRE men-at-arms are pretty strong here, right? Relic is going to go down, but there's a secure. Fourth Relic coming home to Papa. This is domination point, no? Crossbows getting sniped out because it's only hardened spearmen. He never vetted them. Gilded Knight is going to be diving in. Next wave of crossbows comes through, though, and that's a dead knight. He didn't move him away. Goes down. First knight out from Marine Lord. I mean, I said men-at-arms, even better. Yeah, like, this should be bad, but the problem is that it's not veterancy on spears, and Wham barely has any. How does Wham come back now? That's what I'm trying. Like, I'm looking for the opportunity, but it's hard to see now. Maybe if he wins fishing, if he pushes Marine Lord off the fishing. Okay, scrap that. This is clean. Marine Lord's already up to 11 farms. Knights are riding in. That's going to be more idle time achieved. Wham looks a little bit stuck on what to build. Okay, it's going to be Horsemen. Against Knights, though. Right, Horseman Spear, right? So you just kind of blob up. The one concern I do have here is your food income, is it padded? It is. There's a few farms coming in. He's going to play Deer. Okay, so Wham likely to be a bit more defensive because now he has exposed economy. And Marine Lord kind of in chill mode. You know, more farms, more Regnants, more gold. Just play for a tech up, really. We have got fishing being harassed again. Archer ship moves in, denies the demo, gets the shutdown. It's history repeating itself. Fishing's getting wiped out. Only 2 left alive. Marine Lord, he's letting the deep water replenish. He's been tapping it pretty hard. What is Wham's recovery arc? He's going men-at-arms, but weird considering we already know those crossbows. If that gets sniffed out early, Marine Lord will happily reinvest crossbows because right now adding spear archers is kind of bad. It's good for the matchups, but it's bad for the economy. You can see he's already got way too much gold income. He's got 4 relic Regnants. He's generating 700 passive gold a minute, right? It's a lot. So at this rate, you're either going to start trading it for really bad rates onto food, or you're going to want to start building gold-based units. Back tree line now. He has got the marketplace down, so I imagine he'll start buying through soon. Queues up some prelates too. I'd actually love to see him mirror Inspired Warriors, which we're seeing now from Order of the Dragon. It makes a lot more sense for OOTD, but you know, you've got all this gold, building 6 or 7 prelates, healing plus the buff. Pretty big deal. Especially now that you've got a lot of knights. Moving forward, Marine Lord looks to deny on the flank. You're going to have to back away. No way, Jose, do you stay here, right? Marine Lord actually scarpers. He can go Sacred Sites now. Cistercian Chapels on the way, or Cistercian Abbeys, rather. So this means monasteries can be built around. Regnants can be built around. Sets up for more farms, basically. In fact, monastery back here would be really nice. You've already got a prelate anyway. Where's he planning to build a monastery? Because I don't see any, weirdly enough. Nice. Hold on. Horsemen are going hunting. Or are they about to be hunted? It kind of feels like Wham is one step away from losing the game. Like, one misstep is all it takes. I think Marine Lord has a bit more forgiveness about his position because his economy is so good. It's like, if he loses a fight, like, half loses it, not loses the whole army, but, you know, loses 20 units more, recovery. Wham starts to hemorrhage here. I just don't see a way back. He needs this food point. Archer's trading out already. Inspired Warriors buff coming through, but the good crossbows are getting sniped. Knights now with the charging. Spears as well. Pulled back by those knights to be protected by a spear wave. And a brute force through. Wham. He fails to hold. Marine Lord looking to make it a 3-0 slobber knocker. And he's wiped out the bulk of it, right? Crossbows are gone. There's nothing left. What a shocking end to Group A. Marine Lord on the verge of being stuck at the bottom of playing in the playoffs. He locks himself in with a 3-0, which as a result of the scoring, gives him first place. This was the only result that would have resulted in a first place finish. Incredible. Right, because if he won 3-1, I think he would have been 1 point down. He needed 3-0. Marine Lord now is just going to be like, oh yeah, it was always part of the plan. I plan to lose so that, you know, why am I German? Whatever. My voice is a bit scuffed today. But he was like, I'm just planning to lose. If I lose, then I can just come in and win at the end. And it's really good for like the viewership. And like everyone is like, wow, a really cool narrative. Oui, oui, trop bien. So I just kind of created this narrative that I was going to lose. And then I come over the top and they don't expect it, but I win. Classic Marine Lord. So that's not a good, dude. If you can't hear it, my throat's a bit chalked. So yeah, it's not going to be a good Marine Lord impersonation. I don't know. It's almost like 16 hours of solo casting. Does something. I don't know why as well. Like, I don't know what's changed with my casting. I never used to get rough throat at all. Weird. Anyway, that means group stages are concluded. Wham ends up locking in second place. He cannot hold that top spot. He was perfect up until now. Barely dropping any games at all. All he had to do is not drop a Series 3-0 that could not hold in the end. So Marine Lord guarantees placement into semi-finals. The other player that guaranteed placement, Puppy Pool. It's crazy because we could have had 2 Canadians sitting in semis. Not going to be the case here. Wham will be sitting in the round of 6. The other player sitting in round of 6 will be Lucifron. And that means that Vortex will face off against Beastie and B will face off against Anatan. B Anatan is going to be hella entertaining. I'm going to say that much. Our playoff starts next weekend. It's going to be, I believe, 2 weekends long. So we'll probably be covering that here as well. I mean, I'm not going to work on EGC, so do our own thing. I'll show you the final standings. There you go. Locked in now. Whoop. So there you go. Like I said, Marine Lord will be sitting in upper bracket. Upper bracket in semi-finals. Puppy Pool will be there. Lucifron and Wham will wedge in here in round of 6. And then next weekend, you're going to have Beastie versus Vortex and Anatan versus B to kick off playoffs. We come back to EGC. How to put this? at first, when everything went down, I just like didn't want to throw any blame at each. I mean, I still like what I done. It was my own fault. But like, I just tried to keep any flack off of them. But one thing I don't like is the recent response I got, because I was like, you know, I'd be open to it. Was very robotic and hollow, and just kind of felt not very welcoming. So I don't know. If I was to consider coming back to EGC, I'd want that to be addressed first. It doesn't need to be done publicly, but the TLDR is like, without splurging the details from behind the scenes, when I read the responses I got when I was like checking in on it, I was like, wow, that's how you really felt. So yeah, I would say I'm probably just going to keep doing my own thing. And I think that's good and that's healthy. Because I think we can deliver a banging product here. And we can have a lot of fun with it. So, no, I'm not trying to make it negative. It is what it is. It's not like they middle fingered me all the way, but like, I don't know. Everything in the build-up felt odd. I mean, everything about this year has felt odd. It's been, I think I said this at the start of the year, it's been the crappiest year of my life. I'm just trying to now turn it into a good year. So I'll keep doing me, and I'll be better for it. But yeah, hope that answers your question. I know it's a little bit obscure, but like, I'm not really the type of person to leak DMs. Let's just say my perspective is that it didn't feel like a very nice DM that I received. So let's get ready to raid on Frunga, see what else is happening. YouTube, that's gonna be the end now. We're probably gonna be streaming tomorrow. There's the Zero Space demo with an interesting like Galactic Conquest mode we might check out. Might go live before that and just check out a few of the interesting games from yesterday. We'll see how from today and yesterday. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, probably have a stream up tomorrow. If not, definitely by Tuesday. But thank you very much, YouTube, for watching.